Start streaming. Yes, go live. Okay, view on watch page. We're not there yet because no one can see us.
Okay.
Because it's not on CEwire yet. So what we need to do is go grab this link like this. Bear with me, everybody.
Magic.
Come on, hurry yourself up. And we need to go to nodes and pages. And we need to change this and put in this code. Now, we will go to the live stream page.
Okay.
That's us.
Okay, we're alive.
That works. Hey, everybody. It's Adam
Hi.
and Paul again. Welcome back to day 2.
We're back.
We're back. Amazingly, I know. I didn't think we would come back. So, hope you all enjoyed the first day of CEwire2016. I think it was a pretty big smash. What do you think?
I think it was great. I think our people that we interviewed were terrific. The speakers got rave reviews. So
yeah, the amount of technical complaining was minimal, I think.
right.
So we hope.
Yes. We'll soon see.
We'll soon see. So if anyone has any trouble, if you're watching the live stream today.
Yeah, it may be the first day for some people that were working yesterday. So you want to maybe give them the ground rules so that they can write to us.
Yeah, so by the way, if you're on the live stream page right now, I guess you can't hear me, but if you refresh the page, it'll show you the new stream. So what's going on here?
Is somebody there?
Yeah. I'm just letting everyone know.
Hello from where? Hello from Colorado.
Okay,
Joseph
so
Hartley.
everyone has to hit refresh to get the new stream coming up today. So yeah, so that's just the way it is.
Everyone's refreshed now?
I hope so. I hope everyone's refreshing.
Okay.
We will see. And so the one technical problem that we had yesterday, according to Steve Silberberg, who's on the line right now, is that the people had problems finding their quizzes. So apparently that's been fixed. And taking a look on the screens, it looks like the quiz link is up there now in a place where everyone can find it. Congratulations, everyone. So, yep.
And you have time to take the quizzes. Don't
yes,
rush.
you have
and if
months.
You flunk, was it 70?
It's 70%. You have months to take the quizzes.
So
I
if
wouldn't
flunk and you don't get the 70%, just go back and keep taking the test, and eventually you'll pass.
Yes, you will pass eventually. You have months. So remember, everyone, that the tests are going to be up until May 1st. The courses are there until May 1st. So you have a great deal of time to actually go back in and play with it and watch them over and over again.
And the credit comes as soon as they pass the test.
Yeah, so when you look at your transcript, you'll see that there's a test score and the date that you passed. That's the date that gets reported. And in fact, what happens is the whole mess gets transmitted to Arbo. I think we do it about once a week.
Yes, so basically we have to worry about people whose year ends on March 31st.
Right. So
you've needed the credits for March 31st. Be sure you take the exam
before
March 31st. But if you want to hold off for next year, then
you can do that
and take the test. They can take the course before. It's a test that counts.
Exactly. It's the test that counts. It's when you pass that test. That's when the certificate gets fixed. So
okay. So you have plenty of time and plenty of ways to make it. We got a great lineup of speakers today.
Yes, we do. So today is going to be great, and we have a lot of stuff going on today. So just taking a look at, I guess, a few minutes from now, in 5 minutes from now, we'll have Dan Rosten from iCare Pro, and he's the president. And if you recall, his company is all about helping you online with your website, with your social media presence, and so forth, because no one should really be doing this themselves these days. It's just too complicated. We're going to have John Rampakis, everyone's favorite billing and coding guy. He'll be on later as well to talk to us.
All right, a little more billing and coding.
Yep.
Never get enough of that.
Sue Resnick, of course, will be by. She's giving a talk. Was it today or yesterday?
Yeah, no, I think she's today.
Today.
And we'll be talking about other stuff.
Oh, yeah.
The one nice thing about us talking is we don't have Cope looking over our shoulder.
Yeah,
so we can talk about anything we like.
We don't really care. So, yeah, so it's totally...
It's good. And then our venerable Art Epstein will be with us.
Yes, so Art will stop by again. He's giving a bunch of talks, and he's going to come by. I don't know what we're going to talk about, just whatever, I guess.
We'll figure something out.
We'll figure something out with him. We're going to have Bob Goldbacher from Vision Instruments Sales and Service. So again, they're one of the vendors here. They're offering discounts. They're a funny one because they won't say what their discounts are unless you go into their booth. So
yeah, you got to go in. That's the secret.
So,
okay, and then we have the venerable Alan Panzer.
Yes, so Dr. Panzer hopefully will be by later today, and we're just going to talk to him.
He's going to be our everyman. He's the representative, the optometrist in the trenches, the king of the buyers.
Alan is great because he's willing to push, right? He's out on the edge, and he's willing to push and buy new instruments.
And admit when he made a mistake.
That's always nice when you can do that. I mean, we make mistakes here all the time, as you can see around you. It's a disaster. But yeah,
every day.
Admitting it's helpful, though, because it can show everyone else what not to do. And in fact, I think I've learned more from my mistakes than from things that have gone well. So
yep.
There you go. And after Alan, who else are we going to have?
We have Stuart Richard, the international research,
yes,
PhD, OD.
So he's giving a whole bunch of talks too, and he's going to come by and say hi.
Yeah, and I don't know, we could talk about nutritional supplements or snake oil. I don't know.
I think he's going to make fun of us and our terrible diets, so we'll see how it goes.
We'll soon see.
And Millicent Knight is going to be our final interview of the day. So she is with Johnson & Johnson Vision Care. She's the head of professional affairs, and she's a really great person. I'm sure a lot of you know Millie.
And we're going to get backstories of stuff that
you
don't hear anywhere else.
We're going to talk to her about sort of what's been going on behind the scenes at J&J and let you know sort of what they're doing. Because it's, you have the impression that industry just sort of sits out there at a distance and doesn't do much. It couldn't be further from the truth.
No, they spend, especially J&J, they're committed now to help the optometrists. So
yep.
We were going to have to listen to what Millie has to say.
Yep. So it'll be interesting to
yeah,
hear
and it's about that time.
We're getting there. So we have, I guess, a couple minutes till we have to call up Daniel.
So everybody's on.
So it looks like everybody here. Just gonna make sure you can all hear us. Okay, I'm assuming you can because you're all making jokes about us. So
okay,
there you go.
There we are.
Okay. And by the way, people made fun of me yesterday because I was overdressed.
Well, now
so
you're not overdressed.
I showed
today.
You guys.
You're not overdressed.
I'm not overdressed. I decided to, ski bum. Okay, so why don't we get on the headset and I gotta make sure that this is working. Hang on for 1 second. You think this is easy, huh? Think this is easy.
I don't have my multiple sneezes yet today. Oh.
Yeah, if you're going to sneeze, leave this room. Go down to street level.
You're the diseased one. I'm healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so what the funny thing is, everyone, that you can't sort of see and hear is that going on in all the background, like everyone around us is sick. The entire state is sick. And so he's managed to avoid
I'm the last healthy person left.
So,
yeah, but you know what I had for breakfast today? It's going to shock everyone. I had eggs with real egg yolk. I had put cheese in it, so it was a cheese omelet. And then I added ham to the whole mix.
That's not shocking at all. That sounds great.
Well, no, but it's fatty and
just don't tell Stuart when he comes on later. That's
and has preservatives and all that stuff. I don't know how much longer I'm going to live eating this way, but I faked my way up until now.
Okay, so let's. Okay.
Okay, why don't we get Daniel on? Daniel is the founder of iCap Pro. It's his baby, and he watches it over like a mother hen. So when you're dealing with iCap Pro, you're going to be dealing with Daniel and his number one or a number two person, but you'll be speaking to the boss a lot of the time.
Yes.
And he's going to, I think there's some deals. Again, he has something he'll talk about that you can use. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his deals are today. We'll find out, I guess. And there's going to be an email blasting out to everyone in a few minutes from ODWire discussing all the deals that we do know about. So you'll get them in your mailbox momentarily. I think probably in the next 10 minutes.
So the people that haven't read, they're going to eat their hearts out. The ones that haven't registered?
The ones that haven't registered are going to see this, but can't do anything about it. So hopefully they'll come in and register. I don't know.
Oh, they're not going to spring for less than $200 to make $4,000. That's not the optometric way.
Well,
they don't never think about the return on investment.
Well, what's interesting is we're still getting registrants today. This morning we got a couple more. So people are still coming in, and it should be good.
It's just painful to see why people just don't.
Oh, boy.
Okay, doesn't
All right,
matter.
so let me. Okay, so let me go make sure Skype's working. Okay, that looks good. It's always an adventure every day. I need an assistant or something. Okay, where's the phone number?
Here's the number, right on top. Let's hope it's right.
And you got to keep that away from you.
Oh, we have to put this thing.
Yes. Should I tape it to your back? It could be like a little
strangle.
kid. It'll
I
be
can
like
strangle myself.
Like a little kid with the mittens that you like sew onto the jacket. That's what I need for him with his mic.
You certainly need a producer.
Yeah.
And a makeup person. I'd like to look a little better.
I know. I'm looking at us here. I'm like, holy shit.
Jesus.
All right. Let me see if I can get the right number here. Yeah, I don't know where Daniel is today.
I hope it's not too cold in most of the country. I think it's warm on the East Coast, and the Midwest is cold. But boy, I drove in through rain this morning. Wow.
It's Oregon and it's the winter. What do you expect? Okay, so here we go.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 41252365542 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Should we leave him a prank message?
Well, but should we leave him a message?
Hey, Daniel, it's Adam and Paul. I guess when you get this message, if you do, just drop us an email. We just tried your number and it got straight through to voicemail. So we will hopefully hear from you soon. Catch you later. Huh.
Okay, now we have to wing it. What better time to talk about?
Let's talk about our sponsors. And in fact, so one thing that I did yesterday, after I got over having the plague yesterday, last night I went and I actually made some infographics for our sponsors, if you can believe it. So let's pull these on up so we can see what's going on here. Okay, so let's run down the list of sponsors and who they are and what they're doing so everyone has a really great idea. So sponsor number 1 that we'd like to talk about is Diopsis. And again, if you go to the CEwire website and you pull up the list of vendors, you can get a more complete description of what everyone does. And I'll pull it up here just so I'll have it as a reference too.
I'm going to double check, but then we make sure we have the right number. It would be really egg on our face.
Are you still hooked into your microphone?
Let me get this thing off.
Why don't I just drop him an email?
Yeah, maybe you should do that.
Yes, sit down.
Maybe it's either. We're living in modern times.
Yes, we don't need... So
drop him an email.
So this is what I rely upon, his paper. Never, never. I will send Daniel an email.
You don't need a headset on.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, wait, Daniel just sent us his number.
Okay.
So that is the... Oh, yeah, so here's what happened. You reversed 2 digits.
Oh, this learning disability of mine.
All right, so let's get rid of this for now. We'll go over our sponsors in a second. Good Lord.
Oh.
Fired out of a cannon. Okay, so let's give him a call. Okay. Okay, so let's get the right number here.
Embarrassing. Huh. It isn't Alzheimer's, I can tell you. It's
Oh, yeah?
Yet.
Okay, so he's 532. Yeah, so you switch 2 digits. 412 532 6542. Okay. Let's see how this does.
Where's his...
Hello, Daniel speaking.
Hi, Daniel. Paul Farkas here.
Thank goodness.
Next to Adam Farkas. I switched numbers around, Daniel.
Yes,
and,
so...
It's my fault. I was watching you guys on the live stream, and I'm thinking, why aren't they phoning me? I'm watching them. I couldn't understand. They're dialing my number. This is all good. I sent you the number right away.
Did you close your
live stream? Nice to speak
stream?
to both of you.
Yeah, Paul needs a secretary is what he needs. So, but anyway, we made it. So that's the great thing. So Daniel, how's it going?
It's good. The show seems like it's going great. Over 2,000 registrants.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
and counting, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we're closing in on 2,200, so it's really doing pretty well, so we're really happy with it.
Yeah, so that should be good.
But more importantly, we want to talk about you this morning, and iCare Pro, and see what's going on in your world. So
anyway, let me find out.
Well, I mean, Daniel, I don't know, you have thousands of OD clients, and I'm sure a lot of them who are here at the show today already know you, but do you just want to give us like a 30,000-foot summary of what it is that you guys do?
Sure. I think you could say that our focus is really on helping practices find new patients. That's the goal, and there are various ways that we help practices get that done, but by and large, I think optometrists are looking for patients, and why beat around the bush? That's the focus.
Absolutely, and an optometrist shouldn't be so dependent on vision care plans. They get so locked in and hooked that I can never live without vision. There were many, many years when there was no such thing as a vision care plan, and people had to go out and hustle and get their patients on their own. And you pay a great price for letting the vision care plans supply the patients, because they are saying, whose patient is it really? Does that patient belong to the OD, or is it my client that I'm giving to this practitioner, and don't you mess with my client, OD. And by you being a good marketer and helping ODs, you're having a tremendous service. But what does it mean? And how should practices market themselves? This is what the thrust of what we're asking right now.
Yeah, well, I think you got a question within a question. The main question you've asked is, how should practices market themselves? What I usually do is I kind of back them up a second, and I say we have to make sure that we're defining marketing in the same language. And unfortunately, I find that there's a lot of confusion out there as to what marketing actually means. Brand awareness, recognition throughout the community, value prop. I find in the end, to go back to my earlier statement, that's why we decided that our focus is on new patients. So when we talk about marketing, our goal is what we call new patient marketing. You want to talk to us about marketing and how marketing can help your practice? I'm only interested in talking about new patient marketing for one simple reason, because you can actually measure the number of new patients that come in. If I tell you that the goal is to market and let's get some brand awareness throughout the community, and here's your bill for $3,000, and we did it, you'll say, really? How'd you do that? How do I measure the brand awareness? It's very challenging. So that's why we like to focus in very simply, new patients, and you can measure results, return on investment. So that's sort of the question within the question. But I think your next question was exactly how do you help practices get that done, correct?
Yep.
Okay, fair. So, I mean, you've obviously practiced for a number of years, and what I'm about to say, maybe you're going to agree with what I'm about to present to you, and that is the following. We have done a pretty in-depth analysis of practice profiles, hundreds and hundreds of practice profiles. We take a number of pieces of data, and we looked at each practice profile, and then we looked at the marketing that they needed based on that profile. So it shouldn't surprise you that a practice that's less than 10 years old needs a very different marketing than a practice that's 15 years old with 2 docs, which is very different than a practice that might have 4 or 5 locations.
Right.
So what we found was that there's something called marketing stages that a practice goes through. And we've identified 3 very straightforward stages. Of course, there's gray everywhere. So give me your feedback on this, and we've tested it out with hundreds of practices.
Sure.
But stage 1, okay, practice that's less than 10 years old, 1 doctor, 1 location, revenue is typically south of $700,000. And again, they've been in business for less than 10 years. So what's the goal of that kind of practice? It's to build your patient base. Give me patients however you can give them to me. They're pretty much all good at this point. I'll take them, which means that this month we're focusing in on dry eye because that's what we do right now. It's January. Next month, we're switching focus. Let's get into glaucoma. Let's bring in those patients. The month after that, let's head into, and you can just march down the schedule and patient after patient after patient. I'm hitting a different target market, different segment, but my goal is new patients. So I call that tactical marketing. And that's what practices that are less than 10 years old, 1 doc, 1 location, like I said, less than $700,000 revenue, that's what they want. So far, so good?
Yep. Is everyone taking notes, by the way? This sounds like gold coming in. So take notes, because you're not going to hear this.
There's no need for notes. This is forever. It's here. So that's why we tell people not to curse when they're talking here.
It's not COPA-approved, so don't take a test.
Yeah.
Just take notes.
Just pause, rewind, listen to it again.
There
no problem. So I had a practice email me earlier today. Said, Daniel, what kind of services do you have for me? I said, I'm not going to talk to you about our services. Let's talk about where's your practice at. And so this practice turned out to have what we call a stage 2 profile. So I said, let's just focus in on where you are at stage 2. You've been in business for 15 years. You've actually got 2 doctors on location. You're making $1 million. That means you have an established patient base. And what that means is that patients come back to you year after year because there's something about you that they like, which means you've differentiated yourself from everybody else. If you were the same as everybody else, then believe me, they wouldn't come back to you, but they're coming back, which means you actually, and here's the key, you have patients that come back to you for a good reason, and those are the patients you want, and you have patients that you don't want. Any 15-year-old practice will tell you, no, please don't give me more of those patients. That's not what we want. We want these kind of patients. So a practice at stage 2, again, has patients they want, patients they don't want. They need, this is going to kill you now, they need strategic marketing. They need to focus in on, these are the things we want to promote about ourselves. We want to be different from everybody else, and we know we are because we've been doing this for 15 years. So let me show you how we're different, and these are the patients that we want, and these are the patients that we don't. And that's a stage 2 practice. And she wrote me back, and she's like, that's exactly right. You're the first person that's kind of explained it so simple. That's what we're looking for. So that's stage 2. So far, so good?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay? I'm going to finish up with stage 3, and then we'll talk about actual things that you do at each stage. But stage 3, practices at stage 3 usually have 5 or more doctors, 3 or more locations. Revenue is closer to $2 million. These are very large practices that typically are spread out location-wise over a geographic area, and they have one extra factor apart from wanting to strategically differentiate themselves from everybody. They have an inherent differentiator. They're so large that they basically want to be the go-to practice, be it various locations, of choice in the entire area. When you think of optometry, think of us, because we can do it. We have so many doctors, so many locations. Practices like that really want to dominate. They want to get on number 1 on Google for everything. You name it, within 50 miles around, they want to be found. So those practices have strategic differentiator, but their real goal is to dominate a market. That's what drove them business-wise to get there. So those are the 3 practice stages of marketing that we've identified over time.
And you can do what's best for them. Once you figure this out, this is what you can help them with, right?
Correct. At that point, then you're not telling a practice, well, what service do you want? And they're like, well, what service do you have? We're not talking about that. Like you just said, Paul, once we have identified that you're a stage 2 practice and your goal is that you need to strategically differentiate yourself, well, let's start talking about it. What makes you different? And by the way, practices that have reached stage 2 typically have the money to buy the best equipment in town. You're at $1 million practice. Guess what? You've got more investment into technology, and that turns out to be one of the main reasons why patients come and see you. You've got the best technology around. So what do you do when you market? Hey, let's talk about this piece of technology. Let's talk about that one. You have to do it intelligently, mind you. But now you're out there, and it's sort of feeding back in onto itself. Social media, email, website, Google pay-per-click. There's a lot of things we can talk about in the actual practical how-to marketing, but you're absolutely right. Once you identify the stage, it follows very quickly what it is that you should be doing for a practice.
So, Daniel, it sounds like you really take a systematic approach. One thing that we've been talking about over the past day here is how some people like to sort of do it yourself. I think that's a really common optometric problem. It's do it yourself, do it half-assed, like do pieces of things. But it sounds like what you do is actually take a very systematic approach across a lot of different channels to try to market a practice properly.
Yeah, correct. We have a slogan at iCare Pro. It's called DDIY, don't do it yourself.
Right.
You're welcome to. I happen to think, and I try not to offend doctors. I say this tongue-in-cheek, but I happen to think you're a far better optometrist than I am. So do the optometry side. Let us handle the other side. We happen to have a lot of experience at it. So don't do it yourself, and I think you'll come out ahead. But, yeah, absolutely. So So with that in mind, then what we do is we kind of just sort of get to know the practice profile, and we say, look, here's the service, but it needs to be tailored to you. So one of the dangers, Adam, is that people say, well, if you've got a systematic approach, then like I'm cookie cutter.
Right.
I don't want cookie cutter marketing. I need to be special. I say, oh, that's absolutely fair. Once we've identified who you are, now the actual blend of marketing, the actual campaigns that go out, what's said to whom, that has to be unique to you, of course. But at that point, we've really identified and honed in on who you are.
Right.
So at that point, we hook you up with what we call a web manager at iCare Pro, and your web manager is talking to you one-on-one every month, working out a campaign that's just very suited for your practice.
That's great. You know, I have to tell a quick story.
Oh boy!
Because, well, I haven't told one good story yet. Anyway,
I like stories. Go, tell me.
One of my roads to poverty. Years ago, I bought land in Grenada in the West Indies, and I bought it from a planter. And the story that the planter told me was the fact that people that in Grenada you raise nutmeg and mace. That's the two things that you grow. The people on the land didn't know, could only harvest the nutmeg and mace. And what happened was there was a tremendous hurricane in Grenada. It knocked down all the plants. These people did not know how to develop plants, how to actually grow the plants. They only learned how to harvest. And the same thing has been true in optometry. Most younger optometrists have not learned how to market. They're depending on the vision care plans to bring them patients, and before you know it, they're enslaved. So here's an opportunity to have someone that's an expert in marketing to assist you. And all it is it's just going to cost you a little money. And speaking of that, by the way, Daniel, why don't we talk economics here? How does an optometrist get into this whole cycle? What would it cost them?
Okay, that's a good segue. We'll talk about the bridge I have for sale a little bit later. First things first, one of the principles that we believe in is you should only work with a company because it's benefiting yours. So we don't have any contract that you have to sign that requires you to stay on board for however long you need to stay on board for us to be happy. We're only happy if you're happy. So whatever I'm about to tell you now service-wise, if you can't point at the end of the month and say, okay, I see 14 new patients, I spent, I'm going to make $400, that's a good return on my investment. If you don't do that, you can't do that, then you should go elsewhere and get services elsewhere. So we have services that match stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. Those are the ones that we have available. And I can tell you about show specials today if you'd like.
Oh, yes. That's what we're here for.
Okay. So we have 2 show specials. One of them is actually available, I guess, through till the end of today. Paul, you're familiar with Dr. Larry Alexander?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, both of you are. So we've worked with Dr. Larry Alexander recently to put together a consumer video series. Now, Dr. Alexander is a dynamic speaker, if you've ever seen him speak. And so we worked with him to put together 8 videos. These videos are the kind that a practice wants to put on their website to speak to their patients. And it's Dr. Larry Alexander on 8 different topics explaining what the importance is of eye health in terms of, you name it, be it itchy eyes, how diabetes can affect my eyes. And in every video, actually at the end of the video, he says to the patient, one of the most important decisions you can make about your eye care today is to click on the appointment button on this page right now. And he's encouraging the visitor to the website who pressed play to schedule an appointment with that practice. Right. So those videos are available to any practice that signs up for iCare Pro services by the end of today. That's show special. That's available. And in terms of just CEwire registrants, we have a special for CEwire registrants. Any CEwire registrant that signs up for any service at iCare Pro by the end of the month will receive that month's service free in February. So we encourage all CEwire registrants, check us out, look at the services we have, and the one that's right for you. And by the way, we won't let you sign up for a service that's not right for you. We'll happily tell you, no, I'm sorry, that's not right for you. Choose another service, or go work elsewhere. You get the service that's right for you, and February's on the house.
Cool.
And practitioners can bail at any time if they feel it's not working. They just,
correct.
How much warning do they have to give you? As far as I'm going to bail.
A phone call would be nice.
Just a call. I mean, you don't want to say, no, you got to hang in there for another 3 months.
Yeah.
No, it's just just almost immediate.
To tell you the truth, many things that just when you start them off, they need a little bit of build-up right at the very beginning. So,
Sure.
for example, search engine optimization. If you could switch Google overnight and have you ranking number one, can't even imagine what it would be like to do a search on Google. It takes many months.
Right.
So we do urge practices within the first 3 months. They're still free to quit, but we say you probably haven't given it a fair shake at that point. You might want to check out the first 3 months and wait, and we'll report in as we go forward. But even before and beyond that, it's like I said, it's one phone call and off you go.
That's great. And so we're going to market this the rest of the day. So just to be 100% clear, if people come to the booth today and so they have to sign up at the booth, or just visiting the booth is going to give them the 8 series. I just want to be
that
clear.
That would be signing up today. So
they have to sign up.
Step into our booth, and at the bottom of the booth, there's you can hit the contact button, and that'll pop up an email, and you just write in the email. Here's the service that we're looking for. We're ready to go, and
so they're going to
follow up with them in the next. Yep.
So you got that marketing value, and then right through the end of January, right? They're going to get February free if they sign up, right? That's pretty much it.
That's correct.
Ed, we got
Practices can double dip. If they sign up today, they'll get the video series and February for free as well.
Wow.
No problem.
What a deal.
Excellent. And by the way, what we're planning on doing too is blasting out an email to everyone when everything's over, when all is said and done, and we'll let people know about the deals that are still running.
Show specials.
Yeah, exactly, because it's getting to be a little bit overwhelming actually with the amount of paper we have here describing the different deals. So yeah, so great.
Okay, so Daniel, you'll be standing by at the booth all day, right? And the booth is staying open till 7 p.m. Right?
Well, the booths are open forever. It's the deals that are time limited, but the booths are going to be open through May, where people, if you want to contact a vendor like Daniel, there's going to be a form in there where you can just send it and it'll go off to them, and they'll know that you came from CEwire. So if there are any offers still going on, at least they'll know where you came from.
But
absolutely, Adam. In our booth, we actually have a schedule and appointment form. So if anybody clicks on that form, it'll link out to the iCare Pro website. They fill in the schedule and appointment, and we'll call them at that day and time and offer the show special based on when they registered.
Yeah, so,
you got it.
But don't be a procrastinator. Try to do it as quickly as you can.
Yeah,
and not put it off.
I want to tell everyone a little story, about procrastination.
Two stories.
I get to tell a story now. So my stories aren't as interesting as his because I don't have scams going on in the Caribbean or whatever. But what's interesting to me is that tracking the registrations for the conference. You talk about procrastination. The sheer number of people who signed up for the conference at the very last minute, it was like a tsunami, and it was amazing to me. Because we've been talking about the conference now for literally months, but people waited literally right at the last minute.
I mean, but speaking of dumb planning, did we think about the what is it? The football? There's some sort of playoffs today going on. But I don't watch football, so I didn't even think of that. But then the Democratic debate tonight. Who in their right mind sets up a debate on a Sunday night when competing against football?
Well, if you don't want people to watch it, that's what you do.
Yeah, the fix is in.
The fix is in, right? I'm very cynical.
To your point, whereas there may be some people out there, like you say, that have procrastinated. Really, one of the benefits of offering CE online is that there's no benefit to anybody to sign up 3 weeks early. It's just as good as signing up on the spot when you show up. So what we found in the past was that, if you're offering something online, 6 of one, half dozen of the other, that they could sign up today and still get just as good CE. So it's great. You're really changing what's possible out there and making this happen. So,
Daniel,
congratulations. Looks like a great conference.
Well, thanks, Daniel. And I know that you've been a pioneer in doing this too. And I think you might have had the same experience as we have, where a lot of people will sign up whenever because they can, but other people are worried that if they don't watch the show live, they can't get CE credits. Like, I've been getting a flurry of email, and I'm trying to explain to people that it's just as good if you watch the recording.
Well, except in New York State. There's state regulations say you have to be live. And,
right.
And we finally be able to let some state boards know that we are live at least 2 days.
Right.
That they people can get
be very careful. There are a few states. Paul is correct. New York in particular, they have varying definitions of what it means to be live. And one of the definitions that's rather prevalent is that live actually means that you can interact with the instructor, and that will not happen when they watch the recordings later. So as long as the instructor is there in chat today and yesterday, which they were, then some states will call it live. But afterwards, it's called online interactive CE, which is downgraded, and often the states allow less.
One of the instructors said
so
it was a surreal experience that he was able to answer questions while he was giving the lecture.
Yes.
2 places at once.
That's a tremendous benefit to online CE because, Paul, you made a great point. When you're giving real CE, it's like everybody shut up and listen. Literally, you can't ask a question. I have to get the material out. And they can't even benefit from that. And then who can stay afterwards anyhow? You have to move on to the next session. But this is a tremendous benefit to online CE. Ask questions as you go along. You come out learning more. It's great.
Absolutely. Okay, well, Daniel, good luck today, and we're around if you need us. And,
Thank you.
So
Thank you both.
we'll be talking, and just communicate with us, and we're here. Okay, thanks.
Great.
Thanks for
Enjoy
your time.
the rest of the day.
You
Thanks,
too.
you
Thank
too.
you both.
Right, bye now.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So yes,
that was informative.
It was, and for those who don't know, I just touched on it. Daniel has been doing online CE forever, and so he was doing this, years ago. So he's experienced a lot of the trials and tribulations that we have gone through over the past.
And by the way, you'll notice that not a single vision care plan is a sponsor, so we can say whatever we like.
Oh God.
So those of you that are stuck in this quagmire of vision care plans, you've got to think in terms of getting a pro like Daniel for yourself, and get some professional help to get you to learn how to market. Well, because I don't think the average OD knows about marketing.
I think that the vision care plans are, how do they say, necessary but not sufficient for most practices. Because at this point you need them, right? You need their help somewhat to market. But you want to take control of your own presence, and that's why you need to market.
And you don't want them to say that the patient belongs to them.
Right.
I mean, that's a big issue. If they're sending the patient to you, and that they have the power to turn you off, whose patient is it? So it doesn't build loyalty for sure in a practice.
Right.
So think about what Daniel's offering, and we'll be talking a little bit more about practice management right through today. A little less about dry eyes, I think.
Yeah, it looks like today, a lot of what we're going to be talking about really will be practice management, and all of our old favorites are stopping by today. We're not doing so much in the way of having advertisers come on, but much more in the way of people, who are your peers who just want to talk. So I'm sure it's going to be mostly invent. I'm sure it's going to be mostly practice
They
management.
want an international audience to vent.
They don't want to talk about dry eye either. They want to vent. They just want to unload. And speaking of which, if you were here last night, if you watched the last hour of our talk, Jeffrey Sonsino was on.
Oh, speaking of venting, actually, he talked on.
He was great.
Did you poke me as I started nodding off?
No, he did a great job, actually. If you don't understand you fall asleep everywhere, but if you don't understand, the whole Valiant issue and what happened there with the takeover of the companies and Paragon and everything else, Jeffrey gave a really great, succinct description of everything that happened and the timeline and why it's important to clinicians, because that was never really made obvious.
Yeah, and Millie Knight is going to do a follow-up this late afternoon. She's scheduled for 4:40 Eastern Time, and you'll learn a little bit more about what not only Vistacon, but the other companies. They finally will hold hands on one area where they all went over to the FTC, and what happened at the FTC. So I hope Millie can share that with us if it's not confidential.
Sure.
We never know with big companies what's
I know,
confidential.
I'm always afraid to say anything, because you don't want to step on a landmine, but yeah.
Okay, so where were we?
We were talking about our sponsors because we have to let everyone know what's going on.
Yeah, so why don't we talk about all our sponsors?
Okay, with my pretty infographics that I came up with. So.
Oh, let's see. You did this overnight.
I did this overnight because finally no one was sick, so I was able to do it. So let's start from the beginning. And if you go to the CEwire2016 site, you can see the different sponsors that are up there. But let's just talk really briefly about the different ones. So Diopsis. So as you know, they make instruments, and they make ERG and VEP instruments. So these are tests that give you objective functional information about potential eye disease. So they give you information that you can reliably use to track over and over as you see the patients, right? So you can follow them through time. So instead of just using subjective exams. So interesting instrument, sort of cutting edge, and something that you should probably learn about. It's interesting. VEP, we used it in neurology, I think way before eye care ever used it at all. You used it to test nerve conduction in folks who have neuropathy.
Right.
But it was always using the peripheral nervous system. I'd never actually even thought about the eyes. So see, I learn something new every day too.
Yep.
So let's see. Who's next on our list? iCare Pro. I don't think we need to say any more about them. You just heard Daniel talk about them, and they're having the Great Show special today. Again, they have this video tape series with Dr. Alexander, who can come on and talk to your patients about different conditions and why they should take care of their eye health.
And I have a feeling that people will think that Dr. Alexander is an optometrist with the group.
Right.
It looks like your own personal.
I have a feeling. I mean, I haven't seen the videos, and I don't know how Daniel does the embedding, but I imagine he embeds it pretty seamlessly into a person's site, so that
right. It looks like it's coming from the practice.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly right. And again, he also said if you sign up at the conference, it's going to be free. You're going to get the first month free.
That's great value.
And that's a great value too. Again, because Daniel said you can quit at any time. So between you and me, if you're unhappy with what's going on, he doesn't want you to be stuck in a contract, which is very different from a lot of the different marketing companies online. So that is iCare Pro. AccuView, again, needs no introduction to anyone here. They've been a huge supporter of the conference and, frankly, of ODWire over the years, which is sort of shocking. As I remember in the beginning, we had a rather contentious relationship with them.
Well, those were the bad old days.
The bad old days when they thought, letting people talk online is a bad thing, and people were unhappy with what they were doing. But they've really turned it around completely. And in fact, I met with the president of the company a couple of months ago, and she told me straight out she was thrilled with what we were doing, and the honest discourse is important to them, and they want to hear it.
Yep.
So I can't even stress to you how different this is from the old days.
Are you listening to other contact lens companies out there?
Or other companies in general,
or other companies?
They really want to know what's going on, and so I'm really appreciative of that. So I hope that you at least consider them when you're looking to prescribe. Marco, I can't say enough about them. We have the thing up there that you can see, the little meatball. Marco is the sponsor of our live stream today, and without them, none of this splendor would be going on.
They laid out big bucks for this, and yet they're doing about marketing their products.
So one thing that I really appreciate about Marco, and I'm sure a lot of you have noticed it, is that they don't really push, right? They're not a pushy company. They want to educate. In fact, when I was speaking with them yesterday, they just really are more about, we just want to get the message out there about what we do, not about the particular products. Although I will say they have one new product, the Ion, which is a slit lamp camera that uses an iPhone. It's really cool. Head over to their booth to check it out. This is a brand new product. It just came out, I think, in the fall at Expo. But for the most part, Marco, they're a great company to work with. They're a big company that feels very small when you go there.
Family.
Very family feel. And they're also a lot of fun. They like to tell jokes. So head over to their physical booth if you're at a conference, or go to their booth here as well. So let's see. So Oculus, I'd mentioned yesterday that Oculus is one of the longest running sponsors on ODWire, amazingly. When we first started taking advertising to support the site years ago, they came on. And so they have a wide range of instruments that many of you already have in your office. Again, one of the things that I love about Oculus is that big German company, right? You go to their website, you see this impressive looking building in Germany. But they have a U.S. headquarters, and the U.S. side of things feels like a very small business unit. It feels very personal. You can go to a trade show and meet their CEO. He's always there at the booth. And I mentioned yesterday, he's like there hammering it together.
His name is Michael Wolber. You can speak to him directly.
Yeah. And
look at what he sent us.
Oh, he sent us a discount.
Here are the discounts.
Okay. So here are the discounts for Oculus for the show. So they're running an open box sale and a demo unit sale. So they're offering discounts up to 25%. On Pentacam, Keratograph 5M, EasyField Park 1, auto refractors, slit lamp digital cameras, and so forth. So
previously owned but hardly used.
Hardly used. They're saying that there's a couple of hundred scans on many of them. So a lot of them were just used at trade shows.
But here's the hitch.
The hitch.
The hitch is it's a tremendous deal, but it's going public tomorrow.
Right.
So if you want to get, and it's a very limited number, so, you know, I don't know how many of you viewing it at this moment here, but I would suggest you get over to Oculus as early as you can, see what you want to reserve so that it's not sold out from under you.
Right. That's critically important because with demo units, there are only so many of them. It's not like they can just build another. So I'm sure.
And you're sending out an email to the rest of OD-Wire in about
a few minutes ago, an email went out to everybody, letting them know.
Okay, letting them know about pricing.
Yeah.
Okay, so therefore you're going to have competition. So those of you that are on here now, why don't you leave for a while and just go over to the booth at Oculus and see what they have to offer.
Absolutely. So yeah, if you were interested in any of their instruments, this would be the time to pounce on it. If you're looking for pre-owned, and again, Oculus reconditions everything as well and refurbishes it if they need it, so it'll be like new. Okay. Optos, I guess, is our next company that we want to talk about. So sponsor of the conference. So again, they build retinal imaging devices that everyone knows about. What you might not know about Optos is that their business model changed several years ago. And I was unaware of it till we started speaking with them again, that they went from that leasing model that some people were like, to a model where you can buy the instrument, just like any other instrument.
Right.
And so we have people on OD-Wire who have now purchased their instruments and are doing extremely well with them financially. And in fact, one of them is in this chat room right now. Steve Silberberg purchased the Daytona.
Why don't we call Steve? Have Steve's number maybe on our break. We're going to have a little time before our next group. Maybe Steve can talk a little bit about Optos.
So Steve, in a little bit, if you want us to call you, just let us know where and when. And you're in the chat room right now. I can see you. So if you want us to call and we'll talk about it, happy to do it.
Do you have his number?
He'll just tell me what number's the best for him. He's right there. He's in the chat room.
Okay, Steve, call us and maybe let's talk about Optos. They are a reformed company. I mean, I got to admit, we had conflicts with them for many, many years. And the conflict was we allowed people to criticize them on OD-Wire, as we allow everyone and all our vendors to be criticized. When vendors come on OD-Wire, they know that they're going to be under the heat, that if they mess up, we'll be talking about it, and we won't stop our members from saying anything. We'll give them an opportunity to respond. Optos was unwilling to respond. Their response was, hey, we'll never support you. Well, apparently the company was sold, I think. I don't think it's the same owner.
I have no idea. So
well, I don't know, but hey, they came around, and the sponsors here, and are they advertising on OD-Wire?
I think as part of the sponsorship conference, I think they're going to have
they're going to be doing stuff. So it's a different company now, and let Steve talk about them a little bit more because he knows more than we do. Okay, onward to the other sponsors there.
Okay, so let's keep moving. And Steve, we're going to get back to you in a minute. We're going to call you after we do this because I'm really curious now about your experience with the Daytona. I was there when he bought it at Expo, so I'm like, oh boy.
So was it 90,000?
He got a discount, and I don't know exactly how much, but I know the list for the device is about $90,000.
So Steve will talk to you about how we got his return on investment almost immediately.
Okay, so OptiView, and again, you all know OptiView as being OCT specialists. They make a wide variety of OCTs. One thing that I can't stress enough, though, if you don't have an OCT yet and you're thinking, gosh, I can't do this, it's too expensive, take a good look at what they have. They just came out with a new one in the fall, I guess it was last fall, a simplified OCT. Obviously, less features than the really high-end ones, but it's good enough for a basic OCT. And what's really cool about it is that it basically runs itself. It's kind of like an Apple product. It's got a big button on it, you press it, and the OCT starts talking to the patient to tell them what to do.
In what language?
Many, as a matter of fact. You can program it in different... So anyway, I only heard English, but you know, the important part about that is you can train your assistant to do it in minutes, right? You don't really need somebody highly specialized.
I guess with OCTs, you want to buy what you need. You know, most of you are not retinologists. You know, you're doing basic discovery,
right,
and not treatment. And maybe you don't need the most expensive OCT out there for your particular needs.
Yeah. So what I really love about them is that they have this sort of stratified product line where you can really pick and choose what it is that you want and you actually need. So pretty cool stuff. So that is OptiView. Okay, PRN, Physician Recommended Nutraceuticals. Now, this is a supplement company. Paul and I knew nothing about them until yesterday when we interviewed one of their executives, and now we know everything about them.
Yep.
What they have for eye docs, which is critical, is an omega-3 supplement, but one that's backed up by science, which is sort of unusual. They did clinical studies on their particular supplement, and they came up with a 60-day program that you can prescribe to patients. And the reason they chose 60 days is because that's what their science showed them as being an effective
for
range
dry eyes.
For dry eye.
For dry
For dry eye.
Not constipation, just dry eyes. Okay.
Yes, they weren't looking at constipation, just dry eyes. So anyway, they have the 60-day formula that you can prescribe to patients, and I think one critical thing about it is that you know the quality's high. A lot of times you'll prescribe things for patients and say, just go take an omega-3. They'll go to the supermarket and you have no idea what they're getting, and that's probably why they fail a lot of the time. At least here, you know exactly what they're getting because you're prescribing it from your office.
And they can't get it anywhere other than your office or another eye care professional's office.
Correct.
What I love about it, what do you say? It comes to, do you sell it for a 60-day supply for about $100, a little less than $100?
Give or take, yeah, 60 days supply.
And the cost, the regular price is $43, so you're more than doubling your money even at the regular price. But if you get it at the show now, go to PRN, it'll be $35 a bottle.
So about 20% off is the discount here at the show.
It's a good deal, and if it works, you know, it...
Yeah, and again, they backed it up by science. They did studies, so I think it's an interesting program. Rather than just waving your hands and saying, go take an omega-3, you're doing something for the patient that's concrete, and you can follow up with the patient 60 days later and see if it works.
And as my mother said about chicken soup, it can't hurt when you have a cold.
There you go.
So it can't hurt your dry eye. It can only help.
So I would definitely stop by their booth if you're interested in omega-3 supplement and give that a shot. Who is next? Signet Armorlight. So, distributor of Kodak lenses, and they've been the exclusive distributor for at least 20 years, maybe longer. So if you're looking for an alternative lens and you've never tried Kodak lenses, give them a shot. Go into their booth and take a look. They have all the technical specifications sitting there, so you can learn a lot more about them. They also have a lab that they run where they can work with these lenses.
They didn't give us any discounts, but it doesn't hurt to ask.
Yeah.
You know, I have to quote my first accountant, who was a great lover, and I said, Stanley, how are you so successful with women? He says, I ask. So as far as discounts are concerned, it doesn't hurt to ask what's the deal here, even if they don't have one.
Sure, you can always ask. I think the important thing, though, and the reason that I appreciate them is because they are one of the, I guess they're the only lens manufacturer that came on to the conference.
Well, I wonder why. Don't ask.
We won't get into that. We won't get into that. No, let's not talk about that. But yeah, so they were the only one that came on, and we're really appreciative of that. So
no, give them a show.
We just ask you to please go in, or at least go into their booth and say thank you for helping us out. Who's next? Smart Vision Labs, our friends. So we interviewed them yesterday too. Smart Vision Labs makes the SV1, which is a handheld aberrometer. It hooks up to an iPhone. It's maybe about, let's see, maybe this big. It hooks up to an iPhone. So where's my iPhone? So if you have your phone here, it gloms right onto it like this. Tiny. It's maybe about the size of my fist, maybe smaller. When you buy it, they give you the iPhone with it because they don't want you using your personal phone. I guess they've had all kinds of disasters, I would imagine. You don't want to mess with your personal phone with this.
I wonder if Steve has one of those too. Who has one?
Okay, so Steve Nelson is using one. Michael Davis is using one. A bunch of people who are in the chat room have this thing. And they like it. Nelson in particular goes to nursing homes all day. So for him, having something this tiny, an aberrometer this tiny, is an incredible thing because it can go from room to room to room. He also said it can last, I think he said, for 50 patient encounters before you have to recharge the battery, so that's pretty good.
That's one nursing home visit.
Yep. So
anyway, the good deal is if you can go over to the booth while they're live, you'll get a 10% discount.
Yep.
If you stall, it'll still be 5% during the duration of the time the booth is up. So you'll get 5% up to May, but you can get 10%. If you're going to buy it, why not get an extra 5% on the deal?
Right.
And you're talking about a $4,000 product?
Yeah, it's about $4,000, give or take.
So, man, the $400 is...
It'll pay for your conference.
Pay for your conference.
So
you should take us out to dinner.
There you go. One other nice thing that you can appreciate about it is because it's iPhone based, they can update the app that runs the aberrometer, and so they're constantly making revisions to it, which is something that a lot of people don't appreciate, that it's easy to update this thing.
Yeah.
So as they improve it, you get the improvements on your device as well. So Smart Vision Labs, check them out. And who's next? Specialty promos.
Yes, we met him yesterday.
Okay, so unlike most of the other companies here, this is not strictly an eye care company. They make promotional items like this pen, things like that. Interesting company though, because they'll do a wide variety of things, not just things like these cheap pens, but they'll do more fancier things.
A T-shirt.
There you
How
go.
about a T-shirt with an eyeball,
well,
two eyeballs?
Well, no, I mean
you don't want that.
They do some interesting things. You know, they'll do educational materials as well for your patients, which I found really interesting.
Yeah.
Once I started looking at their site, we started coming up with all kinds of ideas for what you can use in eye care. And in fact, if you go to their website and type in optometry into their search box, it'll give you back a list of the kinds of things that you might want to use.
And you can come up with fun ideas. How about a balloon? I even just thought of this second. You have kids coming in. You can have a balloon with your logo on it.
That's the worst idea. That's the worst idea.
Well, listen, just off the top of my head.
That is the worst idea.
It's early. Come on, give me a break.
You know what kids do with balloons? They pop them. You want to just have the whole office sound like fireworks going off all day. Anyway, check them out. They're having, at the show, a 10% discount on your first order and no setup fee. So if you've ever ordered tchotchkes like this before, you'll know that no matter how many you order, whether it's 1 or 1,000, you pay a setup fee because they have to program in the logos and stuff like that. So they're going to waive that for CEwire folks.
So just pay a visit. It'll be a fun visit.
Yep.
At least that you'll have a good laugh.
It's fun. I mean, you know, it really is interesting looking through and seeing all the different kinds of promotional things you can do for not that much money to keep your. And I'll mention one right now, the calendar. So what the president of the company was telling us is that one of the most successful promotions he has is one guy for his company orders these customized desk calendars, and with the company's logo on it, and he hands them out to his clients, and his clients love them and insist on getting them every year. And this is putting the company name in front of people for an entire year. So, interesting idea. So check them out. So who's next?
Vision Instrument. We're going to learn about them today.
So so we're going to have the president on later in the day today, Bob Goldbacher. But again, they sell instruments, as the name implies. You know, a full line company. They have a wide variety of instruments. As the name also implies, they service what they sell. So if you're in the Northeast and you buy from them, you may actually get a friendly visit from them.
They do house calls.
They do house calls, and in fact, they did house calls to his office back when he was in practice. He had no idea.
Well, everything breaks, and I can't do anything.
He never left the exam room, so he didn't realize it. But these guys actually did.
And I'm not handy, so I wouldn't touch an instrument. So you need someone else. For sure.
So check them out as well.
But it's important. Their discounts are a secret. They wouldn't tell us. However, they will tell you.
If you enter the booth,
go in there and say, "What can you do for me?"
Right. Enter the booth and say, you know,
and
can you do better?
You'll have to do better than that.
But yeah, they're a full line distributor. They have all the different manufacturers that we've been talking about. So go on in there and take a look. Who's next? VSI. So Vision Systems Inc. You may have seen on ODWire over the years. So they are the largest reseller of refurbished equipment in the country. Grown from nothing to now a full-time staff of over 30 people, and this gigantic warehouse. In fact, later in the day, I'm going to bring up a picture so you can see it, where they take in the equipment, they completely refurbish it. A lot of times they tear these things right down to the base. If you go to their website, or I think even in their room, they have videos of them taking apart an edger and putting it back together. It is crazy. I mean, they just rip the thing apart and completely recondition it, put it back together. They even put a fresh coat of paint on the stuff that they do to make it look new.
So it looks new.
Yeah.
We don't have their discounts. I mean, they have discounts all the time. They're constantly running on ODWire.
Right.
However, we couldn't get the show discounts from Leo Hadley. Leo vanished. But he said he wrote to us yesterday. He was so busy setting up that he couldn't. I don't even know if he's at the ophthalmology meeting in Hawaii.
I don't know.
And it may be a big deal.
Yeah.
However, he did give us he said we should call him today. Unfortunately, we don't have his telephone number yet. But
I'll find him.
But if we call him, we'll find out what's going on, and I'm sure there's something going on. So just on spec, go pay a visit to their booth.
So the important thing to know about VSI too is that, again, since it's all refurbished, they have different products in at different times. And they have different, it's almost like a car dealer where you walk in and I say, okay, here's a Lexus, ES350, but they have 20 of them on the lot, all with different features, right, and different options. Same thing at VSI. You can find different pieces of equipment that have different features. And so you can price to exactly what you need based on what they have in their inventory, which is kind of a cool thing. You really get to shop, for an individual unit.
And they back their product, so if anything breaks down, they'll fix it.
Right,
and they're a new distributor for.
Yes, and also, we talk about refurbished stuff, but they're also an official distributor now for Zeiss for some of their new equipment. And if you go into their booth, they can tell you which units they have. So they're growing like gangbusters. They back up what they sell, and they actually have the technicians who understand how all this stuff works, because I certainly don't. Take a look at those videos of them ripping things
and best
apart.
of all, they advertise with us and OD-Wire. So.
There you go. And they've been very easy to work with. So, Uprise. So this is the new EHR from VisionWeb, and I'm putting "new" in air quotes. So it uses the latest technology, the latest web-based technology. It's a cloud-based system. And what VisionWeb did was they looked at all the other cloud-based systems that were out there, all the sort of systems that were built maybe a couple years ago, and they decided we're going to start with a clean sheet and use the latest technologies to build an EHR that people would want to use. And what they did very differently from other companies too was they took their time. Because they had the resources of VisionWeb behind them, they were able to work on this slowly and not have to roll it out to everyone all at once. The upshot is now they are ready to start marketing.
And the great mystery forum to me is our computer and software forum. And it's a very, very busy forum on OD-Wire, and people are constantly agonizing over the different companies. And I don't know what the hell they're talking about, actually, Adam would. But the fact is that here's a company that you could go to where you can have a brand new system. And most important, you have someone like Ian Lane, who's their VP, who is also a computer guy. He's an optometrist that can assist you. But the best news of all is, Ian says they're going to be giving you, if you go to the booth now, you can save up to $2,000 in setup.
Wow.
So if you're considering a new system that's in the cloud, whatever that is, okay.
You're in the cloud right now, man.
I'm in the cloud. But whatever it is, I would suggest you go over there and talk to them and see how I think the big problem with many of you is you're committed to your system, but you're suffering, especially if you have one of the older systems.
Right.
What would it take to switch you over?
So
that is the key question.
So they have migration paths for all the major products. We were talking to them about this. Specialists who are there can hold your hand through it as well. So you're not the only person who's going to be transferring away from a lot of these legacy systems.
So it's called migration.
Migration, yes.
Migration,
like a bird.
Not immigration.
Like a bird, yes.
Migrate.
But
okay.
they can help you with the path, and it's a really interesting product. And again, just because it's taken them so long to get out there, they've really tried to refine it. And the other thing that I liked about it too, having seen it up close and personal, because my OD, Charlie uses it, is their support service is good too. So, for instance, you can reach a human being relatively quickly. It's not
an Indian accent somewhere.
No. So when you need support, you file a support ticket with them. You'll get a quick response from them. They have this agile development process that they're using to build and support the product. So yeah.
Okay.
So they check them out. So let's see, who's next? Whoops, not Uprise again. We know you guys.
I think, aren't we over?
I think we're, no, Wells Fargo. I'll just tell you about them.
Wells Fargo wagon, absolutely.
So Wells Fargo obviously is a bank, and we have the practice finance arm working with us, and they have financed literally hundreds upon hundreds of optometric practices over the years. And so why would you want to work with them as opposed to just walking down to the corner bank? The big reason is because of their experience. They can tell you when you're about to step on a landmine. If you go to them, explain to them your business and what you're trying to achieve, they can immediately size you up and say, this is going to fail because X.
and they're cash flow people.
Right.
They're not going to give you a loan based on the practice you're going to purchase based on the practice inventory.
Right.
Because you know what that's worth. Borscht.
Yeah.
So they talk cash flow, and for you folks that are considering selling your practice, I know that you're emotionally attached and you think it's worth X amount. It might not be worth that X amount, and there's Wells Fargo to come in as someone that might tell you what a realistic asking is based on your cash flow and based on what the new purchaser will have to generate
Right.
to pay them back. And the other good part is we're talking about instruments here that can go up to 100K.
Mm-hmm.
So Wells Fargo is there to give you a loan on product as well.
Right, and
on
again,
instruments.
as Paul was mentioning, if you're a younger practitioner and this was all Greek to you, cash flow is an important thing because don't worry that you have a huge, student debt load. That to them, the absolute amount of it is not as important to them as figuring out if your practice can support your loan payments on top of everything else. So don't feel like, oh my gosh, I have $100,000 in debt and no bank will ever issue me a loan. That's wrong. They will, but you just have to work with them to figure out if the plan that you're trying to execute makes sense.
Yep.
So
Absolutely. Okay, I think we went through our sponsors.
Yep.
We have a few minutes before our next speaker, so
Okay.
why don't we try to get Steve on?
Okay, so Steve.
Steve Silverberg is one of the more successful practitioners in the USA, and he has a very upscale practice in northern New Jersey. He's not afraid to look a patient in the eye and charge them fees that he thinks he's worth. So Steve, why don't you go dial Steve up and we'll chat a little bit, mainly about Optos, but Steve, feel free to talk about anything. We got 15 minutes.
Okay, so let me see if I can get him here. Steve, where are you? Okay. He gave me his correct number. Good. Yeah, this chat thing turned out to be useful.
Hello. How you guys doing? You're doing a great job.
Hey,
Thanks, Steve.
how's it going, Steve?
We're gonna do a talk show. I forget about OD Wire. We're gonna just get on in the morning. And
I think you might take the place of who's the guy that's failing, who's losing to Fallon, and
Right.
I forget the political guy. But anyway, I think you make a good team as long as you don't fall asleep in the last half hour of the show.
Yeah. Oh my God.
So everything's going. Just a quick summary. Everything's going fantastically today. Smooth as silk. Lectures are great. But let's talk about what you want to talk to them about.
Okay, great. Yeah. So, and if everyone doesn't know, Steve is putting together the conference with us, and he's right now wandering the different lectures to try to help people and see what's going on because Paul and I are trapped in the space, so we don't know what's going on there. so Steve, thank you for doing that because we really have no idea what's happening.
It's my pleasure. First hour was a little hectic yesterday, but it all smoothed out.
Oh, good. So, Steve, the one thing we wanted to talk to you about, let me actually bring it up here on the screen for everyone, is Optos. Because as I recall, you and I were at Expo West, maybe it was? I don't even remember. When you decided to take the plunge and you were there and you bought a Daytona unit.
Yep. And I'm very satisfied. As a disclosure, this is going to sound like I am, but I'm not a paid consultant to Optos at this point in time.
Yet, but after this, you never know.
Maybe. Anyway, I did get a fairly good discount of $5,000 at the show, and so it netted out to be $90,000 with tax when it would have been $90,000 without tax before. And also, frankly, they helped us. I think that made them become a sponsor also because I was working with them. They worked with us. So it was a one-hair quid pro quo. But in any case, when I analyze purchasing things, my patients come to expect new equipment literally every year, and that's our brand, and it works for us. And I was a little nervous also. I would have taken this for a zero return on investment. The first thing I looked at is we're having a good year, and I assumed the 179 election was going to come through and be raised to a fairly good amount, which it was. And so we were immediately able to deduct $90,000 off our taxes for 2015. So that, if you do the calculation, pays for the first couple of years of leases right there. Also, the bank gave us a great deal where we don't have to pay the lease, and it's a $1 buyback 5-year lease for 7 months. So we have 7 months of the use of the instrument free. Now, I am very lucky to have great technicians, good quality people, and at first I put a script together to how to present it. and we're charging $29 to do the Optos, and we don't use it as a means to not do dilation. We don't market it that way. We market it as just a new device that allows us to see things better. Well, each one has a different personality, and they put together their own, not script. They just talk to patients, and we're averaging about 400 tests a month. So if you do that math and multiply 400 times 30, that's $12,000. The lease is going to be $1,500. And that doesn't take into account the tax savings. And most importantly, I could do more things. It does autofluorescence, for example. So when I have certain problems, I can have the patient back and do the test. If I do see a problem they want to document and do a retinal photography, they have a screening mode, which we use. And then they go into a more high-resolution mode so we can actually bill more things that are legitimate and document them. And the biggest thing is the wow factor. Patients are just wowed by it. They just love the look at it. It doesn't look like a retinal photo. It's just so wide-encompassing. They have a scheme where you present a 3D view. It actually just kind of goes through the whole fundus. So that alone is incalculable how we build a practice. So it has turned into a great thing for the practice, a great thing professionally for the patients. We are picking up some retinal problems that are so slight, so tiny tears in the periphery that, frankly, I might miss even on dilation, that the retinal specialist, including Mark Friedberg, who's a lecturer here, is amazed that we're finding. And he said, it makes my job so easy to do a little laser rather than handle a retinal detachment down the road. So I think that's about it, but you can understand what we're saying. We're extremely profitable. I would have liked to be just as I would have taken this to be revenue neutral, but it turned out to be a cash cow as well as a professional cow. So anybody that's looking into it should discuss with them. You don't have to be a big practice. It is a $1,500 a month lease it works out to be, but if you calculate what you'd have to charge patients, or the fact that you now have just a retinal camera, and if you don't have a retinal camera at all, and you have to do retinal photography on glaucoma or any retinal disease or diabetes or something like that, you now have a retinal camera in and of itself. I like the value-added approach that this is something that's not included in the regular examination, and patients have taken to it. The percentage is very high, and I never expected it to be that way.
Yeah.
Biggest take-back is get quality people.
Steve, one question. Is there a service contract attached, or is that part of the $1,500?
It was the first 2 years are part of that, and then after that, I believe it'll be like about $4,000 or $5,000 a year, which I'll probably do. If you that's maybe 1/2 a month of what we're taking in as far as extra profits. So this instrument is complicated, and I think it will break down. So I'd rather have peace and not have a large layout of $30,000 or $40,000 for a laser or something.
Right. Well, speaking of the instrument, you got the Daytona. Do you just want to speak to a little bit about the instrument itself? Because I know a lot of people, when they think about Optos, think about the older units, but this new one looks radically different.
First of all, the impression is like you're being tested by a Ferrari. It's
right.
We chose a high-tech kind of gray metal color, and it comes in, I think, turquoise and one other color, I believe. So it just looks impressive. Number two, the footprint in the small practice, it doesn't take up a lot of space, so that's also good. Number three, the instrument is extremely easy to use. They could take pictures over and over again. The taking of the test literally takes 1/10 of a second. Positioning the patient might take a total of 30 seconds, and we've been able to do elderly people and kids with no problem at all. And so the whole look, feel, and administration of the test. I have other instruments that I also do value-added testing. One's called an MPOD, for example, and we do that on specific patients with drusen, etc. It's not covered by insurance, doesn't have a code like the Optos does. But that takes a long time, so we hesitate to use it, and we have the patients back because we have to schedule more time. This is something we can add right in the pre-screening area. Takes maybe a minute and a half. I listen to my techs, and their presentation maybe takes another 20 or 30 seconds. So it really doesn't come up the works at all, and the look is extremely high-tech and looks different than all my other instruments for the typical white, vanilla medical equipment.
I used to have pink and green equipment.
Yeah, I had two old associates, Paul. One had a peach one. They came into my practice. I had bought theirs. One was a peach one was a green one. Yeah, now we use them as planters now.
Yeah. One question I have, I think some of the smaller practices would ask this question. Is that easy for him to talk? He's a 3-person OD practice with a fairly significant volume. What do you think is the break-off point? If it's a very
Well,
eight
forgetting about
patient a day
tax savings and wow factors, which you know I can't calculate for those people, the practice management part. Let's just do a little math. If you're charging what I am, $30 a month a test, and you have to make 1,500. Let's do the math in my head. You have to do 50 tests a month, or approximately 1.5 a day, 2 a day, something like that.
So it's easy. It's doable. Even
it's
for the
very doable
for the smallest practice.
Yeah, a small practice can do it, and that's now revenue neutral, but they still have the tax savings, and they still have the wow factor, and they still have an instrument that they could use as a retinal camera and have autofluorescence and have all these various filters to see different areas of the retina that a regular digital retinal camera doesn't have.
And the important part, I think, is you have to be enthusiastic about the product.
Absolutely.
You can't think it's an also-ran product, that all the negatives that we heard years back, because if you say that, then it goes to the staff, and the staff will be just not enthusiastic. So patients will say, what the hell, why should I bother?
You know, it goes beyond that, Paul. When I first presented to the staff, they kind of probably thought in their head, another test, another thing, another way of making money. But they see the wow stuff in the instrument. When they look at something and they bring the patient in the room, they say, I want to know what that is. So actually, they got motivated by the test itself, not by me, and they really feel, when you feel the value of something and truly believe in it, it comes across to the patients.
Yep, absolutely.
So
okay.
Maybe I'll be a paid sponsor for them, but I have no more time in my schedule. So Optos, it's $1 million an hour, and I'll come on board.
That's so funny.
Absolutely.
So Steve, beyond Optos, let's just talk for a second, since we have you here. You know, about the conference itself. You know, Steve. You know, we work closely with Steve, Paul, and I, putting all of this stuff together, and. You know, I'm sort of curious, now that we're here and we're doing it, what's your perception? What's going on out there? What are people saying? And what do you think we could do better next time?
Well, I don't think we can do anything better as far as the lectures, as far as the quality of lectures, as far as the depth and diversity. We can't do anything better than that. I think I would like to have a little bit more. People are shy. I think the speakers were expecting a little bit more interaction on the part of the people. And somebody made a point early in your discussion, I think with Daniel, that people, it's better than regular CE because you're listening to a lecture and you can ask questions and it's text, but yet the lectures are getting 3 or 4 or 5 people asking questions rather than the plethora. And it's very easy to answer via text and you don't disturb the lecture. Everything's gone seamlessly, though. So as far as the big thing is, if I was taking this and only had the 2 days, and I'm looking at 4 lectures, it's good, better, best. So there's just nothing that I could say poorly about the lectures. They all did a wonderful job. We could probably get them to do videos and be more elaborate, but I don't think that's necessary. You don't need more wow factor in this. You're doing enough on your end there.
So it's really educating the audience. Don't be afraid to ask questions.
Right.
I think so many of them psychologically say, I don't want to interrupt the speaker. But you're not interrupting.
And I've been getting emails from people I know who didn't know about the lecture, and they're kind of compatriots, colleagues of mine, that just compliment me to no end and how good everything is and how all-star everything is, including some speakers that are just honored to be there. Some feeling that, gee, there's so many all-star heavy hitters here that they don't even belong, yet they did very, very quality lectures.
Absolutely, and we want to have some. And we want to have some of the younger speakers. We can't just keep taking the veterans. Veteran speakers. We want to have some young people.
We have the young OD of the year, right? The Tamara Petrosian, right? So, and actually, she just emailed me. She wants to be on the live show today. So I got her number, and we can
see if we can squeeze her in. But what you want to talk about?
I asked her.
I don't know.
She's more involved with pediatrics, vision therapy, binocular vision. I have lectured with her on things like myopia control, and she's just a doll. And she's a very well-spoken. I won't say. I'll say lady or doctor. I sent an email out, just interesting, to the NJ listserv about something else. I was recommending a nutritionist. I said, this girl is great, and I gave the website link to it. And I got a female doctor sending me a letter back saying, how chauvinistic, calling her a girl. And I said, I would have called her a guy. And so we diffused the conversation. We shook hands.
Yeah, that dates you. Anyone that says my girls, that dates the practitioner. He talks about staff. Yeah, you can speak to my girls.
So, call Tammy a doctor, and she's sweet. So if she does come on and speak to you, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I'm always worried about Paul and what he's going to say next. He's going to start talking about Islewild Airport and all this stuff. He's going to drag stuff up from the '60s. I'm like, enough. Let it go.
No, you mean the '60s are gone? They're coming back.
I'm so sorry.
Listen, when you live through Mad Men,
demonstrations.
Yeah. God, but yeah.
So again, in summary, the show, I don't think we've had a learning curve, as you know. This first show was great, and this is better, and there's still room to improve. I think we'd have to think about them, but there's a lot of nips and tucks that we can do, and maybe we can convince Bits NY, who runs the show for us, to actually improve their software a little bit. Maybe we'll have everybody with little avatars come around and they can speak with each other in a virtual forum. But that's up to them to write the software.
How do we not compete with athletic events? Are you now competing with football? And
what are you
there's always something. Basketball?
I never thought about this. I would have done it the week in between on Super Bowl. There's a 2-week delay in Super Bowl, and then do it the week that there's no football games would have been better. But the fact that people can take it on demand, in fact, the ratio is most people are taking them on demand in delayed fashion, so they can watch the football game and also do this at the same time. Unlike if there was a convention taking place, which there actually is. I won't mention the Dr. Alliance, but it's taking place during the football season, and they didn't get a good turnout. It doesn't matter here because you can segue your time and just like a DVR, watch it another time.
When does football start? With what hour?
All
I know is it cuts into CBS in the morning on the West Coast.
Oh my God!
I believe one's at night. Let me just get the games here. One's at we're getting killed. One's at 1 p.m. and one's at 4 p.m.
Eastern time.
It's all at Eastern time.
But you're always going to compete with something though, and in fact, we didn't even realize that. I forgot that Hawaiian Eye was going on. Now because before we never had any ophthalmologists really. I mean, we had a couple like Friedberg, but now that we're getting ophthalmologists speaking here too, I completely forgot that Hawaiian Eye was going on and people were making their way out to Hawaii. So for some ophthalmologists, that could actually be a challenge going forward. So we'll see.
But if you build a good mousetrap, you're going to get a large amount of people, and certainly if we chose a different day, it might get better, worse or better. But having it at the beginning of the year is good because a lot of states turn over their continuing education at that point. And what you haven't mentioned, as much as I'm excited about it, is I think next year it's going to be called CEwire International 2017. We have Australia and New Zealand and England and Serbia and Latvia and a few others are missing. It's becoming a more international event, and I would love to expand that to the whole world and maybe even get people on the moon to join.
There you go. Here's the interesting thing about that, and most people don't realize this. The credits from this conference are valid in a lot of different countries, and so we were able to get Australian approval. New Zealand should be coming. They haven't gotten back to me yet. Obviously Latvia. So there are a whole bunch of countries where COPE is used as sort of the yardstick for whether or not CE is valid. And so hopefully next year we can also get the UK on board. Their rules are a little bit more, challenging.
It's also important that people in these other countries might not get this quality education from these all-star speakers. So some are joining, I think, just to see the lectures.
Right.
Yep. Or the deals. I think even if you don't attend a single lecture, just going to the vendors and saying, if you're looking to buy instruments or product or services, you save several $1,000s. It's worth the $179 investment.
Sure.
10 times over, or more in some cases.
Yeah.
I think also your ratings are going to beat the Democratic debate tonight. So.
That took smart move there too.
I told you they don't want people watching it. That's why they put it there. It's
They did the last one like that also. They did it on Saturday night.
Intentionally. They wanted to sink Bernie Sanders. Ridiculous.
All right, so let's see.
No more politics.
I actually have to go because I have my lecture in about a half hour, and I want to.
It's 12:30.
My lunch in front of you here.
Good luck, and so we'll talk later. Hopefully, you'll be back in the chat room, and we'll go from there.
Great, and guys, keep up the good work, and give Paul some amphetamines.
He needs them, trust me. All right, catch you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and I just got word here in the chat room from Mike Olson. I was mentioning Australia and New Zealand. They are now ARBO members. So no wonder it was so easy. And I'll tell you this, Mike. New Zealand hasn't gotten back to me yet as to whether or not we're approved, and it was my fault because they didn't meet. It was the New Year, holidays and stuff like that. So we were going to hear even, I think, tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's the summer vacation time.
Yeah.
Not only are they the day ahead of us, but their vacations are different. They're in the middle of summer.
I'm gonna guess that we'll get approved without much of a trial. I mean, Australia was so simple. They're like, sure, it's valid, it's COPE approved, go for it. So
yeah, absolutely. Oh, John is waiting for us.
Oh,
and he has a class in a half hour. So let's move along.
So hang on, let me get the phone going again. So
yeah, while Adam is doing it. I don't think John Rompakis, OD MBA, needs any introduction. He is an absolute expert on billing and coding, and he will have a few points to make beyond what he's giving at his presentation. So let's see if we can get him on the phone, and we go from there.
Okay, so let me give him. I need his number.
Oh, you need his number. Here you go.
Okay, so the funny thing about John, just so everyone knows, he's our neighbor here, and yet we never see him in Oregon. The only time I ever see John is when we're at conferences on the road, but literally he's,
right around the corner.
Just right around the corner, which is pretty funny because Oregon's not exactly a big place. So, okay. Which number should I use is the question. Cell number?
Yeah.
Or cell number.
I think he said either one, but let's try the cell.
Boy, I really need an assistant. Who wants to volunteer next time to be my producer? Hopefully you didn't flip the digits on this one.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Well, I was getting cross-eyed by the time I was doing that.
Hello.
Hi, John. Paul Farkas here.
How's it going,
hey,
John?
Good morning. Good. It's going well.
Excellent. So thanks for speaking with us here this morning. I was just mentioning in the live stream that we're neighbors, but we never see each other.
I know. It's the funniest thing. I'm even noticing your backdrop back there. I'm like going, I wish they would show Portland in the background, but it'd be a little bit gray.
It would just be a big gray cloud.
Did you see the weather this morning? I drove in.
I did.
In the dark.
I did.
From wine country. Yeah, the roads aren't lit. It's very exciting.
That's right. That's right.
So, John, we introduced you before you came on the air, and I know that you have a talk coming up for us soon, right?
Yeah, we have one, and I guess it starts in 30 minutes.
Okay, so we'll be brief then. We won't keep you, but thanks so much for being here. So, I guess we really wanted to talk to you since you are one of the international experts on billing and coding. People come to you and trust you. The big thing that's been on people's minds as of late is ICD-10. And so, I guess it just went live in October. So I guess my first question is, has it been better or worse than you thought it would be?
I think it was the implementation of it went much better for just about everybody out there. I mean, there's a few things that are still overhanging, and in fact, that's the title of my lecture coming up, is the ICD-10 hangover. But I would tell you that it went very, very smooth. I think that optometry as a profession responded really, really well to most of the training efforts that were out there. Lord knows we all, there's many of us that were on the lecture circuit that did, I did probably 60 to 75 lectures alone in the second half of the year on ICD-10 implementation. And I thought most people did a great job of actually implementing it, and it's gone very, very well.
Great. So what have you seen in terms of disasters, if anything? Any common errors?
I think that there's been some, I think the biggest thing is that people are learning that they actually have to be better at diagnosing what the pathologies actually are. Since ICD-10 is so specific, they actually have to identify pathology. I think that there's also a lot of issues that they're not relating to as far as laterality goes. And then on top of that, I think that you have people, some individuals misinterpreting some of the federal guidelines that were put in place as far as CMS not being specific to the specificity of the code to the right of the decimal point. So there is a leniency period that they put into place for 1 year, but I think some individuals have misinterpreted that.
Right. And speaking of leniency, have you seen a lot of rejections now in terms of claims?
Not a huge amount. We are seeing rejections starting to come through, so it's 90 days out. A lot of people are starting to report these things. Primarily, what I'm seeing is that there's misuse of, again, laterality with respect to procedures. So, for example, if somebody's doing a fundus photograph, fundus photography by definition is bilateral. And if I've got only a pathology now that the ICD-10 code says that it's on the right eye, people have a mismatch between the laterality of the procedure and the laterality of the diagnosis. Or if they're doing a lid procedure, they're not specifying the proper E modifier with the appropriate lid diagnosis. So there are some things there that are catching some people up. Also, the findings for abnormal or normal findings, what those mean. But, it's been very, very small, Adam and Paul. It's been very, very minimal compared to what it could have been.
Sure. And in fact, I was sort of wondering about the EHR systems. Like I know systems like Uprise are ICD-10 from scratch, but most of them are not. And I'm kind of wondering, have you seen any problems or has it been pretty smooth?
It's been pretty smooth. I have found that there are some systems out there that have inadequate ICD-10 search engines, so they don't even have all of the 72,000 codes that are actually supposed to be part of the ICD-10 group as far as diagnosis codes go. There are some EHRs out there that don't have the full complement of codes in there. With the nod to Uprise, one of the things that's really great about it, as you mentioned, is that it was written natively in ICD-10. And I can speak firsthand. My company, CodeSafe Plus, actually integrates with Uprise. So not only do you get the full complement of ICD-10 codes, but you also get zip code specific correlations between CPT and ICD-10 diagnoses that are specific to your actual zip code.
Oh, that's crazy. Do you integrate with other platforms as well, or is it just Uprise?
No, we integrate with a lot of different EHRs out there and other, instruments and things like that to provide the best real-time data that we can.
Wow, fantastic. Yeah. So I guess the big question then is going forward. What are you seeing in 2016? Now this is as we're getting into the new year. How are things changing? Any new codes people should be aware of and so forth?
Not a whole lot of new codes. Obviously, reimbursements for optometry stayed very constant this year, actually increased just slightly. Ophthalmology reimbursements went down significantly, particularly for many surgeries or surgical codes that ophthalmology would do. So those were major changes there. I think the biggest thing that just shook us up that we heard about at the Morgan Stanley Healthcare Conference in San Francisco last week was the CMS administrator now giving a nod to abandoning meaningful use or coming up with a new program for that. So, more to come on that. Not a lot of details yet on what they're going to replace it with or how they're going to modify the system, but I know that MU2 has been difficult for many people to implement, and if you look forward to MU3 that's supposed to be coming in 2017, very difficult to imagine how that would actually be implemented on a practice level.
Right. You're being very polite. People on ODWire are far less polite about meaningful use. So
yeah, I understand. I understand. Here's the problem that we have, right, in healthcare. Healthcare reform, everybody has to understand it was really about cost containment. Whether you believe in it, whether you don't, it's become politics. It's been much less about healthcare. And, some of these policies that come through, whether we like them or whether we don't, we're still obligated as licensed physicians to actually implement them. So, it's a mixed bag out there. And, my job, as you talked about a little bit earlier in your earlier conversation with Steve, is that, I've had the privilege of being out there for 32 years doing this stuff, and I know 32 years sounds like a long time, and it's the history and understanding the context of coding and compliance and what that really has become. It's a legal obligation. It's not just an option to generate revenue. It's a big misconception on that.
Right.
Sure. Is most of the billing and coding issues for Medicare patients, Medicaid patients, or is it for private insurers as well?
Well, so, everybody follows the same sets of rules, Paul. So, everybody has to follow the rules of the CPT and of the ICD. The law that requires us to do that is actually HIPAA. That was passed in 1996. So HIPAA requires us to follow those rules and requires carriers to follow those rules. We see coding issues or medical record compliance issues with every carrier. And I will tell you very honestly, sometimes carriers enforce the rules improperly. And so you need a seasoned person who understands the history of a code to be able to go in and fight that if a carrier's coming after you or if they're denying payment or if they're auditing you. You need to be able to understand exactly how that code was originally put into place, what the context of it was,
right,
to be able to fight it effectively.
Right. Great. Okay, well, John, we're going to let you go since you have your class coming up. Good luck with it, and we look forward to hearing how it goes for you.
Okay.
Great, guys. Thanks so much, and look forward to a successful program.
Maybe we'll see you in a supermarket somewhere.
It'll happen eventually.
Probably in the wine section, right?
There you go.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, John.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Yeah, it's funny that we never run into him. He travels a lot, actually, which is the real reason. He's constantly on the road, going to conferences and so on. So, yeah. Well, great. Alrighty, so let's see where we're at. Let's see how people are doing here.
Now, who we going to? Somebody wants to come on to get our 15 minutes of fame. The young OD.
Yeah, so she might come on later. I'm just waiting to hear. Yeah, I have her number. I'm just waiting to hear back from her if she can do it. She is like the rest of us, right? Because it's Sunday today, at least here in the United States. So people are at home. So she's got her kids running around, just like we have kids running around.
Very quiet upstairs.
Very quiet. Yeah, it's been quiet here.
Very good.
So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So excellent. So who's next? Who's next on our list?
Susan will at 1:00. We're going to have Sue Resnick, and I indicated that we've had enough dry eyes, we've had enough contact lenses, enough COPE-approved stuff. We're going to talk about real life.
Boy.
Sue, so let me say a little bit about Sue. I've known Sue for many, many years. She came to me as a patient as a teenager, and I don't know if the practice was an inspiration to her or what, but she ended up going to optometry school. She ended up, when she was in optometry school, working for us as a Saturday/holiday/summer technician. She was such an outstanding technician that we offered her an associateship as soon as she graduated optometry school. And she was with us many years, and then ultimately we started getting into the practice. At the present time, Sue Resnick is the managing partner, together with Jordan Cassellow of the New York City practice and the smaller practice in Roslyn, Long Island. And we're going to talk a little bit about with Sue, because the practice is one of the unique practices in the United States, in that it doesn't accept any vision care plans. Number one. Number two, it doesn't accept assignment for medical things. I think probably when I was there, we accepted assignment for Medicare, but that was it. Everyone else, at least when I was there, maybe Sue can update me. It's been 20 years or more. But everyone that came into the practice ended up getting a super bill. They paid their bill, and they dealt with their insurance carrier, and whatever the insurance carrier paid them, good luck to them. But that was not our problem. I think the difficulty with many ODs is that they accept assignment for everything. And I don't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing. I won't comment, but it does create heartache. So we're going to find out a little bit more about the guts of the practice as it is in the year 2016. So we'll find out much more about that from Sue.
Great, and that's in a few minutes, right?
Yep, and another 15 minutes, unless Sue was standing by, and you may want to try her. Maybe she's already there, and we can go a little early.
That's very rude.
What do you mean? I warned everyone.
You're rude. You're calling 15 minutes early.
A break.
If you showed up, if you showed up here today 15 minutes early, you would have had a wildly different scene going on.
I'm drinking coffee here. The caffeine. We got to have breaks.
That's right. We haven't had a break yet. So, oh my goodness. So let's.
So if Tamara wants to come on after Sue, we could have her in if the kids are quiet.
Yep. So we just have to figure it out if she wants to come on or not, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Okay. So I have her number there. So I think at let's say we could have her on at 2:30 Eastern time. So Tammy, we will slot you in at 2:30. So right before Alan Panzer, Tammy will be coming on.
Okay, and we're still waiting for Leo. Leo, if you're watching, we don't have a number for you, Leo.
If Leo is at Hawaiian Eye, there is no way he's doing this because just so everyone understands, for vendors who go to these conferences, physical conferences, it is a major hassle. It's an incredibly difficult thing to do. It's literally backbreaking work. Leo was explaining this to me. To get the instruments to where they have to go and then to set them up.
In Hawaii, yes.
In Hawaii, and these things are not light. And so poor Leo, if he's at Hawaiian Eye, is right now running around, setting all the equipment up, and then after he sets everything up and breaks his back, he has to stand there for however many hours.
And smile.
He's got to be
Shake
friendly.
Their hands.
And so for him, that's why he's willing to give good discounts here at a conference like this, because he doesn't want to,
Yeah, I mean, this is a blessing for any equipment manufacturer.
Yep.
To have a virtual conference, so we can do that. Here's Sue's number if you.
Okay, so let me get going here. I'm handling tech support right now. It's fun. Sorry, everyone, just having a tech support issue. See, part of running this thing is people will sometimes come to me with their tech support problems.
Why does it bother you? We're paying big dollars to Bits on Wire. Let them handle it. Listen.
So you know why people come to me, because they know my name. So when they have your email address, you're like the person of first resort, I guess. Okay, so what time is it? We still have a little bit of time before Sue comes on. So let me before we do that, let me just do one or two more things.
I'm glad this isn't radio, because this dead air time is deadly.
I know. Well, what am I supposed to do? We have these little gaps. I mean, we could talk about our sponsors again. What I really would love to do is get a few pictures up of some of the different things that the sponsors are doing, so you can see what I've been talking about.
We'll have a break.
So when we have a break, I'm going to arrange that.
By the way, if any of you have questions that you're out there, you want to ask us anything about anything.
That's true. We're sitting here.
We're sitting here just.
So Mike Olson actually just sent a comment. Again, talking about how Australia and New Zealand are part of ARBO now, and that's why our credits were approved. Mike's been very helpful to the conference, so I can't thank him enough.
And also, there's going to be a big development. Mark Bullimore, who I don't know, many of you know him from his past experience. He was with our sponsor, the charity. I'm getting a senior moment.
Senior moment.
Yeah, well, what's that charity? It's not Vosh. The other one from
the foundation.
The AOF. Okay, he was head of the AOF, but now he left that, and now he's with the International Group of Optometrists. There's an organization of I didn't even know this, but many thousands of optometrists worldwide. And he started that to become the executive director there. And we've been working with Mark to see if we can incorporate them into OD Wire. We have an international forum, and it would be a perfect fit to allow optometrists from the world to participate in conversations. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed that when we have it, our members will be on very good behavior, understanding that we have to be a little more sensitive to the needs of other people in other countries.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the problems with internet communication in general is that people, they tend not to be able to see outside of their bubble and understand that people think differently from them. And you think because you're sitting in your own house and you have your own computer, that people are in your space, but the reality is you're in their space as well. It is a shared space. So people who think differently from you have their own opinions, and getting hostile and clashing like that, never a good idea.
Nope. So
okay.
But everyone's been better lately, so we're
yes,
okay.
everyone's been on their best behavior, or as good behavior as we can hope for. So do you want me to try to give Sue a call?
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, she probably knows that you're usually early for stuff after all these years, right?
I mean, we've been obsessive compulsive. That's always early, and
oh my God.
Once again, you think it's easy, huh?
Oh no, I know it's not easy. In fact, you showed up so early yesterday that my wife Meredith was going to kill him and me.
Yeah. Wait, 6 o'clock in the morning's too early.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so let me get Skype going again. Whoops. Okay. Okay. Okay, hopefully I got that number right.
Hello?
Hello, Sue. We're a little early. Is that okay?
It's fine.
Okay.
Hey, Sue. Adam here.
Hi, Adam. How are you?
Good. How's it going?
Everything's good.
Okay.
Wait for a minute.
I already introduced you, so we don't your reputation precedes you, so they know all about the fact that in the interest of full disclosure, we mentioned that you are now the managing partner of a practice that people celebrated my leaving. There was a big party when the day I left. They said, "Thank goodness he's out of there." No more nagging.
Oh my God.
So we're not going to talk about contact lenses. We're not going to talk about dry eyes. We're going to talk about life. And since the practice is in one of the toughest cities in the world, where you have patients that are mini Donald Trumps, each a legend in their own mind.
Right.
They're not that easy to deal with, and they spend major dollars coming to the practice. And the question is, of course, how do you do it? How do you manage to do it every day? So
well, it's kind of a double-edged sword in that it requires a lot of strategy and having a team that is highly trained. But basically, the approach goes down to like the simplest, customer service 101. And that's to treat every patient like they're the only patient, and they're, they are legends in their own minds, but they are, when we're dealing with them on any level, whether it's on the phone or in the exam room, or in the waiting room, that they are the only patient we have, and it is catering to them, and obviously catering has its limits. But, just treating them very specially. And, it goes back to something I think, Paul, you used to provide tons and tons of lecture credits on practice management, and you always alluded to the Ritz-Carlton approach, and indeed that actually holds up. We actually had our staff attend a course given by Ritz-Carlton, customer service trainers. So it's providing the best care in the exam room. That goes without saying, but we all know that you can be the stinkiest doctor, but if your staff is great, you're perceived as being terrific, but the converse is also true. You could be the best doctor, but if your staff alienates somebody, it doesn't matter how good you are. So, it just goes back to the good old treat them like you want to be treated, but even a lot better.
Yeah, so there's an old sales expression is that to be successful, you got to give them the sizzle of the steak, but you have to have the stick. The steak has to be very, very good. So you have to have the combination.
Exactly. And, it's, even though we are in a high affluent area demographically, we do draw from all demographics. I mean, we have patients that come to see us who are, just ordinary people who maybe, I don't want to be politically incorrect here, but blue collar, not have any more money than the rest of us, or even less. But we treat them obviously the same way.
Right.
It's they're there because they need us, and there's a saying that goes, the happiest people are the ones you do the least for. Mm-hmm. So some of them require a lot of work because they have very complicated cases, and they may pay us out over 2 years. It may be they'll come in and give $20 cash at each visit, but we're going to treat them because we need to, and we feel that it's right to. So we try not to be exclusionary, although we do have what we call an exclusive practice. So we try to meet the needs of each individual and, really just look into how we can best help them on both the clinical and economic front.
So it's since you don't accept any vision care plans, how do you separate out these contact lens wearers from medical, from refractive? What's the secret?
So that's a great question. So what we do is this, and it's I guess no different than people who do work with vision care plans and insurance plans. And I do want to just tie this just a little bit into the presentation that I gave, because I think it really is key. And when you fit specialty lenses, and okay, I spoke about specialty soft lenses, but this goes to any medically necessary lens, you can do very, very well participating in well-selected plans just because of what you just alluded to, Paul, and that is you do have billing rights, if you will, on both levels. You're billing for the material, and you're also billing based upon the patient's underlying condition. So doctors that do work with medical plans, and that's the vast majority. I mean, our practice is, a white elephant. It's very unique, although I do know several other practitioners who don't work directly with third-party payers. But essentially what we do is we do the same thing as doctors that do accept insurance, but we provide a super bill to the patient so that they can submit to their carrier. So while they might not, get as much from an in-network doctor, we're considered out of network, and they'll get whatever it is, the 70 or 80% of the usual and customary fees. So we will give them, if they're on a vision care plan, we obviously give them a separate super bill for the materials. And then at each visit, we will give them an ICD-10 code for their underlying medical condition or chief complaint. And the fitting of the lenses goes in one category, and that's usually, related to the medical necessity. But the ongoing follow-up care would be billed medically. And again, when you're looking at patients, yes, they're wearing contact lenses, but you have to keep in mind that they have other things. So they may come in complaining of dryness, or you may see that they have GPC or an irritated pinguecula. I mean, there's always a medical diagnosis that may be impacting that patient's contact lens wearing experience. So doctors that do a lot of specialty lens fitting realize that it is a very, first, rewarding aspect of care, but also very, very profitable. And so for doctors who are, I'll use the word complaining or bemoaning the fact that there's nothing in contact lenses anymore, that it's all commoditized, it's not, if you think out of the box, and I know that term is just sort of overused these days, but it is true. And you can take let's say a patient who doesn't have ectasia or a serious eye condition, who just wants to be really comfortable in multifocal lenses. And so, of course, that's not a covered medically necessary thing. But, patients are willing to pay to be happy with their contact lenses. And so here you have the opportunity, if you are participating on plans, to work with products, materials, and services that are outside of the plans. And there's no law that says you can't provide services outside of the plans. So here's an opportunity to pretty much, have your cake and eat it too. Carefully select your plans, and for those patients who might benefit and have the resources to pay you for your expertise and offering, clinically superior services, offer better lenses that can be customized. And so I think you just have to set it up correctly. You have to have the right. Paul, you always lectured about delegating, having enough technicians to do this, charging for your time, and all the things that go into Practice Management 101.
Yeah, and speaking of assistants, you have to get the highest quality assistant. They were a direct reflection on the doctor, and so there shouldn't be leaving the romantic world of fast foods to come to you.
Right. Well,
they should be, superior.
Well, Paul, I'm going to disagree a little bit here. What we've discovered is we have plucked our best employees sometimes from, our most recent one a few years ago was somebody that was checking out one of us at a checkout girl, if you will, a woman, at a CVS, and we just noticed that she looked us in the eye. She was efficient, she was fast, she was accurate, she was friendly. And so, that's the stuff you can't train. If they were flipping burgers, but they have the personality, I can train them to flip contact lenses.
Yeah, that's true.
The converse is not necessarily true. I can take sort of the smartest, nerdiest, but, technically oriented person, but if they can't look the patient in the eye or smile or empathize, I'm not sure that they're as perfect as the burger flipper who can do all those things.
That's absolutely so.
I think there are skill sets that, you can add on, but you can't infuse.
Right.
So that's the way I look at it.
Plus, you got to give them decent medical care. The health care plan, so that they're locked into the office, so that you don't keep changing staff.
Yeah,
every
I think
2
that's
minutes.
When people ask us why, and we have employees now who've been with us, 30 years or more, and so that the question on the staff is, I'll tell you, that's what patients love about the practice the most. I mean, I've been there, 35 years, and they look at me as a relic, but they look at the staff as being engaged and happy where they are, and so when they ask me. And these are a lot of the long-standing patients. By the way, many of which remember you, Paul, and do send their regards.
Really?
Sometimes they ask me for your email address, and I go, oh.
No.
But,
I don't like to hug people, and I don't want their email.
Exactly.
I have enough friends.
But, they'll say, wow, I've never been to a practice where they keep the staff so long. So, of course, the first thing I say, well, it's just because I'm so lovely and charming. But we know that that's not true. We know that the truth is, the one thing we feel very strongly about is, and we've always provided full benefits in terms of health care. I'm not saying it every year. They do go on alert that we can't promise that forever because the costs are just insane. But, we're just managing to hold on and still provide that. And I think that's the only reason they stay, because, we really torture them all day long.
Yeah, it's hard work.
It is hard work.
They're under the gun.
And they really do work hard, and it's a lot of juggling and a lot of stress.
Absolutely. So, but there's fun parts of practicing in Manhattan. I'll never forget. I guess his name is no longer a household word, but there was an ophthalmologist called Charlie Kellman. Remember, was Charlie Kellman in your era?
He had a heliport, and he used to fly around.
He used to fly, come in with his helicopter.
He did my uncle's cataract surgery.
He rented Carnegie Hall because he played the saxophone.
He was a pioneer.
But he was Mr. Show Business, and he was always smart enough to hire very, very attractive associate ophthalmologists. They all looked like they were from Central Casting. And it was showtime in his place, and I remember in the early days he was referring cataract patients to us before implants, and a lot of them were old Jewish refugees, and they came to the office and says, doctor, I went to Dr. Kellman. He kept me waiting because it was his day, but he had a guitarist to entertain us in the practice. I don't know what to do. Should I tip him?
That's a good one. I haven't heard that one.
So I assured him, no, you don't have to tip the guitarist. He's there for your entertainment. So anyway, just to summarize, another close friend, George Panariello, who's an ophthalmologist. George is still practicing on Park Avenue. Isn't he down the road?
I'm not sure.
Because I didn't ask. He's certainly in Brooklyn.
He is. I know he's mostly in the Brooklyn office, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he comes to Manhattan anymore.
But anyway, at the end of the day, we used to crack open a bottle of wine. George is a big wine drinker, and we went over to the Columbus Club where he belonged, and we toasted, and we said to each other, we fooled him again. So every day you have to make certain that these patients are the center of your attention, and you've given them the impression that all is well, and so you can fool them again.
Well, that was the old days. Nowadays, patients are harder to fool, and there are a lot more of us doing the fooling. So you really do, have to be at the top of your game. Patients come in knowing the answers, and it's the reverse now. They're actually coming in and testing you. So
we have the internet.
It's an interesting dynamic, and having, I've bridged both worlds, both your world and the new world, and
the new world's not so easy.
It's not so easy to be a chameleon.
Absolutely. Any more final thoughts, Sue?
Sue, I have a question for you. Can I've just been sitting here listening to this, just shocked and horrified. But
I hope this can all be deleted because I just really am sitting here going, really?
Once it's on the internet, it's forever. So we're kind of stuck.
I know. This is that's it. Okay, whatever.
But I have one question for you. Last night the very last interview we did was with Jeffrey Sonsino. And he's a big specialty fitter, right? And he was talking all about the Valiant issue that's going on right now. And I don't want to get you in trouble.
No, you can't get me in trouble. I have no allegiances. I'm not a paid entity.
So there you go. So, but I'm just curious about your take, because he laid out the entire situation to us from the clinician's point of view, and it was fascinating because I'd never heard it before. Sort of stated that way so simply. I'm just kind of wondering from you. You're in this world. What do you think about what's going on?
Okay, so I wasn't on listening to Jeff last night, so I have no idea what he said. But here's my unbiased personal perspective without being influenced by what anybody said, because honestly I haven't spoken to anybody about this, but right now, or Valiant, I guess, is perceived as sort of the evil empire. I don't know. I, however, have no feelings of that at all. I think that they made some missteps for sure. I don't want to sugarcoat it, and I was very vocal sort of on the inside in expressing my feelings, and I did not speak for everybody, but I did imply that I believe everybody would agree with what I was saying, and I spoke personally to a number of the people at Valiant. But going forward, and again, I have no inside information. They don't answer to me any more than they answer to you or Jeff or anybody.
Sure.
But my impression is that going forward, I think they have a better understanding of what the missteps were. And I guess the question that everybody has been asking me is, well, what do I think about the acquisition of Alden Optical?
Yep.
And I work very closely with Alden, and have always been a big fan of their technologies, and actually I think I use them, as much of any technology in my office. And my feeling is this: as long as my product remains as excellent as it is, my customer service remains as excellent, and I don't feel like there's more red tape in dealing with the company, I honestly don't care who owns them. Mm-hmm. As long as nothing changes on my level and I can deliver the product to the patient. Obviously, the concern with practitioners is what's going to happen with pricing, right, because they think of it as a conglomerate kind of thing, but and less competition. Obviously, we're going to be watching that very closely. And the problem, that practitioners have now, especially when it came to the gas permeable stuff, was, okay, we're paying more for the materials, but we can't pass that cost on to the patient, nor necessarily would we want to. So that is where I think the fear is. I think the story is still unfolding, but I'm not of a panic-type mind. So I'm just taking everything with a grain of salt and, watching. But I'm not fearful, and I believe that Bausch & Lomb or Valiant's foray into the specialty vision correction is just going to offer better options and more education and more access to practitioners who believe they are up to the level and have the desire to fit these lenses. And I will also add on that as good as these lenses are and as well-trained as you can be, if you set your mind to be, it's also not for everybody. So, there are practitioners who are better off not fitting them. I think it's going to be a self-selecting process, but the goal is to get more practitioners involved and get a higher level of training and to keep the product portfolio and to expand it. So I'm looking at everything very positively.
Great.
Well, good. See, it was nice to get a positive outlook for once.
Oh, absolutely.
It was fantastic. Yeah. And yeah, so I guess I've pretty much said my piece. By the way, Sue, you gave your lecture this morning, right?
Yes, I did.
And how did it go?
I think it went well. You'll tell me.
We haven't heard anything bad.
It's very hard to know out there in cyberspace what's going on, Adam.
Right.
But,
Yeah. One comment was that the participants are afraid to ask questions.
yeah, I mean, I got no comments. I was going to send out a thing saying, "Is anybody alive out there?" But I didn't want to. So I sat there for an hour going,
Yeah.
Are they still sleeping? Are they doing other classes? Are they waiting to do this on demand in February? So I hope everybody enjoyed it. I really don't enjoy listening to myself, but I force myself to stay on.
You did?
You know, what's funny, Sue, is that people are actually afraid to ask questions because they think that you're talking, right? They think like, oh my gosh, I'm going to interrupt if I send you a question. And
maybe you should tell them that
it never even occurred to me. It never crossed my mind. So you're right.
Oh my goodness. You know what?
Next time, live and learn.
Maybe they're afraid to think it's a stupid question. Like I wondered about that, and there is no such thing. We all know that.
Right.
But maybe we have to put a disclaimer next year.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you had people from all over the world listening to your lecture with different skill sets. I mean, we have a huge contingent now from Latvia taking these classes, from Australia, New Zealand, from everywhere. And I'm just, sort of surprised that no one piped up at all, but I guess they're a little bit intimidated.
So it was either so easy they understood everything, or it was as clear as mud. So hopefully it was the former.
I'll let you know what their test scores are. We can figure it out that way.
Great.
Absolutely.
I tried to take the test and I went, uh-oh. Remember the answers.
Right.
All right. Well, thanks so much, Sue. Thanks for doing this today, and thanks for giving the talk.
Yeah,
it's been great.
Very good. Nice to be with you. And you both look wonderful on TV.
Oh,
really?
Thank you.
Okay.
We need makeup. I keep telling Meredith she's got to come down and like.
We need a makeup man here. So.
Well, we can work that out.
All right,
Okay.
Sue.
All righty, guys.
Thanks,
Have
Sue.
fun.
Great talking.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye
now.
Bye-bye.
Okay, it's always good to talk to friends.
Oh, it's always great to hear from Sue. And it's funny. Sue has a very positive approach to what's going on with Valiant. I will take a positive approach too. Alden is one of the sponsors of our site,
is that right? Yeah.
And so their acquisition was news to me. So it's going to be interesting to see, from our perspective, sort of from the media's perspective, what it's going to be like dealing with them. Are they going to be part, really integrated into the company, or are they going to just sort of go their own way?
Alden signed the contract, not Valiant.
Exactly. Yeah. Alden's been working
so
with
we'll
us,
see. But the proof is in the pudding. We'll see what happens down the road.
Yep.
So we have a little time. What would we like to do before our next star is coming? Art Epstein is coming.
So when is Art coming?
He's coming at 1:30. So we have about 15 minutes or so. If we want to talk about anyone out there in TV land that wants to ask us a question, we're here. And anything going on? You have the computer there.
Not so much going on. People are just asking, are there ways to ask private questions?
To whom?
In the chat room. So that's a really good question.
Does everybody see the questions when they type it in?
Well, it's a good question. Let's see.
That's they might want privacy.
I have no idea, actually. Good question. Yeah, so I think that you can do it at notation, and you can reach people that way, putting at in front of their name.
But just write a message that goes out to the world.
So this little chat box that you're seeing right now is to everybody. So everyone is talking here. So yeah.
Here. So if they want something private, they have to go where?
So I think you can use at notation. If you put at in front of the person's name and then type it.
Oh, like that. And then if you have to have your name.
Yes, I'm not sure. There's got to be a way to do private. I've never, and I'll be honest with you. When we put this together for the live stream, this chat box at the bottom, this was literally like the last second where we programmed this.
Yeah, and
so,
it shouldn't be. It should be public. I mean, if you want to send us a private message, you use ODWire.
Oh yeah,
send us a private message.
Yeah, so you're logged into ODWire right now. If you just click on the in the upper right-hand corner on that envelope icon, and you go down, when it'll give you a pop-down menu, you just go to Start New Private Conversation. You can send one to us. So there is a way to do it. I don't know the notation. In our next break, I'll actually go look And oh wait, I lied. So, well, no, quote, lying. Yeah, so in the lecture there's a private option. So in this chat box probably not, but in the lectures when people are talking, yes, you can actually send private messages to the speaker.
To the speaker?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a
But I really think the problem is that a lot of people are afraid because they think, oh my gosh, I'm interrupting the speaker.
Yeah.
So they don't know.
You're interrupting.
Yeah. You know, in theory, these lectures could be live. We actually had one speaker who wanted to give it a try. The problem is, you know, from doing live shows like this, I can tell you the timing is hard. And doing anything live on the internet carries huge risk. Audio, when you're doing something with audio-visual stuff, you know, even this live stream that we're doing, it took a great deal of work to actually set it up to go in real time.
Sure.
So I'm not sure it's something that people necessarily want to do.
Okay, so
all right. We have what, 15 minutes?
We have about 15 minutes.
If you want to go take a break, feel free. I can talk.
No, I'm pretty good.
I can talk things up with folks here about our advertisers again, because we have a lot of specials coming in that we're all aware of. And I'm curious.
Why don't we ask the folks here, have you visited the booth?
Yeah, let me ask any of you guys if you visited the booths yet, because it's important. Our sponsors, one of the ways that they know that they're getting traction with folks at the conference is just by the sheer number of people who visit their booths. So if you can just duck your head in and take a look to the sponsors, it's a very helpful thing to do.
Of course, buying is also better.
Buying is great. You know, there's certain sponsors who they're not really looking.
They're not here for.
They're not here for buying. I mean, they're just here to educate you. So, for instance, AccuView, right, Vistacon, they're not really here to sell you on lenses. They're here to just educate you about what they're doing.
Right.
But others obviously they have real items here for you to buy. So you might want to go ahead and do that. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, so we have a few minutes until art. And let me take a look here.
You know, I got to talk a little bit about Sue. She's absolutely amazing. You know, there's always a discussion, female associates versus male associates, who should get it in. All things being equal, will you take a man over a woman because women will be out because of childbirth, etc., etc. I've never ever had a female associate optometrist who took days off because of family obligations any more than a man. So since there are more women graduating, I tell the older practitioners, don't be afraid of having a female associate. They're incredibly hard workers, and Sue is a tremendous example. Not only does she cover the Manhattan practice, but she's responsible for the Roslyn practice, which is smaller than Manhattan, but certainly very, very active. And so she splits her time. She lives out in Long Island, but yet keeps an apartment in Manhattan, so she can sleep over. And she apportions her time very, very efficiently, because it's a mega practice that she's running.
She's also a better clinician than you. Towards the end, I would only let Sue check my eyes.
Oh yeah, you don't want me. Are you kidding? I mean, even you know, I check the age of any practitioner. I frankly, I don't take anyone for my healthcare needs that are approaching their 50s. I want them pretty much from mid to late 30s, in their 40s, because they still have some motivation and interest in practice.
This is ageist. What is this? This ageist.
I'm an ageist, yeah, absolutely. But you get bored, you get tired, and yeah, I'd rather have a younger practitioner, given a choice. Yep. And
I don't always agree with this. So, for instance, we were in the ER 2 nights ago, and with my son, and there was a younger clinician there who didn't know his rear from the hole in the ground.
Yeah, well, that you can't.
Yeah, so there are exceptions to your rule.
Yeah, for sure. But no, I found the younger practitioners very well trained and still motivated. So that part's good. So.
Good question. So Mike Davis asked the question, did your practice take in fourth-year interns, right, externs? And if you did, was it a help or did it slow things down having them?
We had a program when I was there with Southern. For some reason, the local optometry schools, so SUNY, Mass, and at that time it was Pennsylvania College, which is now Salis. For some reason, they didn't think our practice was worthy of having associates in, externs in. They might have learned too much, I think. I don't know. I can assure you, though, that the technicians, the optometric students that were our technicians, knew more about contact lenses than most practitioners in the area. Certainly by the time they left to go into practice on their own. We had some externs for a while, and it was like a New York experience for them. They came in to spend 3 months. We have one from England, as a matter of fact, who was president of the English Association, David Shannon, who had a wonderful 3 months there. And it was, we just had a wonderful time seeing patients and see how we operate a practice like that, to make everybody feel important, no matter who they are, even if they think they're important. We treated them the same way as the less important patient.
Right.
For sure. Everybody got the equal attention, so that part was good.
People are objecting to your ageist ways. Tough. I'm objecting too.
Don't like it?
Well, certainly the gender issue, which you make a big deal out of, I think it's really falling away. I think that most people really just don't care anymore, and there's not even it doesn't even cross people's minds a lot of the time anymore.
That's true. I mean, I wonder. For more personal stuff, for example, would you want a female urologist? I know women prefer female gynecologists now over men, but for years they didn't have a choice.
So urologist is a surgeon, and you want to go to whatever surgeon you possibly can that is going to fix your problem.
That's true, but all things being equal. All things being equal, surgical skills are the same. The only difference is the sex. Would you take someone with the same sex or different?
I think it really comes down to personality more than anything else.
Yeah, the women are far better listeners. I mean, as far as personality, as clinicians, I would take a woman over a man. But I don't know. I've been happy with the local talent here.
Well, Oregon people are just in general more laid back and nice.
They always like to be outdoors hiking. that seems to be the big thing.
Well, that's why people are in shape here.
Yeah, they're all in shape, and but at least they're sensitive to those of us that are less in shape. They don't make you crazy with diet and all that stuff. So.
Well, actually, I kind of wonder about this, because just like with the omega-3 supplements, we were talking about this, where there's so many docs who will say, you need an omega-3 supplement, take one, and they kick you out the door. That doesn't help anyone. It's the same thing with exercise. Docs will say, look at that, you need more exercise.
Yeah, and that's it.
And they'll say that counseled on exercise, and then out the door.
Yeah.
But that doesn't do anything.
No, you gotta follow up and see what you're going to eat. You get a dietitian in there.
Yeah.
And scare you, I guess. You got to take the glucose tolerance test. That's
a good way to scare anyone. That'll let people know.
Spend a couple hours drinking that stuff, and that'll wake you up.
Yep.
Sure. So we can.
So let's see. Anyway. In terms of the lectures that are going on right now, before we get Art in here, because I'm sure Art has a lot to say.
Yeah, you have lecture. I don't have them in front of me. Do you have?
Yeah, I have it in front of me.
Okay.
So what time is it on the East Coast right now? It's 1:30.
Yeah.
So let's see.
1 o'clock we started with, what'd you have there?
So let's see what we got. So 1 o'clock, the shows that started, use of off-label drugs. That was Steve Silverberg's lecture. So that's going on right now. Top 10 reasons to measure macular pigment.
Stuart Richer. Oh, okay.
Yep. And so he's working with that right now. Let's see. Transformational technology with Lori Lipiot. And this is actually a COPE-approved version of a talk that she gave on ODWire, a webinar way back when.
What's it about?
So it's about how to use, so there have been a ton of new diagnostics that have been thrown at you and tools to make you more efficient. So for instance, like our sponsor Marco with their X-fraction system, right, with the OPD, their autorefractors, the throughput of patients can be much higher if you start implementing these things. So the question is, how do you actually implement a whole bunch of these different new technologies in your office, like topography or wavefront, right, if you're talking about Marco systems. How do you do it in such a way where you're maximizing the technology to improve patient care while also increasing your throughput? This is the question. Because so many times people buy pieces of equipment and they don't think about how it's going to go into the office. They plunk it down, and it's like...
and they end up using it.
Yeah.
And for sure.
Because it's useless, right? If it's just sitting there, you have to really use it to improve things.
Yep.
It's actually kind of interesting because things like OCT, I think that was probably the case in the beginning, right? Where people got these things and they're like, what do I do with this?
But they don't know how to...
But now it's such a part and parcel of what everyone does, even in the schools.
And you can understand, you can look at the picture and understand what's going on.
Right. So that's what her talk's all about. John Rompakis is giving his talk about ICD-10.
Right.
So
we have enough ICD-10 lectures from the past to do this. Everybody should be comfortable with that.
Yeah, I mean,
Steve Nelson's doing it as well.
I think one of the big challenges, and I touched on it with John, is you're at the mercy of your EHR provider to do a good job as well. The fact that people on ODWire come asking for codes all the time is scary. They shouldn't have to do that, right? At some level, your EHR should be encyclopedic enough where if you really want to look it up, it should be easy to find the codes.
They should know this by the time they get out of school. This is the stuff that you should be memorizing.
Well, no, but ICD-10, the codes are brand new, and so everyone's starting from scratch. And what you need is a system in place in your office to tell you what to do.
Yeah.
And failing that, you're going to have a huge problem. So.
But I'm sure there are experts out there that John Rompakis too has a separate business at Assist.
Sure, he has a system that integrates in with Uprise and other systems
it's always a question
to make it there for you. Yep.
Spending the bucks and doing it.
Unfortunately.
And there's going to be a break. We put a 2 to 2:30 break in to give everyone an opportunity to visit the booths.
Yes, it's critically
and to go to the bathroom.
Critically.
So you can do that.
Yep.
And I think we are just about ready for Art Epstein.
All right.
So here's his
number.
So
why did you... does Art even need an introduction at this point? I don't know.
Well, yeah, and he does because... why don't you put a picture up of his practice? I think I saw it there before.
You did?
Phoenix. That's his wife.
Oh. Is it even here? Huh.
You had it on that screen this morning. It's Venus Eye Care or something?
Yeah, I don't know if it's up there anymore. It might be gone. But
okay. Well, anyway, it'll be interesting to speak to Art because you know him basically as the editor for Optometric Physician and an outspoken champion of optometry. He is one of the opinion molders. But more important than that, for some strange reason, Art decided to go back into practice. When most ODs are thinking about slowing down and retiring, Art and his wife opened up a practice, and we may get some insights of the differences between opening up now and opening up 30 years ago.
Yeah,
what it would be like. And I think that's what we'll probably talk about when you call him.
All right, well, let's see if we can get him on the line. So we will see. It's always fun to talk to Art because he's always got a lot to say. It's never a problem. Okay, so let us find his number. Okay, so Art, where are you, my friend? Okay. He keeps his New York number. That's pretty funny.
My cell phone.
Yeah, he's kept it.
Oh yeah, I think he has a 2020 number.
No, okay, here we go.
So?
There we go.
Hey, Adam.
Hey, how's it going, Art?
Hi, Paul here. How you doing?
Oh, Paul.
Yeah,
it's Paul. You've changed names.
Yeah, they're both of us. Both of us are here. Yes, we're both hanging out. So, yeah.
So, any rumbles in the jungle? Any people yelling, screaming, going crazy?
I don't know. So right now, Art, as we're broadcasting you on the ODWire live stream, and we have a chat window open as well. So this chat window, people have been giving us updates as to what's going on in the world. And so far there have been no huge problems, thank goodness.
Yep.
Which is good. Which is a good thing.
Yeah.
So that part's good. I was talking a little bit about you. You really don't need an introduction, but the part that is unusual is the fact that after many years, when others are thinking about retiring, you decided to go into and open a practice cold with your spouse.
Yes, that is true. That is true.
So maybe we ought to concentrate, because I'm sure people are interested about what your experiences were, how it's different than the good old days when we both had a practice in Roslyn, when we first opened more than 30 years ago. It's more like 40 years ago now, I'll bet you. Oof.
Isn't that frightening? You all of a sudden you stop and you think, and 40 years ago, and then you put it in the context of your parents, and you realize, oh my God, that's old. That is so old. and you go, I don't feel that old. So I think the problem for me was dyslexia. I didn't understand the word retirement, and I still can't. And actually, Paul, I think you have the same problem. So
just keep
which I think is good. One of the great things is, I should say from the outset that, Paul, you have been a role model of mine for actually pretty much my entire professional career. And in fact, our practice in Roslyn was very much modeled after your very unique practice, very professional practice, very forward-thinking practice. And I actually wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for you. So, I got to say for the record.
Model. I don't know if your wife would appreciate that.
Let me tell you, you know me well enough to know that if she's my wife, she's very understanding and very forgiving. So we were actually just talking about that. It's funny when you and I were young, we got out and we had literally nothing to work with. I mean, we had a green spheropter. We had so buying a slit lamp was really a big decision.
And it was a green phoropter.
It was actually. It was actually. We had one. Years ago, we decided to put together an antique room, and we decided that progress was actually a good thing. So we got rid of the antiques that didn't work too well. But we were talking about it. A well-equipped office. Your visual field was a tangent screen. And the only positive thing about that is that the cost of opening an office was really small. It would typically be one lane, and you can get away with it.
I hate to say it, because I don't want you, the speaker. I don't want to top you, but when we went into practice,
oh boy,
the first examination chair we had was a beauty parlor chair.
That's a beautiful thing.
There was no phoropter. There was a trial frame, the lenses from Columbia Optometry. But we did have a keratometer, and we did have a slit lamp. And the slit lamp was very forward-looking, because most optometrists didn't have a slit lamp.
Right. In fact, when we got out, we didn't. For the first few weeks, we didn't have a slit lamp until I, was overwhelmed by optometric guilt and the realization that I was working partially blind, and we went right out and bought a slit lamp, which probably cost about $3,000 in those days. It was probably
that was an industry too. It was always a Hog-Strite slit lamp, but we used to buy it new. The German mark always kept going up, so we sell it for more than we bought it, and then we pocketed the cash.
Yeah, actually, there was much more room for being clever back then.
Yeah. Well, listen, in the old days, it was when we first went in, I think the upper level was at 90% tax. People bitch about the taxes today, but it's nothing. For a good portion of my practice, it was in the 70% category. So you did whatever you could do for creativity.
Yeah, but what's interesting is just not to dwell too much. We got out. We had no drugs. We had no diagnostic drugs, let alone therapeutic drugs. And in fact, during my earliest years, it was during the beginnings of therapeutic, and for many states, diagnostic as well. And so the relationships between optometry and ophthalmology were very acrimonious. And people say, "Well, they're bad now." No, actually, they're great now. We have really good relationships, with ophthalmology. In fact, we get a lot of referrals from ophthalmology for medical things, for dry eye. We actually get referrals from cornea folks for managing dry eye patients. And think back 30 years, that never ever would have happened. So that's that. The other thing I think that's changed is the technology. Now that of course has been somewhat sobering when you open a practice today. And when I looked at how much we spent in opening this practice, I realized that I am now in more debt than I have ever been. In fact, I think in my entire life combined, I think I'm in more debt now than ever.
Another day older and deeper in debt, right?
Yeah. No, it's actually the practice is doing well, so we'll pay it off. And I'll tell you, the most gratifying thing of all is that the technology has so empowered us that we do things that I couldn't have even dreamed possible before. We're picking things up that we never would have picked up. Shannon, who's a major glaucoma guru, says we used to look at visual field changes. That's not even an issue. We look at very subtle optic nerve changes, and the OCT has been phenomenal, both from an anterior segment and a posterior segment, especially posterior segment. But I like it even for managing corneal ulcers, which may sound crazy. In the old days, we'd get an infiltrate, we'd freak out. And now we look at the depth of it and the size of it using anterior segment OCT. And some of the equipment is great. I mean, I like playing with the equipment, as much as I like playing with nice cars.
Sure. So, but then there wasn't this. We were talking earlier today about managing practices and having websites built by pros. We didn't have those issues. You had to build a practice. VSP wasn't your partner in the early years. So you had to go out there and hustle to get patients.
You guys were great. I mean, you had a major referral network. I mean, you actually invented the concepts of getting out. I remember attending one of your lectures. I don't know if the listeners knew this, but Paul was a master hypnotist.
That was the first. Oh yeah. In order to get onto the lecture circuit, it's very hard to be unique with lectures. And I said, geez, what the hell could we do? So we said we're going to learn. Ted Caslow and I decided we needed a night out. So we went to a professional hypnotist to learn how to do it. And then I got on the lecture circuit where I would talk about optometric hypnosis, and we would tell them what you would do for and how to do it and what hypnosis was about. And then the second hour I would take about 3 or 4 people in the audience that were very suggestible and put them under. And and one of the 4 always was amazing. So we're able to do some fun things like hallucinations and all stuff. Yeah, listen, that's show business,
bark like a dog, become like a chicken. And actually, the listener should know you actually use it for good purpose. Back in those days, hard lenses were hard.
Yep.
It was relatively new. People were terrified of them. And people really needed to be calmed down, and either you needed to have this amazingly calming personality, or actually, your forte was hypnotizing them into not being afraid. And I know you had successes where other people had failed. So that was a major.
But what happened was people always wanted something else from the hypnotist. I ended up starting with a neighbor came to me who was an executive of Procter and Gamble, and he said, I want to stop smoking. You got to help me. So I put him under, and I gave him the post-hypnotic suggestion. It's going to be, if you try to even light a cigarette, you're going to start coughing, and not only that, but anyone around you are going to be incredibly upset if anyone else is smoking. This was in the era of the Mad Men, when everyone was smoking. So he and he stopped smoking. I was able to do it, but he said, "My life is hell." I said, "What's the matter? My wife's a smoker." And now I'm yelling at him. But that wasn't the end of the story. So what happened was that he says, "Look, what happened was the president of Procter & Gamble found out my success. He wants our chief executives to also stop smoking, and I want to send them to you." So I said, "What the hell am I going to do now?" I said, "Look, I'm in the middle of, hypnosis takes an hour." I said, "I can't afford the hour." So I was charging incredible fees for this, like $500 for the first session, the first hour, and then post-hypnotic. A few of them came, but then I said, "Look, I can't keep doing this, because you can start making a living doing it, and it'll smack of quackery when patients see it." So.
That's funny. And actually, the funny thing, your neighbor didn't understand that every time it snowed, he had this compulsion to plow your driveway. So,
oh boy.
So apparently, post-hypnotic suggestion works well. It's funny when you're saying $500 an hour. Today, you say $500 an hour, and you'll get up. I was sitting on a panel with one of our really good practice management folks, and he was kind of yelling at the audience, you can see another patient. You don't need to see just 4 patients an hour. You can see 5 patients an hour. Of course, that's not my lot in life. We don't do that, quite as efficiently or we don't practice as efficiently as he does. But back in the day, you'd actually spend time with patients, and it was quality time, because you'd actually look them in the eye. You'd chart on a piece of paper that you'd hold in your lap or on the desk, and now you basically spend most of your time facing a computer, typing in meaningless nonsense. So,
tell us how you really feel.
Well, that's the problem is it's now you're not just doing it for yourself. You're doing it for the entire world, and
right.
Some of the things you put in just are ridiculous. It's just you have to validate and click certain buttons. For me, who about 80% of my practice is dry eye now, maybe even more. And so meibomian gland dysfunction is my most common diagnosis. And when they went from ICD-9 to ICD-10, ICD-9 was a relatively simple single code for blepharitis, a little bit, dated, but still functional. Now each lid, each eye, so it's 4 codes. So yeah, I've adapted. I've figured out how to, forward the first diagnosis, change the code, update the code, so I can do it in about, maybe 2.5, 3 minutes. I can get all 4 in. But that's 2.5, 3 minutes where I could be doing something to help the patient, and it serves absolutely no purpose. And the ICD-10 codes, I don't know if anyone's bothered to look, but put in spacecraft, put in squirrel,
right.
And you find, encounter with squirrel, like what kind of encounter would you have with a squirrel that would be relevant to, crash of spacecraft? I mean, how many of us are going to, in our lifetimes, actually see someone who has been injured in a spacecraft crash or a spacecraft fire? So it's like, some of the stuff is just such nonsensical bureaucracy.
Yep. You might be interested if you're going to be running this whole program from start tomorrow, or it's going to be on. We had Eric Donenfeld on the first call yesterday. You remember Eric? When you were in New York?
Oh yeah. I've worked with Eric for years.
Yeah. So he was one of our speakers, and he was nice enough to spend some time with us, and he made the point that he wants a pristine corneal surface before he will do surgery. And and so therefore, when you mention that you're starting to get referrals from ophthalmologists for dry eye, that's the reason. They don't want the complications to start with, so you can have a good relationship with them once you get the reputation going. So
yeah, Eric's done some phenomenal work in that area, and in fact a lot of my interest in dry eye emanates from him. He has always been a phenomenal supporter of optometry, and actually I worked with a little mini satellite practice in their office for probably about a dozen years. And where I was, he was the first. He invited me to attend cornea clinic at North Shore Hospital, and I went once and ended up never leaving. I was like the guest who would never leave. I ended up teaching residents for many years, and at this point he's still very cutting edge, and that concept of looking at the ocular surface and managing it before you begin to do any refractive surgery or cataract surgery makes tremendous sense. And in fact, he's just published a phenomenal study looking at omega-3s and how a decent triglyceride omega-3, I think it was PRN who sponsored it, literally.
Who sponsored us, and we just spoke to them yesterday.
Yeah, we've had the dry eye tour here this past couple of days. Yeah,
we've been dry eyes. Yeah.
It's a hot really is a hot topic.
Does it work?
Oh yeah. Well, in fact, it's funny. Not only does it work, it's actually a pillar of my practice. I have an algorithm,
60-day,
which I can start.
Thing.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what?
And they're very doctor centric, so it's great. It's a profit center within the practice, which is great.
And they're offering a 20% discount on their product if people go in.
That's right. Go into their booth.
So go into their booth today, and you'll get a bargain.
Well, what's funny, and you talk about practice. I think one consistent things that's always been true is you really need to find good people to work in your practice. That's certainly not changed, and we have just a phenomenal staff. And when we adopted PRN, it was actually funny because it takes about 6 to 8 weeks for it to really kick in, and we initiated it, and then we started, dispensing it to patients, and the staff came to me after about 6-7 weeks, and they said, well, what's going on? I go, what are you talking about? Patients are calling up and they're blessing you, and they're saying that they've never felt better, and they're doing great, and we started to see it very, very rapidly, and it's and that's often the conduit of success when the staff tells you what the patients are saying. It could be also the conduit of failure when the staff tells you what the patients are saying when things aren't working. But that was
so it works.
Reinforcing to me. Oh yeah, in fact,
there's a testimonial
this morning.
Listen.
Yes, seriously. Shannon said to me this morning. I was getting out of bed, sounding like my father.
Oh yeah.
She said, how's your shoulder feeling? I said, actually, it's pretty good. She says, since you've been taking the PRN, and I take the same 4 capsules. I don't do anything to patients that I wouldn't do to myself. And I had this rotator cuff thing, which was really interfering with even refraction. I know it sounds weird, but and a lot of pain, and I was taking glucosamine, wasn't really helping. And when I started the PRN, I'm not 100%, but I'm 90%, and consistently so. So it's actually
okay.
I was surprised. I trust nothing, and I'm really surprised.
Wow.
Typical New Yorker. Yeah. Typical New Yorker.
So we wanted to compare the practices now and to then. So basically, it costs a bundle to set up versus in the olden days. You had to. Were you able to build the practice without getting sucked into the vision care plans?
That was a primary goal. So when we first opened up, I said to Shannon, I said, I don't even want to have a dispensary. We're just going to focus on medical eye care. And she said, you must have had a stroke. You're out of your mind. We'll never survive. And we talked back and forth. And she's a very, very bright young lady. So we did put in a relatively small dispensary. I know it's small because Jack Schaefer, yelled at me, said I should convert most of the office to the dispensary. And Jack is one of the most successful ODs in the country. So I actually did give that some thought, but it's not a big part of our practice. We do get we do take VSP, we take IMED. We just we throw out other plans when they don't make sense, and so you can't stay completely away from it. But I'm very careful to not get so sucked in I become dependent on it. I've seen colleagues in California who are 90% VSP, 95% VSP, and they panic when any change occurs.
Right.
And I think VSP works fine as long as it's not 95% of your practice. If it's 15, 20% of your practice, it can be a helpful way to build the practice. You remember the old days, Paul, when you'd ask a patient, how did you find us, and they would tell you another doctor or a patient, and they would never look you up in a book or look you up on, because there was no online to look up.
Right.
But and you still can do that. We have a very strong web presence. I actually did it myself. I created our two websites, one for Phoenix Eye Care and the other one for the Dry Eye Center of Arizona. I did all of the web design and creation on my own, and that's something I kind of enjoyed. I was always very technically oriented, and I have a good marketing sense. I've done a lot of that kind of stuff, for industry. So I also had to apply it to our own practice, and so I think we get now a ton of patient referral. We get a fair amount of doctor referral, and from ODs, and so let me shout out to my colleagues in Arizona who refer to our practice. Bless you folks, because that's what we should be. Really, ODs should be referring and supporting other ODs, and we're actually seeing that now, and it's extremely gratifying.
So I got a question for you though. Do you think that they refer to you because you don't really compete with them, right? You just said your optical's small, right? You have a niche that you filled, and they don't feel threatened.
Yeah, well, Arizona is also very different. I always felt, I love New York. I love growing up in New York, and I hate to say it, when I'm in New York, I feel at home instantly. But when you went to an optometric meeting, when you went to a society meeting, you always felt not. And I don't mean this in a harsh way or overarching way, but there was a sense that you were meeting with competitors. Paul and I shared an office with another OD.
Whatever happened to that guy? He had a Greek last name. I forgot his name.
I think wherever he is, he's making.
He went crazy when you moved in next door.
Oh, that's crazy. Crazy is an understatement. No, the listeners have to understand that this was a medical office building. It was an office building. It wasn't like there was signage out front. It wasn't like we opened up free eyeglasses or anything like that. There was no awareness that any of us were there from the outside. So a little tiny sliver of a sign, and to me, the more the merrier. It would be great. You can go upstairs to you or next door to him and say, hey. I need a B&L U3, a minus 350 U3. You got one? And I was a little past that. I guess it was the Aquaflex or maybe the Hydron days. But you think, and it's great. You need something, they'll give you something. But no, he actually slugged one of my techs at a male tech. Slugged. The most uncomfortable moment in my life is we shared a bathroom, and we ended up standing next to each other at the urinals. And let me tell you, it was the most icy thing. And actually, after we finished, I turned to him. I said, this is ridiculous, and he just harumphed at me and walked out without even washing his hands. Apparently, he was in such a hurry. But anyway, it was and in fact, when we joined the society, he got up. In fact, it had never been seen, at least in modern times, that someone objected to colleagues joining the optometric society. It was and we really did he did nothing. He was crazy. He was just a crazy guy.
Yeah.
But there was definitely a sense that there was a competition. Here, it's much more collegial. I mean, maybe there is competition, but you don't really see it. And so I think that's part of it. And the other part of it is I think people are really focused. To be honest with you, I don't think people really want that really complicated dry eye patient that's very difficult to manage.
Sure.
I think ODs always want to do a good job for the patient.
I remember
and the patient does that.
I remember that I fought vehemently not to put eyeglasses into either practice while I was there, because I felt that we lose the referral sources from the opticians, and optometrists that were fitting glasses. However, I was stupid because as soon as I left, as soon as I left,
you were right.
they were maybe, but by 1992, everyone was doing everything, so we were losing referrals anyway, and the glasses went in first into Roslyn, or first maybe in Manhattan, and then into Roslyn. It became a tremendous cash cow because it was only high-end stuff. So the two things that they incorporated after my leaving, because I insisted we shouldn't have, they put glasses in to make a lot of money, and then they put popcorn in the waiting room. So I went to visit. It smelled like a movie theater. I said, "What the hell are you guys doing?"
Movie theater. Well, you used to actually serve liquor. I mean, you used to serve wine and things like that.
Oh yeah, that was in the 70s and 80s, until people got healthy. We used to have afternoon time was red and white wine.
I was tempted to go upstairs, for an afternoon cocktail. But it's funny you should say that because we also were a contact lens only practice. We were limited to contacts. We didn't have a dispensary at all. And back then, same exact thinking. I was very concerned that the optician, or two who referred to us, and the very few optometrists who referred to us would see that as competitive and not do it. But in reality, very quickly that became a non-issue because, frankly, everyone was
doing everything.
Doing
Yep.
Yeah, and the only referrals we were getting were for ophthalmologists who didn't have dispensaries, so they didn't care either way.
Right.
In Roslyn, in New York, it was never very much. It wasn't a very profitable end of things. But we also didn't take any insurance. That's maybe the biggest change, which I didn't even. It's the elephant in the room. We didn't take any insurance at all, and except for Medicare. We did Medicare, but we flirted with it for a brief period of time. Realized that the patients who were paying, back then $110 or $120 for an examination, were coming in with insurance we didn't know that they had, and saying, "Oh, I see you're on my plan," and we were getting $18.72, where we were making 5 times that. So we very quickly withdrew from all the managed care plans, and here. I'd say probably 90% of our practice is insurance, at least, and of course, now, of course, you do need EHR because you can't, send if you waited for paper bills to be paid. So, that living under the world of the insurers is a very different animal.
Absolutely. Oh, it was great taking a trip down memory lane. No, actually, so the thing is, things are better and things are worse. What else is new?
Right. Absolutely. All right. Well, Art, we got to get going. We've held you here for a half hour now. We actually we have to move on as the conference is unrolling. Have you given your talk yet? I don't even know. Have you?
No, I think it's a little later.
It's a little later, right?
So okay. So everyone can go visit the booths, but we have one more person that we're talking to.
Yeah, we got to talk to one more person before our break. So, Art, thanks so much for being here today. This was really fun.
Congratulations, guys. What you've done is just phenomenal. You really have done what people have struggled to do for a long time. What you're doing is really
for sure. It's Adam. It's not me. I'm just here for the show.
Well, there wouldn't be a show without him, so it is him. So
exactly, there'd be no show without you, Paul.
Yeah. All right, well, Art, thanks, and I guess we'll catch up on the road.
Sounds good. All right. Have a good rest of the day.
You too.
Bye everyone.
Okay. Well.
Okay, we're going to move on to Bob.
Yeah, we have Bob Goldbacher coming very soon.
Vision Instruments. Okay.
Yeah, so that's at 2:00.
Yep. He's our last vendor. Maybe we'll get some insights about what discounts.
That would be great.
He's the one that kept it a secret. So we'll find out. That was great talking to.
Yeah, having Art, it's always good to speak to someone you have a history with for a very long time,
and especially when they're from the same neighborhood, it's much easier.
Yeah,
so much commonality.
Yeah, it's funny. So, all right, so is it 2:00?
Yep, it's 2:00.
So I think it's about time to find Bob,
and then we're going to take a break.
And then we do need a break. That's true. It's been a long time since we've taken a break. Okay, so do you have Bob's info there?
Here's Bob's info. Here's his number.
Right. And I see, by the way, Tom is asking a question in our chat room. He had a question for Art about how optometry will fare with a single-payer system. And that's a question that we didn't have time to address with Art, but it's an interesting one. And I almost wonder if he'll write something about that for his newsletter, since that sounds like a very Art topic.
What, a single-payer system?
Yeah.
Sure, it's going to happen.
So.
If,
all right. So
Bernie comes in for sure.
That's true. Okay, so let's see. So, Bob, let me find the number here. Bob, where are you? Okay. We'll keep our fingers crossed that this doesn't blow up. As usual, Bob.
Go back.
Hey, Bob, it's Adam Farkas and Paul Farkas here. How
Hi,
you doing?
Bob.
Hi, Adam. Hi, Paul.
How you doing? Okay, we're primed to go.
We're on the air here, and we're really happy to have you here. You know, we have our live chats going with folks, and how's the conference been going for you so far?
Good. I've been watching online, and everything was pretty good, and I appreciate you having me.
Great.
And maybe you're going to get more action in your booth once we're finished, because we're going to pump you for information. So
okay, sounds good. I'm ready. I'm ready. I hope.
Yeah, Bob. How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing it steadily for 30 years. I was on my own for probably the first 15, and then I brought in a few people to help me. Terry Flynn, Sean Flynn, and T.J. Flynn recently went to Oculus, and so it's been going really well. And every there we can get a little bit better service to our customers. Some of us are stronger in other things than the just the sales side of it, a lot of technical side of it, and the equipment, as you know, is getting more and more complex. It requires more and more training.
And you can fix it. Do you make house calls? Do you go to offices?
I used to work for Zeiss back at the time. It used to be Humphrey, and I used to work for them. So I have a strong background in that. And I was in the semiconductor business prior to that with AT&T. Yeah.
And then Adam said that you were servicing our practice in New York, my ex-practice in Manhattan.
Which one? There's a lot of business in Manhattan. Yeah.
It would be Farkas, Casolo, and Resnick.
Yeah, I believe that's on there. Yep. All right, that's one of them.
Yep. What was the name of the previous instrument company? It was a father-son deal. I forgot their name. Did you buy out a practice? Did you buy out a business that was doing this?
Oh, yes, I did. Yeah, I own a practice in Elkton, Maryland. Is that what you're talking about?
No. They were, they were in New Jersey. A father-son. It doesn't matter.
Father-son.
I'm
not sure.
That was probably 50 years ago, Dad.
Yeah, history. Forget it. So you've been around for quite a while,
right?
And you've seen some changes. What do you see happening?
The biggest changes, I think, at least from the doctor's point of view, in my opinion, is finding good help. It's very difficult to find good technicians. If you do find a good technician, it's very difficult to keep them. So the training is real important, as I said before, and incentivizing the technicians and things like that maybe helps. But the equipment-wise, the equipment requires less maintenance, and it's much more durable. So maybe something was lasting 2 or 3 years before, now it's lasting 5 to 10 years. And one of the big problems now is that the equipment is so good that sometimes you forget, this thing's 15 years old, and you might not be as efficient as you need to be. And buying a piece of equipment, and you have a tax deduction, which is good, up to $500,000. Plus, buying a new piece of equipment might make you more efficient, because in the future, we all know it's going to be see more patients more efficiently and keep them happy, because there's so many other places they go to if they're not.
So, do you suggest that people, even if a piece of equipment hasn't broken down, that they could have, just like with a car, you go in for servicing, for an oil change, right? Even if the car's running well. So do you suggest that practitioners call you and say, hey, why don't you tune up my equipment? Does that happen?
Some of it's like that, but the stuff that's real electronic-wise, there's not a lot of mechanical parts, so it's more of a cleaning. There's not really, I can look in and say, this thing's going to wear out in 2 weeks or 2 more weeks you got. So most of the stuff is just the preventative maintenance, meaning cleaning the lenses and things like that, if the equipment's older. And little things like covering up the equipment when you're done the day, it doesn't sound like much. You say, I'm just going to uncover it the next day. So 5 years go by before you know it, and then your foreopter, for example, is all gummed up with dust and dirt and things like that.
Sure.
So things like that will help you keep the equipment better and longer, and save you a lot of money in the long run.
Yeah, and that inevitable fire too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So you can do that. Anyway, so you can help the doctors by doing maintenance, and of course you're selling new equipment or only used equipment.
Yes, I represent Oculus, OptiView, the eye care tonometer, the MyBoflow, and a couple other smaller companies you might not have heard of. And plus, I buy all the equipment. Anything that somebody buys off of me, whether it's new or used, I can also purchase their old equipment, whatever they have to sell. So the only thing I do is I only buy original owner equipment. I don't want to buy a piece of equipment that they've gotten from somewhere else, and I don't really know the history of it. So I only buy original owner, and I try and stay away from big institution equipment because it's just been used and really worn out. So I try and always go to a private practice.
Yeah, so when you buy a piece of equipment, then you'll recondition it and have
Correct.
it for sale.
Yep.
So basically, the one question, because you apparently have website and overlap territories and et cetera, et cetera. If somebody comes into your booth today, and can you tell them what equipment you have available and what's for sale and what sort of deal you can give them?
Sure, that's not a problem. It changes on a daily basis. So I have a warehouse. It's about 2 hours south of New York City, about an hour east of Philadelphia. So some people like to come out and see what I have first. So it's always a good idea to call because it's very difficult to keep the stock and inventory. It's always a full-time job just doing that because things come in and out so quick. Sometimes I don't even take it out of the car and I have it sold to the next person up the street. So it's very difficult to keep that. So always the best thing to do is call me and see what's going on.
The point is that there are going to be many people on here. You're international right at this moment.
Right.
If they would you have a list of what's available today and what sort of deal you could give someone?
They could send me an email. That'd be fine. I could tell them if I have it or not. And I do deal all over the world. I've sold stuff just about every continent. And so on the used side of it, and I guarantee everything, of course. So that's the best way to do it. It's just I don't have a list, unfortunately.
Okay, so basically go to your booth. There'll be instructions there in your booth where to send the email. And you can give them a list of what you have and what sort of deal you could come up with.
Right. And one other thing, too, on the new equipment, it's important to go to whoever's territory that is. Like I have I have almost all of Pennsylvania for most things. New Jersey I have for all of it. And New York I have for a good portion of it, and Delaware. And some of the other areas, there are other representatives. So you'd have to talk to them for the best price and things like that. But in that tri-state area, I could cover just about everything.
Right. Okay.
Great. And by the way, Bob, we just got a little chat. We have our little chat window open from Steve Silberberg saying that, yes, you do make house calls, and if you have a problem, Terry is there instantly to help you. So.
Yeah. We're always on the road. We're always there, and we're up and down the highways a lot, and we're able to get in really quick usually and take care of your problems.
That's a big question on OD-Wire. Who can I get to repair my equipment? And it's good to know that you're there and on the job.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, I have loaners most of the time. I even have loaner visual fields. I usually have loaner OCTs, things like that, depending on what it is. Of course, sometimes the stuff has to go back to the factory because they have special tooling and things like that they have to set the things up with.
Right.
Great.
Okay, any final thoughts, Bob, before we say farewell?
No, just get ready for the next 5 to 10 years and thinking, seeing more and more patients in less and less time, I think is probably the whole business right now. And I think with new equipment and things that make your job easier and faster and more accurate, the better off you're going to be.
Okay, great.
Great. Well, thanks so much, Bob. And I'm urging everyone to visit your booth and to drop you a line and see what you can do.
Okay.
I appreciate it. I'll do the best I can to help them.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Bob. Bye now.
Bye.
Okay, so we have about 20 minutes before our next scheduled interview with Tammy Petrosian, the Young Optometrist of the Year. That's going to be at 2:30. And so why don't we take a quick break, since we haven't had a break yet today, have we?
I'm busting.
So I'm going to put on the film, I guess, of Dr. Friedberg probably a good thing to watch as we take our break, and we'll be back here in 20 minutes to do our next interview. Okay?
Okay.
All righty, guys, so let me get this going.
I take that back. I know that the pigment epithelium is going here, so this is fluid above the retinal pigment epithelium, but I can just tell you this is subretinal fluid from experience, and I can tell you when you look over here at this area, there's retina beneath that other than just the ellipsoid zone. Here's the outer nuclear layer, and you can tell this fluid's within or even more anterior than the outer nuclear layer. So this person has intraretinal fluid here and here, subretinal fluid here, and subpigment epithelial fluid here. So this is fluid in all locations, and that's a typical finding with wet macular degeneration. Okay, here's another OCT scan. Now this is a spectral domain OCT, just being shown in color. It's just different than some of the ones I've shown you before. And again, to figure out where some of these things are, we start on the side. And again, the location of fluid is absolutely crucial in diagnosis and treatment. We start on the side, and we can see this is the outer nuclear layer. Again, that's one of the easiest things to identify in the retina, are the inner nuclear layer, the outer nuclear layer. Those two layers give me my location. So I'm going to come down here. Here's our outer nuclear layer. This would be the external limiting membrane. This top part, not the heavy orange, but this lighter yellowish, greenish here, that's the layer of the photoreceptors, okay? So this is where our ellipsoid zone is. And the dark orange is going to be the pigment epithelium, the retinal pigment epithelium. And as we get over here, the retinal pigment epithelium is being elevated as well as the photoreceptors. And this is subretinal pigment epithelium. Again, this is hypolucency beneath the retinal pigment epithelium. This is a retinal pigment epithelial detachment. So in other words, this is fluid beneath the retinal pigment epithelium. Now, on the other side of the photoreceptor line, we have subretinal fluid. So this is fluid beneath the retina. So we have subretinal fluid, subretinal pigment epithelial fluid, again, a patient with macular degeneration. Okay, now, we're showing you the clinical slide here, and you can see there's blood. And now we're going to take a look at this OCT scan here. And by the way, you know, if we look at the clinical slide, you could see the blood vessels, the retinal blood vessels, are riding over this blood, and they are not getting interfered with. So I can see the extent of that blood vessel as it comes over the blood. So I know that this is subretinal blood. I don't know if it's beneath the pigment epithelium, but it's subretinal. It could be subretinal pigment epithelium. It's not on top of the retina. It's not on top of the retina. It's deep to the retina, this blood. When we look at the OCT scan, again, our pathology is over here, and you can see this is subretinal fluid. Again, this is a retinal pigment epithelial detachment. Only notice it's not all black in here, so it's not all hyporeflective. We also have these colored echoes, and this is the blood. So we've got blood here beneath the retinal pigment. So we have a retinal pigment epithelial detachment, and we have subretinal pigment epithelial blood. This is a hemorrhagic retinal pigment epithelial detachment. And this here is a little bit of subretinal fluid. Again, this is our outer segment, and this is our outer nuclear layer and inner nuclear layer. Here is our juncture. This is the three brilliant lines, the ellipsoid zone, the interdigitation zone, and the retinal pigment epithelium all kind of merged together. And as we come along here, this hyporeflectivity is on top of those layers, so this is subretinal fluid. So subretinal fluid, outer segment layer, inner segment layer, or outer nuclear layer, inner nuclear layer, and this is sub-RPE, so blood and fluid beneath the retinal pigment epithelium. Again, this is a very common feature of wet macular degeneration. Okay, now we have a retina that has pathology that's a little different. Again, here's the normal retina. Let's go to the side here on the left. On your left, we have our normal layers. You can make them out. Again, I go right to the outer nuclear layer and the inner nuclear layer to help guide me. And then I know that there's the external limiting membrane, this is the ellipsoid zone, this is the retinal pigment epithelium Bruch's membrane junction. We got our choroid down here. We're going to come along. It's nice to follow. I tend to follow the ellipsoid zone because you want to know if it's disrupted, and it is. It's gone here. All right, so we've got some damage over here. There's no ellipsoid zone. This is just the retinal pigment epithelium, and you see these little lumps here in the pigment epithelium. These are drusen. So drusen often manifest as little small elevations of the retinal pigment epithelium right over there. But the more of the pathology is coming in over here. As we come in this way, you could see all of this. Now, I guess one of the most marked things is, see this area of hyporeflectivity, you might automatically say this is fluid, but you notice it has a nice circular hyperreflective area around this. And so you've got this hyporeflectivity surrounded by hyperreflectivity. We have like 3 of these. And these are called retinal tubules. And the important point in the reason we have even mentioned retinal tubules is because it looks like fluid. And in a patient with macular degeneration, wet macular degeneration, who's been treated, if we see these findings, we won't retreat based on them. The retinal tubules are just found in wet macular degeneration. They're not an indication that more treatment is needed. Whereas fluid, whether it's in the retina or under the retina, is an indication usually that wet macular degeneration needs more treatment. So if this was a patient with wet macular degeneration in whom I was giving injections to, and I wanted to see if they had fluid, and I saw these areas, I would not give more treatment based on that, whereas I would give more treatment if there was fluid under the retina or within the retina. And again, I would not give more treatment if I saw the retinal pigment epithelium was elevated. That's not an indication to treat. Only fluid within or under the retina itself, not under the pigment epithelium. And this could be considered a small retinal pigment epithelial detachment over here, or you can consider it a very large drusen. And you could see this hyperreflective, this is like an extra hyperreflective layer here. That's generally not present. This is probably part of the choroidal neovascular membrane complex that was treated. You know, patients with wet macular degeneration grow a blood vessel under their eye, and this is probably a combination of that blood vessel with scar tissue, maybe even blood present there. You might say, is that an area of fluid? Does that need treatment? I'm going to tell you that's probably a retinal tubule as well. I can kind of make out a hyperreflective line around it. So I think there's 4 tubules, or maybe even 5. 1, there might be a second there, 2, 3, 4, 5. This might even be 1. It's hard to know for sure. And this is, well, it might be a little fluid, maybe a little cyst. And so the bottom line is there's a lot of disorganization here. But I'm not sure I would retreat this patient if I was treating him for wet macular degeneration. So, important to distinguish retinal tubules from fluid. Okay, now, here's a retina that's clearly pathologic as well. And I'm keeping to my promise by showing a diversity of different types of OCT scans, because a lot of your OCT scans will look like this. as opposed to some of the ones I showed you before, and this is obviously in color. So the red arrows here, this arrow shows you these linear lines. Let's get our normal anatomy, if we can, as close as possible. Unfortunately, when I look to the sides, I'm not able to find normal anatomy in this slide. So we have to try to figure out where we are. We know that the vitreous cavity is up above, and we know that this is our inner limiting membrane. Maybe there's a nerve fiber layer there, but that's about it. Then you have these hyporeflective spaces, which look a little different from fluid. You know, I get the feeling there is fluid in there, but you notice these columns, and you know, basically what this is fluid within the inner retina, but this is an appearance you see with retinoschisis. So what we're looking at here is a split in the retina. We have some of our retina up here, some of our retina over here, and so we're going to ignore this. This is for another lecture. I don't want to get into that right now. But you could see, when you see this split in the inner retina, you know it's X-linked retinoschisis opposed to acquired retinoschisis. So this is actually a young child who has retinoschisis, and these are schisis cavities, and the way you distinguish retinoschisis is they have these columns, these vertical linear lines separating what looks like fluid. And again, this is retinoschisis, a split in the retina, and more retinas just split all over the place, basically. Again, this is another case of retinoschisis, and you could see these columns, these linear vertical lines splitting up the fluid. That's retinoschisis, not just fluid. And that slide's out of focus. Now, here's another condition affecting the macula, and when we look at the clinical slide, we see this yellowish, roundish area with foveal involvement in the central macula. And when we look at the OCT scan, well, maybe we should just tell you what this is. This is this is a case of Best disease. Best disease is an inherited condition. There's two types. There's regular old Best disease, and this is it, that occurs in young kids, and you could tell this is the fundus of a young kid. It's an inherited condition that can cause some loss of vision. The vision's often not terrible when we have this, and this is called a vitelliform lesion. As years go by, this can break down into pigment epithelial degeneration, where the vision can get worse. There's also an adult onset vitelliform, or adult onset Best disease, or adult onset foveal vitelliform dystrophy. Both of the conditions affect both eyes. It tends to be less severe when it's acquired, rather than whether it's inherited. Best disease is inherited. They're both inherited, but the adult form obviously is less severe. It develops later in life. And here's an OCT scan of that same patient, and we have some good quality scanning here on the side. I'll ask a few questions. First of all, you should be able to tell, this is our fovea. You should be able to tell whether this is a left eye or a right, and the way you tell is where's the disc. Well, again, the nerve fiber layer gets thicker as it goes towards the disc. So the disc is here, the fovea is here, so this must be a left eye. And so when we're looking in the papillomacular bundle, since this is the left eye, we know this is the papillomacular bundle, we could see the normal anatomy. So we're going to follow. Here's our external limiting membrane over here. Here's our ellipsoid zone, our interdigitation zone, and here's the RPE Bruch's membrane complex, this third hyperreflective line. So we're going to follow the ellipsoid zone, which is our photoreceptors, and it's going up here in our pathologic area, And so the pathology is beneath the ellipsoid zone. It's beneath the photoreceptors, so it's subretinal. Everything above the retina is okay. It may be compressed a little bit by this elevation, but it's okay. Here's our pigment epithelium down at the base. So this is a subretinal abnormality, although the pigment epithelium is disrupted here. And the difference between, so this could be interpreted as a retinal pigment epithelial detachment if we didn't have any other information. You could say, well, maybe that's just some blood, and it could be. But this is what a lesion, a vitelliform lesion, looks like. And you can see it's beneath the retina, above the retinal pigment epithelium, and it's got this material inside it. And here is adult onset foveal vitelliform dystrophy, or adult onset Best disease. And we'll see what the OCT scan looks like in that. And again, this would be a bilateral condition. Sometimes it's even less obvious than this. Sometimes it's just some pigment epithelial degeneration. Okay, now. So we have these OCT scans of the adult onset Best lesion. And one thing I should say about these Best lesions are they're very well defined. You know, they're not vague. You see them clearly. And they often have a hyperreflective line around them. Again, they have that this hyperreflectivity within the lesion, and it's subretinal. And I tell you, one thing that does happen, and this slide shows it, is these lesions flatten out over time. As I said, they become degeneration of the pigment epithelium, and the lesions go away. And here's a classic example. Here's the patient when the patient's first seen in August of 2011. And again, here's the pigment epithelium. Here's the ellipsoid zone. It's subretinal. They've got this hyperreflective material within it. It's well defined. And over time, as we proceed, you're getting more hyperreflective material in it. And now the cavity starts. All the way through the retina down to this hyperreflective band. In other words, the entire retina is involved. And at the end, you notice it has this this configuration here, like table legs, one going this way, one going the other way. And this is a full thickness macular hole. It's a small one. But there's a hole, and its full thickness, it extends all the way down to the base here. Notice the surface is basically at this hyperreflective line. And you have these hyporeflective spaces within the retina itself. These are little cysts or little pockets of fluid. You often see that with a macular hole. And so this is a macular hole. And this is intraretinal fluid. Intra, I-N-T-R. It's within the retina. For it to be subretinal, it would have to be beneath here. Now here's a spectral domain OCT scan showing the same thing. Again, we have the vitreous cavity This is, you can make out the cortical vitreous up here. It's detached from the macula. There's a full thickness opening in the macula. It goes all the way down to these hyperreflective lines. That's a full thickness macular hole, and again, that classic table-shaped, almost like subretinal abnormality. And we have these intraretinal cystic or fluid spaces. Here's a patient who presents with decreased vision in the right eye, and the clinical picture shows you hemorrhage in the inferior half of the eye. If we draw a line through the optic nerve, through the fovea, we draw this horizontal line, you could see that the pathology is basically all in the inferior half of the retina, and when we look at the superior half of the retina, it's basically normal. So you see all the hemorrhage located to the inferior half of the retina. Additionally, the other abnormality we see is when you look at the retinal veins, the intertemporal retinal vein here is dilated and tortuous in comparison to this vein here. This has a smoother course, and this is abnormal. And there's a compression here of this vein. If you look at it, you could see it's compressed there. And this patient has a branch retinal vein occlusion that's infecting the inferior half of the retina. So the question is, why is this patient's vision decreased? We don't see any hemorrhage in the foveal center. I can tell you there's no neovascularization in the retina. So we do an OCT scan, and this scan was done, if I were to tell you the direction, this is the inferior half of the retina, and we're heading up here, we hit the fovea, and this is the superior half of the retina. And so the OCT scan also shows the stark contrast between the inferior retina and the superior retina. This is a typical OCT scan of a vein occlusion if you're going from the inferior to the superior direction. Because in the superior direction, this OCT is a little bit out of focus, but in the superior direction you could see the retina has a much more normal thickness. You could almost make out the retinal layers, but again, the scan's out of focus. It's not a great scan. But when we look here, the retina inferiorly is much more thickened. There's a lot of hyporeflectivity within the retina. This is all from fluid that's within the retina. Sometimes they have fluid beneath the retina. It's a little hard to tell where this fluid's located because I can't clearly see where the ellipsoid zone is, but I'm going to guess it's still down here, and this is probably intraretinal fluid. This is probably the outer nuclear layer here. But obviously there's a lot of fluid within the retina. The retina is greatly thickened. This patient has macular edema due to their vein occlusion. The treatment would be intravitreal injections of medication in most cases. When the fluid involves the foveal center, we'll inject Lucentis or Eylea or Avastin. You could also treat it with intravitreal injections of steroid like Ozurdex. It's a very good choice. Even sometimes Triesence, which is like, Kenalog, or triamcinolone is the generic, can help this. You could try lasering the inferior half of the retina. Laser doesn't tend to work quite as well, and I would say that the intravitreal injections of Lucentis, Avastin, or Eylea are the first choice. Here's a patient who complains of decreased vision 8 weeks after cataract surgery. They say that their vision was really good that first several weeks, and all of a sudden they notice they're not seeing as well. And when you look at the clinical picture, you could see the fovea just looks a little irregular. It's a little hard to say for sure what you're looking at on a two-dimensional view. But we obtain an OCT scan, and the OCT scan shows you these hyporeflective spaces within the retina. And this is definitely within the retina. This is I-N-T-R-A, intraretinal. Here is our normal retinal appearance. This orangish, greenish band is a combination of the ellipsoid zone and the retinal pigment epithelium. And you can see that the fluid, the hyperreflectivity, is above the ellipsoid zone. It's above the photoreceptors. It's within the retina, so it's involving the outer.
Hey, we're back. Hey, everybody, we're back again. So
here we go.
That was a fast break, huh?
Oh yeah.
Stuff down some food and get all ready to go.
Thank goodness for Einstein bagels.
Yes, thank goodness. And that's some nice stale Einstein bagels were waiting for us. So we're fortunate to have them, though. So, okay. So before we get going with our next caller, why don't we just give everyone a little bit of background about who we're going to have here. So let me pull up the bio, because this was a last-minute edition, thank goodness. See if her bio's here. So Tamara Petrosian is actually was the Young OD of the Year. So this is why we wanted to have her so much, and she's got a whole bunch of accolades. And if you look at her profile on the CEwire site, you can see. But in 2014, she was the New Jersey Young OD of the Year. So we really wanted to speak with her today. She's also one of the few people at the conference doing pediatrics, which is another really reason that is interesting. And I wanted to talk to her about her. Her lecture, I think, was on amblyopia. Right. And I'm really curious because it was about research. So I'm really curious to hear what she has to say about it. So, why don't I give her a call? Why don't we get our old headphones on here again? And we will give her a buzz. Maybe. Alrighty. Okay. Find the old phone number. You all good?
No. There's some wires down here. I don't know where they all went to.
He's destroying the set. What do you...
Okay.
Better?
Oh, yeah. Oh, show business. It's hard.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, so let me find Tammy's number here. It's in our mailbox somewhere. There it is. Okay, let's go over to Skype.
Hello.
Hi, Tammy. It's Adam and Paul Farkas. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. So, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, thanks for taking the time. I know that you have kids back there, just like I have kids here waiting to barge in. So
yes.
Yeah.
Let's say make sure her sound is on.
There we go. So, what's that, Dad?
I'm going to make sure her CEwire isn't on.
Yes.
I have you guys muted, so you should be okay.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. What you're hearing, Dad, is not CEwire. It's children, and I'm surprised. It's funny because I have a 6-year-old who everyone on the site knows, because the last time we did one of these live broadcasts, he barged right in here.
Yeah, I bribed my 4 and 5-year-olds, so they're upstairs watching cartoons, and the little guy is half asleep, so we should be okay. But there's no guarantees.
Excellent. Well, thanks for being here, and thanks for speaking at the conference. I know you were a last-minute entrance into this thing, and we were grateful to have you because you were focusing on a topic that no one else did, which is pediatrics.
Yeah.
So that was fantastic. So how was your experience with getting it all recorded and stuff?
It was good. It was actually surprisingly okay. The kids were in school and the baby was asleep, so I was able to get it done. I was able to get it done in a couple of sessions, so it went okay, and it was surprisingly easy. The whole conference, I think, is a wonderful idea. I've never had a conference like this before, and I didn't even know that.
Neither did we.
Told me about it. Yeah. So the whole thing is wonderful.
Well, great. Yeah.
I think it's a great idea, and it's really going into the future. It's probably where things are headed.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you had a good experience with it. We were worried that people would have problems with the tech, but it seemed to work. So let's look down here.
No, everything went pretty smoothly.
Great. So can you tell me a little bit about the lecture that you gave? Because obviously Paul and I have been trapped in here, so we haven't been able to see anything. I'm kind of curious. So it was all about amblyopia, if I understand correctly?
Yeah, so I did a review of amblyopia, so how to diagnose it, what it is, and then I went through all of the pediatric studies for amblyopia. So there's a lot of studies out there now and a lot more that are being done in the past couple of years, but I mainly focused on the pediatric studies, the amblyopia treatment studies, because they're very large volume studies that are done by both optometrists and ophthalmologists in all different forms of practice. And the studies got published in ophthalmology journals, which I think is important because I feel like previously optometrists were more willing to treat amblyopia, especially with older children, but a lot of the ophthalmologists might have felt like once the kids get past, their early teens or preteens, then there's really no point of treating it because it's not going to make any improvement. But there's been a lot of studies, including the pediatric study, showing that there really is a point to treating it. And so I felt like those were important studies to concentrate on because they're published in ophthalmology journals, and so it's kind of being read by both optometrists and ophthalmologists. So, and I think that's great.
Yeah. So what is the cutoff date now? Is there one?
There really, honestly, there is no cutoff date. So what they did, they went up to 18 years old in their studies. Those were the oldest that they did. But if you look at other literature, there really is no cutoff date in terms of age for amblyopia treatment. Even in adults, there's been studies showing that an adult that has had amblyopia for their whole life and then they lose their good eye, the vision in the amblyopic eye miraculously starts to improve because the brain's forced to just use that one amblyopic eye. So there really is no cutoff date in terms of when to treat. I mean, the older you get, the harder it might be to treat, and you might not get as good an outcome as if you're a baby. But there's really no cutoff date.
Right. I had a question about pediatric optometry. Is that a limited practice, like in pediatric dentistry and children's haircuts?
No, I don't think so, because a lot of things that you get in pediatrics, first of all, it's a very versatile practice because you do have a lot of just refractions, but there's definitely ocular disease that goes into it as well. Maybe not as much as with adults, but there's definitely an ocular disease. And then a lot of times when you do pediatrics, you get the family as well. So you get the whole family. You get the kids, and then the kids keep coming back to you as they grow, and then you get the parents. So I don't think it's really a limited form of practice. I think you probably get everyone. You can get everyone in.
So then basically you depend on patient referral versus practitioner referral.
Well, no. I mean, practitioner referral, I think, is a big thing with pediatrics because a lot of doctors, I feel like, are afraid of seeing kids, especially the younger ones, the infants. So if you publicize yourself or put yourself out there as a pediatric specialist, I think you're going to get a lot of referrals from parents, definitely, but from other doctors as well, because they're very scared of seeing the little ones, or they may not have the patience for it with all the crying and everything. But
Right.
yeah, but I think that you can get, if you really put yourself out there, you can get a lot of very good referrals from both the parents, the patients, and then from other doctors as well, because they don't really want to deal with the pediatric population.
This is a simplistic question then. Do you have separate examining chairs and equipment for very young kids?
Do you have to have special equipment?
Like,
is that
your refracting chair? The chair that you use, for example, is it the normal chair that you have in a general practice?
Yeah, it's the same chair. A lot of times with the kids, you might if they're afraid of the doctor. So you take off the white coat, obviously, because they start crying as soon as they see the white coat. But a lot of times you'll do a lot of the exam except for the visual acuity part of it, with them just sitting on the parent's lap, or you have the parent sit in the chair and then have them sit on the parent's lap so that they're a little bit more comfortable. But overall, the chair is the same, but you need to have a lot of toys and flashy lights, and now that all of the computerized eye charts have come out, you can have movies that you show them, you can have pictures and more fun things to do with them instead of just the regular HOTV charts.
Right. I found with my own son, the hardest part was getting him to pay attention because he was so fascinated by all the stuff that was around him.
Yeah. You definitely. You definitely need. You can do an eye exam with your regular equipment that you have, but you definitely have much more success if you have fun toys. Things that make noise, things that have lights, and then a lot of times, a lot of the practitioners are, just like with adults, we want to get everything in one exam, but sometimes that's not possible with kids. Sometimes you might have to bring them back, 2 or 3 times to get everything done. And then the other thing is you really need to learn to work and talk at the same time. So a lot of times I'll let the parent hold the kid, and then I'll tell the parent, I'm going to work as I talk, and I do the case history as I'm starting to do, motilities and pupils and things like that on the kids, because there's a very limited time frame of attention. So you really need to work quickly, and you need to talk as you work.
Right. And actually, I have a question. Do you build extra time into your schedule for kids versus adults?
Yeah, you do. You need to put in that extra time, because you never know how it's going to go. The kid might come in screaming and crying, and you might have to spend an extra 15 minutes just calming them down, so that they know that you're not going to be giving them any shots or pulling any teeth or anything like that. So you do need that extra time in your schedule, maybe an extra 15, 20 minutes for the pediatric exam.
Right. It's funny, the pediatric dentist my son goes to, he's a brilliant guy, because out in his waiting room, not only does he have gigantic fish tanks everywhere, he has a bank of iPads that are bolted down sitting there, just waiting for the kids to totally
the bolting down part is very important, because those will walk out. But yeah, having toys in the exam in the waiting room is very important, and then having them in the exam room as well as having toys in the exam room for the siblings, because a lot of times the parents will come in with other siblings. So you want to have something there for them to play with, like crayons or toys. But that's important. And then another important thing is that the kids are very, very scared of everything that you're going to do. So before I do anything, I explain everything to them. I let them touch all the equipment. I tell them exactly what's going to happen, what I'm doing, what I'm checking for, and it all kind of turns into a game, a peekaboo game or some form of game. And you have to make a lot of noises. You really have to get very, very silly with them and make it fun. Otherwise, you're not going to get anywhere with them.
Right.
So the a little more controversial question. Do you do myopia control using atropine in the practice?
I do, yeah. Myopia control, definitely. I think now it's becoming much more popular, especially with all the research coming out of China with the ATOM studies and everything. But I think that myopia control is a great niche to get into, because a lot of the parents are now starting to learn about it and be worried about it with all the new technology coming out, all the kids being on, the iPad and the phone and having a very close working distance. Since, my 4 and 5-year-old, they have computer class in their preschool. They're learning how to use their computers in the preschool, and I swear every time they're on my iPad, they go in and change the settings. They know how to use it better than I do. So myopia control, I think, definitely is something that is a part of the future and something that you can really build a great niche into. But there is a lot of controversy in terms of treatment. Working distance, being outside, atropine. There's a lot of different options for it, but there's also a lot of research now being done on it. So I think that it's a field that we really need to watch closely.
Great. All right. Well, thanks so much for being here with us today. This was a lot of fun, and I'm glad you had a good experience with your lecture. I was keeping my fingers crossed.
Yeah, it was great. I don't know how many people. I got 2 comments. I don't know how many people were in there listening to the lecture, but the whole process was great, and I think the whole idea of the conference is a really good idea.
Yeah, we have several thousand. What, 2,200?
Yeah, we have 2,200 people, and unfortunately, a lot of people are afraid. They're afraid to make comments during the lectures because they think that the speaker is going to be interrupted. So I don't think we did a good enough job of explaining to them that you're
I think
interrupted.
Towards the end of the lecture, I saw that there's a place to send private comments, but I think that's not something that everyone knows about.
Right.
I mean, I gave out my email address so if people had questions, they could email. But yeah, I think that people might be a little afraid to ask questions because in a live conference, you could always wait and go up to the speaker and ask them a question in private after the lecture. But a lot of people might be a little bit afraid of asking questions this way. So I think you might want to make a note that there is a private question box at the bottom there.
Yep, absolutely. Next time we will. So thanks again for being here, and I guess we'll catch up with you online.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tammy. All right, bye now.
Bye.
Okay, live and learn.
Yep. So I'm just glad that she had a good experience online, and
yeah. And there are some people that like to deal with kids.
Not you.
No. That used to be the quickest way to get out of our office. Bring a kid in with you. Didn't see the kids, but as soon as I heard that noise in the office, man, they were in and out like lightning.
It's funny. Reed went to the not funny, but Reed, as everyone knows, because you saw me yesterday. My son Reed was vomiting and was really sick, and my wife took him to the ER. And she said, "Oh, there's such a line here, and it's taking forever. How do we speed this up?" And I said, "The best thing that you can do is just have him throw up right there, because bodily fluids, that'll get you a room faster than anything else." and I was right. throw up within the eye distance of the nurse, and you're in.
A true story though. Facebook. Mm-hmm. You see, we didn't know Reed was sick. Mm. My daughter in Chicago called up and asked my wife, "What happened to Reed?" I said, "What do you mean? He's in the hospital." What are you talking about? Nobody says anything. Oh, we read it on Facebook.
We didn't think waking you up at 1 a.m. to let you know where we're going.
To put it on Facebook before you tell people.
I didn't do anything. This was Meredith completely. This
wow.
1 a.m. I don't know. So yeah, this all happened like the night before the conference yesterday, which is why we looked so good with the
good
bags
old
under our eyes. So anyway, so that was fun. So hopefully we'll have her back for the next conference when we do this again next year, because the more pediatric folks we can get, the better. Because I think it is definitely an underserved niche. Because you're right, people don't want to do it.
Myopia control.
Yeah.
If Jeff Cooper has any indication, it should be a growth industry in the next 10 years.
Right.
So we'll see.
But I agree with her that it takes a different mindset to have kids in your office. So I don't think generalists are going to really take to it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not a limited like with dentistry or with ophthalmology, where you have pediatric ophthalmologists.
I mean, even with dentistry, dentists will. Adult dentists will take kids. They're just not good at it. You really have to set the office up for kids.
It takes too long. It becomes inefficient.
Yep.
So.
All right. Well, that was fun. And I guess coming up in about 10 minutes, we'll have Alan Panzer.
Well, we may even call him a little early so we can have another break.
You and your breaks. Let me see if Alan's around.
So, always nice.
Let me see if he's here.
Well, we can talk about Alan a little bit while Adam is looking. Alan is our resident everyman for optometry. We've had a lot of experts on, a lot of speakers, a lot of vendors, but we wanted to select one optometrist that's in the trenches, that is outspoken and will share information. And Alan is very generous with his time on OD-Wire.
He is.
And we thought that we would give him an opportunity to be generous on CEwire Live here, so we can find out more things about it. And it's a couple of things. Alan is a great purchaser of equipment, and maybe he'll tell us a little bit about equipment. But more important, he gets his face on television more than any optometrist in Texas.
So his media savvy, and it's funny, right? Because you'd think he's an unassuming guy, but his media savvy is incredible. And you'll see he posts clips. He gets the news stations to come over all the time. And I think what we want to talk to him about is really how he does it, right? I mean, you are like this too. And in fact, I should play the clips of you on the Donahue show way back when.
Well,
I got him here, but it's funny, seeing you 30 years ago. But it's true.
You mean I've changed?
Maybe a little. Panzer's here. He's in the chat room. So we'll call him up now and talk to him, because I really want to know about this, because I think more people could benefit from learning how to work the media better.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. The optometrists, they just don't get it, that they could spend a fortune on trying to market themselves when they can get the information for free.
Right. Just
get it out there.
Yeah. So let's get Alan on here, because now I'm curious. So let's dial him up. All right.
No.
I gotta tape that thing to you. All right, let me find his number. Okay. Here we go.
So I put it on, put my laptop on mute, and I guess I'm ready to talk.
Hey, well, good to hear you, Alan. It's nice to hear your voice.
You're off the other thing, right?
Yes, he put the laptop on mute, and we're all ready to go. So
sitting on my bed, looking at the laptop, as I have been since early this morning.
Oh my gosh, you've been watching this whole thing?
Well, no, actually, I went to Costco twice.
Oh, there you go. It's more interesting than us.
Costco? Did you get the chicken?
Oh, here we go.
No, I don't get the chicken.
You didn't get the chicken?
Skewers. I get chicken skewers so I can keep them and eat them all week long.
Aha! See, now that's smart. But anyway, so Alan, thank you so much for doing this today. You are sort of one of the most vocal folks on OD Wire, and I think the thing that I really wanted to talk to you about today was the media, because you send me clips of you on the news all the time, and it's kind of remarkable how you're able to pull this off.
And I have mentioned on OD Wire many times that news media is hungry for information. And my wife said, "Are you really going to go on and tell those people how to do it?" And I said, "Well, there's really nothing to tell. All you do is say, pick up the phone and call them and tell them what you have, and you will be on." Now, for all the times that I've been on, the other day we did 6 segments. Again, I sent you 2 of them, but they did 6 segments. And I asked the news lady, "How does this dentist get on there more often than me?" And she said, "Well, she just tells us she has something to talk about, and we put her on."
Huh.
And so I would say to you, imagine if you were in a small market. I'm in a big market. I'm in Houston, where everybody wishes they could get on the TV, but nobody is willing to pick up the phone and call. But imagine that you were in some small market. It would be so unbelievably easy, you couldn't even imagine. They have to fill time, just like you are filling this time.
Right.
But
it's hard, and just for this little time that we've been doing this, I can really appreciate what the news folks have to do day after day after day. It never stops. They always have to fill that time. So I can see,
That's
how
right.
easy it could be.
And so anything that you have to offer that's unique, they're there. Now, do they really want to see you in there going, "Oh, look, I checked Aunt Sally's eyes"? No.
Right.
You have to come up with something interesting. And the other day I had a news director from Fox in about 2-3 weeks ago, and I showed him my new optical response analyzer. And he said, "What's that?" And I said, "That's the coolest, newest toy for assisting in the diagnosis of glaucoma." And he said, "Well, do you want to put it on the air?" And I said, "Sure, when?" He goes, "How's Wednesday sound? Block off 10 to 12.
Wow.
I mean, that's how hard it is. It's really not hard at all.
Yeah, it's so frustrating too, because you see people spending all kinds of money, doing marketing, when really all they have to do is pick up the phone.
Yep.
And ask someone.
Sure. I think there are downsides, though. I recall if they approach you, sometimes they're looking for a story, but they have preconceived notions. I remember in the 1980s when 2020. I don't know. That's still on ABC. There used to be a program called 2020 on ABC.
Oh, it's still on. It's going strong forever.
Yeah. And so basically, they wanted to do an expose on eye care, and does it really pay to go to a professional eye care practitioner versus a cheap commercial place? And they already had the preconceived notion that it's a waste of time to spend all that money going to a fancy guy if the less expensive guy can do the same job. So they called us, being at the fancy guy end, to do an interview. And luckily, at that time, the program, the head of news for ABC News was a fellow by the name of Rune Arledge. He's already passed away. He was also a patient. So I called Rune Arledge and said, Rune, what's the story? He said, don't do it, it's a setup. Don't do the program, because once it's out there, I will have no control over what the producer wants to put on.
Oh, yeah.
And they can splice and dice, so whatever you say will come out the way they want it to say. So if they come to you, you have to always ask the question, do you have the right to review it before it goes out? So you have to be a little bit careful.
In my last two that they ran, they kept showing somebody from, I don't know, Boston's office or something in the background. That's called the B-roll. That's the background roll. And in the first ones that they did, they showed a B-roll of someone doing an eye care tonometer, and that was all fine because they couldn't tell it was me or not. But in this other one, they actually showed a different doctor looking at patients' eyes, and that wasn't much fun. But along those lines, about a month or two ago, a station here called CW, I have no idea what that stands for, but it's kind of a UHF station, called and asked me what I thought of blue light and the contribution to myopia. And unlike some of our other OD Wire contributors, I said, I don't think you want my opinion. and they said, say that again. I said, you don't want my opinion. And they said, well, why not? I said, because I don't believe it. And they said, what time can we be over? And I said, well, how's 1 o'clock sound? I said, we'll be there. And they came in before I got back to the office, had the stuff all set up. Oh, they were dying for controversy. You know, and the controversy was, do iPhones, iPads, things cause progression of myopia?
Right.
And my comment was, they've only been around for 6 or 10 years. Myopia has been around since the Ming Dynasty.
Right.
And so they ran this spot, and it's hilarious. He goes, Dr. Panzer finds this study to be a little fuzzy. And so it was a good spot.
Right.
I'll be honest with you, it does not directly bring patients in. Most of the time, your own patients see it and say, oh, that's my eye doctor. Like when I did the 65 free eye exams for Goodwill Industries. And, you know, they're like, oh, that's my eye doctor. It's not a direct impact. Now, what is a direct impact? I don't know if I posted my Houston Oprah Winfrey, if you will. If you go on a show like Dr. Oz, like The Doctors, now you're going to get an impact. So there's a local Houston show. I'm sure there's one in every city. Great Day Minneapolis, or Great Day Houston, or Great Day wherever, Milwaukee. Now those are infomercials, and those have a direct impact. So I went on our Great Day Houston, hosted by a lovely lady named Deborah Duncan, and it does not matter what you have to talk about, Deborah Duncan has that problem. It doesn't matter if it's dry eye, it could be, you know, that you have a freckle. Deborah Duncan will have a freckle. And she is a master interviewer. And in 7 minutes, I went on there with dry eye, and we took 60 appointments in 1 hour. Now that's a direct impact. Now, the people listening, however many or few that is, should be aware that that cost real money to go on those shows. Real money. It is not a $350 radio spot. 7 minutes was $6,000. That's real money to most of us.
Yes.
But it made the phone ring. I mean, the phone rang off the wall. Now, you can't just go on and say, I'm Paul Farkas and I'm the best contact lens fitter in the world, and your phone ring off the wall. There must be a hook. Oh, I could hear the people on ODWire already. You lowlife, a hook. How could you do such a thing? Is a buy one, get one free? Are you giving out free eye exams, Panzer, again? Yeah, I did give away 65 free eye exams once. And you know what? It was wonderful. If it didn't bring me one stinking patient, I felt good. So there. How's that? But my hook was that if the patient came in for an eye examination, whatever kind that was, VSP, the dreaded IMED, no matter what it was, they would be allowed a free tear osmolarity test. And 60 patients came in. So that was strong. But what am I going to do? Go on and say, if you come in, I'll look at your eye with some fluorescein for dry eye? Are you kidding? Who cares? Their doctors already looked at him with fluorescein. Am I going to take my little tear flow, looks like a flash drive and push on their lower lid? No. You have to have something somewhat astonishing or they're not coming. Now, I purchased the ORA. I put it in on trial, and I did purchase it. That's the Ocular Response Analyzer. Fascinating thing about it is that I had it 7 years ago, just like having my first HRT in 1994. So, yes, Panzer does throw a lot of money away on a lot of stuff. And truthfully, paying $53,000 for an HRT in 1994, that was real money. I could have had a small house. But in the case of the Ocular Response Analyzer, it will give me something to go on the Deborah Duncan / Oprah Winfrey show and say, this assists us in determining whether you will go on to develop glaucoma or not. However, you still have to have that change over time. But it gives me a hook. And so everybody wonders, why does Panzer buy all that stuff? It's because my patients, after 36 years, have grown to come in and expect that stuff. Mm-hmm. They will be disappointed if they don't see something new. Now, you can't spend $53,000 every day, but you can try to have something new. And I feel like that's the key to marketing, is what do I have that is new? It can't just be your glowing personality or your haircut. It's got to be something that they are coming for. They're coming for a tear test. They're coming for a glaucoma test. It's something they're coming for. And some of it can be a little too scary. If you go up and put up that you've got an OCT, they're like, what the heck is that? It needs to be something somewhat simple that they actually sort of like. Now, I went on Deborah Duncan to promote Procera, the amniotic membranes, and I did not get one Procera patient. My feeling was, well, at least Procera paid enough money to where it would, justify the $6,000. Right. But to this day, I have the Deborah Duncan interview on my website, and people still see it. So there's a residual impact of this stuff, And to this day, I post the Fox News interviews on Facebook. Let me tell you all about Facebook for a moment. And I'm not August, the Facebook expert. I'm just a guy that's tried to figure out Facebook. About a month ago, Facebook actually phoned me up to ask if I wanted to learn to promote my business on Facebook. That was fascinating. I mean, they've got these guys in call rooms just calling everybody up. And I answered the phone, because I do. I mean, not that I physically answered it, but they said somebody from Facebook's on the phone. I said, let me at him. And they said, Dr. Panzer, would you like to promote your business on Facebook? And I said, sure, what's it going to cost? well, you have to spend $30 a week or some little thing to boost some posts. It wasn't much. And you will get your own dedicated person to help you manage that boost. And I said, great, sign me up. And they said, by the way, Dr. Panzer, what kind of doctor are you? And I thought, these people are sitting there making 100 phone calls a day. They have no earthly idea who they're calling.
Right.
I said, well, I'm an optometrist. He said, well, in that case, might I suggest Facebook University and you do this yourself? Now, remember, this is a paid salesman. I couldn't make a story like this up if I tried, could I? And I said, well, why is that? Why are you telling me not to give you, it was $125 a month or some little piddly amount. I said, why are you not telling me? He said, because we get no action for optometrists or lawyers. So I would really rather that you spent all of your money on Facebook yourself than paying us essentially a consulting fee and being disappointed in the results.
Well, glad for them to be honest. My God. Wow. The last honest salesperson.
Is that not fascinating?
Yeah.
And, yet I continue to put stuff on Facebook. I have a button on Facebook, make your appointment here. To date, I have never received one appointment through Facebook ever. To date, not one person has ever come in and said, I saw you on Facebook. I have 1,100 friends and 795 likes.
Right.
Not one person has ever come in via Facebook.
And I'll back that up by letting you know, for this conference, we had a variety of advertising modalities too, because we wanted to try, right? And
Facebook isn't the one.
Useless. It doesn't even matter, where you post it on Facebook, even when you try to target your audience directly, right? You guys are a pretty focused audience. I know who you are and I know where you are. Even focusing our ads that way, useless, because no one looks at them. They're there on Facebook for their own purposes, not to see somebody's ads. And we learned that lesson pretty darn quickly, that the better way, if you're going to use Facebook, is to do it like you do. Just keep posting your movies. If you have media clips of you doing stuff, post those out there, because people are much more likely to look.
Now, there's a lot of things that I consult with people for free on, if you will. For instance, if a person is thinking of purchasing, my favorite toy, the Bless X, actually my least favorite toy, then I tell all of my colleagues to take a Post-it and put it on your desk of your office. And each time you have a patient who you might have done a BlephX on, put a little hash mark on it. And see at the end of the week how many you would have done. And then possibly the next week, ask those patients, if I were to have a new device that would clean the scruff off your lids, would you be willing to pay $100 for that? And then see how many hash marks you put on the list. And so I feel like, that I personally ask each patient who comes in, where did you come from? Right. Let's face it, Paul. You walk in the room, you say, hello, Dr. Farkas, so nice to see you. I see you came from Oregon. Can I ask how you decided to come see me? And the answer is always the same. Always. Well, let's break that into two components. One component is, I looked on my insurance.
Right.
And then I look at them and go, and then I looked you up. Okay? So the other component is, well, I just Googled optometrist near me, and you had the most reviews. But it's always pretty much the same. If they Googled optometrist near me, then they check their insurance. If they check their insurance, then they Googled optometrist near me. But invariably, it's simply the Google reviews. Now, some of them are foolish enough to say, I saw you on Yelp, at which point I begin to laugh, roll around on the floor, and ask them if they're sure it was really Yelp. Because I have 20 reviews on Yelp and a 2-star rating. And that's when they remember it was really Google that they read, not Yelp. Yelp popped up first. They then saw the little Google box on the right that said 75 reviews, and they read that. They remember Yelp, but they don't. I feel like they should rename Yelp Yell. because all the people on Yelp are yelling. None of them is quietly saying what a really nice place I went. They're all yelling.
Right.
Yelp is a place for people who are angry, unhappy. That's where they go. I kid you not, they all go to Yelp. Just seems that the perpetual angry people go to Yelp. And so, I've got, 5 or 6 bad reviews on Yelp, but it's enough to sway my 20 that they put up and the 70 that they filter. And why do they filter them? Well, they're sure I asked for them. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with asking for them? Well, we can tell. Did you read their minds? Did you send them a letter? So I specifically ask my patients these days, if they're going to review me, please don't do it on Yelp. It will be down in an hour.
Right.
They literally take it down within an hour.
Yeah. And by the way, everyone, if you want to see Alan's adventures with Yelp, go back to ODWire and look up the Yelp threads that we have with him, because this story goes even deeper and it's kind of fun.
Goes to the deepness of me suing Yelp in a class action lawsuit.
It's awesome.
Story. Google Alan Panzer versus Yelp.
Yeah.
National class action lawsuit. So you cannot sue them about hiding your reviews.
Right.
See, this is what's called freedom of the press. And for the moment, we still have free press. And so they are the press, and they still have the freedom. So I found a different angle to sue them over. It wasn't very successful, but I thought, if I could just make them unhappy, like the people that they post the reviews online about me, if I could just make them a little unhappy, I'd be happier. And what I really, really, really desperately wanted was to go to California and see a deposition of the CEO of Yelp. That's all I wanted. Just let me watch him be deposed, please. And he got it dismissed, so we didn't get to go. And then I found out that I could have been sued back, and that's when the lawyer called me and said, do you want to try this again? And I said, no. And then it turned out that the lawyer himself, lawyers are fascinating people. They're allowed to turn their license on and off at will. Can we do that? No, I don't think so. Anyway, so he had turned his license off during the time he was contacting me. So now the California State Bar was after him. And they called me and asked me for all my emails from him. And I said, yeah, sure, what the heck? They're not privileged information. He's not my lawyer anymore. And then they flew me to California to testify against him. And he was the lawyer against me, and he asked me if I was sure it was him. And I said, well, you send me an email and then you call me. And you wouldn't believe the other things he said. He said, well, doctor, you're in California. What do they call you when they're here? And I said, well, the judge called me Mr. Panzer. And he goes, but what do they call you? I said, Alan? No, what do they call you? I said, what are you getting at? I knew exactly what he was getting at. Well, they call you doctor. Okay, yeah. He said, well, see, I'm an attorney regardless of whether my license is active or not. And I said, no. You're a JD regardless of whether your license is active or not. I'm a doctor regardless of whether my license is active, but I'm not practicing if my license isn't active. You are practicing. So that's where that ended, and I still haven't heard. They wanted to disbar him, but that was okay. The only people that are willing to sue Yelp are actually crazy, and when he called me, I just thought it would be fun, but it really wasn't. But again, back to the main thrust of our conversation, I feel that doctors need to find a way to get reviews. And these days, companies are coming out of the woodwork with reputation management. You cannot go a day without one contacting you, telling you what their wonderful things they're going to do are. And so it becomes very difficult to figure out which one's going to actually do something. And like reading a contract, most of us aren't smart enough to know which one's going to do the right thing or the wrong thing, which goes back to Paul's comment about how many stupid things have I done in my life. Well, I signed up with something called Yext maybe about 10 years ago. I did a company called Outrank. I did DoctorBase. I did ZocDoc. I mean, if you Google my name, you'll see all Demand Force, first person in Houston to have Demand Force. ZocDoc, I signed up for it before they ever moved to Houston. They're from Manhattan. I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. But see, I will tell you what it does. It leaves your presence on the Internet. If you look up my name, you'll see Demand Force reviews. I used Demand Force for 6 weeks. They couldn't crack OfficeMate. And so not being able to crack OfficeMate, I kicked them to the curb.
So Alan, not to interrupt you, but I just Googled your name, and the first thing that comes up is your own site. The second thing that comes up is, of course, Yelp. But the third thing that comes up is you on an ABC affiliate. So the media clips that we were talking about before are actually coming up very high in your search returns, which is interesting.
Yeah. I told you, you do have to work hard at this. And I think what I found is that you can't really count on anyone else to do the work for you. Mm. Now, I just hired a company last week, my newest company that I've hired, Bird Eye, not Bird's Eye, Bird Eye. They're what's called an aggregator. If you look down a little further, you'll see Bird Eye. Mm. And so what does Bird Eye do? They take all those missing Yelp reviews and they post them. Hmm. And so my 70 missing Yelp reviews are on Bird Eye. And so why have I hired Bird Eye? I mean, come on, Panzer, you've hired Doc Demand Force, Outrank, Yext, Yodel. I keep going for days. Oh, the Yodel's another good story I'll have to tell you in a moment. So, oh God, the Yodeling. There's this thing called Getty Image. Anyway, I get off track. But back to Bird Eye. So they're an aggregator. And they take your reviews from Yahoo, from Yellow Pages, and they put them all into one site. So you suddenly have hundreds of reviews, and it literally says beside it where they were reviewed. So when people look at Bird Eye, which is about fourth or fifth down, you'll see it down there. It's on the first page because they're huge. And they are actually going to try to find my patients by us sending those patients a survey and try to give them a link where they can leave me a review, because people don't typically know how to leave reviews unless they're angry, in which case they figure out how to read reviews very, 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 very quickly. But back to Yext and Yodel. So, no. Yodel bought Outrank. Outrank is a small company that's going to boost your ratings. How are they going to boost your ratings? Well, they create this little fake website that has a fake phone number on it, and that phone number routes the calls to you, and then they record the calls. Now, to be truthful with you, that's worth $125 a month I paid to Outrank just because I could listen to how my staff talked to patients on the phone. Worth every penny of it. But at one point, after using Outrank for 10 years or something like that, Yodel bought them, whatever Yodel is. It's a bigger company swallowing up a smaller company. And I called them up and said, guys, it's been fun, but I'm tired. I got to move on to other things like painting your office. I need to change colors or something. And they said, no problem. We'll cancel your subscription. And about a month later, I got a letter from Getty Images suing me. And I'm like, why are you suing me? What have I done? Well, there's this website. Here, let us show you. There's a picture of a finger with a contact lens on it. That's our picture. I said, your picture. I didn't put it up. Well, it has your name on it. And so you owe us $900. And I said, hold that thought. Now, the good news is, in my emails, I still had Outranks, and I still had my sales rep's number on there. I called my sales rep and said, hey, guys, it might cost me $900, but it's going to cost you $9,000 because I'm going to sue you for allowing me to get sued by Getty Images. So here's what happened. Yodel used a different clip art service. Yodel bought Outrank, which paid Getty for the services. Okay, that was all fine. But when they shut the site down, they were going to let it go away organically instead of taking it down. And Getty spends their entire life, and all of our listeners should know this, just looking for their pictures.
Right.
You put a Getty picture up, they will find you.
Right, and so Alan, just to let everyone know, because there might be people who are unaware of what Getty is. So Getty is an image repository. So if you're looking for clip art, a lot of the clip art that you'll see online that people are using in stories, on blogs, or everywhere else, you go to Getty, you pay them $20 or whatever it is, and then you have the right to put it up. But those images, they represent a certain mathematical formula that sits behind them. And so Getty can look all over the web really fast, and if they see something that looks like one of their images through their searches, mathematically, they're going to stop and take a look. and they'll be able to really quickly figure out who's violating their copyright. And this is unfortunately what happened to Alan.
Well, but it wasn't me. That was the worst part.
Right.
It wasn't me doing it.
Right.
Somebody else put it up.
Yep.
And I paid that somebody else, and they bought it legitimately. But when their company was bought out, they were no longer paying Getty, and Getty found it, and they came after me.
Yep.
And I was very dismayed. And so I think it's also important that we know who's creating our websites.
Yep.
Okay? If you use a company like, iPro or whatever that thing is that we have advertising on ODWire or MoPro or so, they're not likely to use images that are stolen images. If, on the other hand, you are like some of our doctors who say they can create their own site, maybe you should be a little more careful.
Yeah.
Because Big Brother can find you in a moment.
And in fact, and you make a great point, because when we create stuff on ODWire, when we create the graphics, we always are not only careful to license those images, we pick the most aggressive license that they have, the most expensive one, because no matter what happens, we do not want to have anything come back to bite us. And they can in a second. It's very easy for them to find it if you have pretty good distribution. So, yeah.
So for the people who think we'll just make our own website, I found this thing for $29.95 where you cut and paste into it.
Yeah.
You should be extremely careful. Now, listen to who I use for my website, okay? And I'm not the person's name or whatever. I use a Boston University trained attorney, intellectual property and entertainment law specialist. He does my website.
You're being more than careful.
You know what? The only thing I know is he's not going to make that mistake.
Yes, that is for sure.
If I don't know anything, and you know what? He can spell, and he can write. He can do amazing things that people today can't do because of text messaging and Twitter and Facebook. And so I have my Boston University trained attorney who does it for me. Is that not amazing? It's sort of like Adam running ODWire instead of being a Mr. Doctor. This guy decided that he didn't want to practice law. He wanted to create websites. And what he is not necessarily as good at are the meta tags in the background. But you know what?
Right.
I can hire companies to do that. For $100 a month, I can hire a company that will do, SEO. See very carefully. Search engine optimization. I hired Hearst Publication for that little gem. Now, Hearst is that guy, Rupert Murdoch, out there in California, whatever. But I hired them, and some people said, well, you overpaid them. I said, I don't care. What do I care? It's bringing me patience. Again, everybody's sitting there looking for the deal. What's the deal? What's the deal? It's not the deal. It's who's going to return the investment. I said to my brother, the accountant, I said, Deborah Duncan, it was $6,000, and I don't think it brought in but maybe $4,000 or $5,000. My brother said, well, that sounds like a real good return on the investment to me. I mean, if one of my clients was telling me they're going to get a 40, 50% return, I said, no. You understand, we live in a 30% world in optometry. So when I say 30%, I need to generate $10,000 to make $3,000. And so if I pay them $6,000, I need to generate more like $18,000. And he said, well, that's not how us bean counters look at it. And besides, did you actually track every transaction? I said, no, I did not. He said, then you don't really know, do you?
Right.
Yeah.
And to date, people are still calling because of the Deborah Duncan show.
That's the point. The takeaway we should get from this is, number one, you're willing to do infomercials, and you're willing to invest fairly heavily for infomercials. And in the infomercial, you seem to be offering something for free to get a large
be careful with that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, so I want another takeaway here, and I think that I've actually taught this to companies in eye care who work with us. The idea is that you're producing an enduring asset. That's what all of those news clips are, whether they're an infomercial or you just had Fox News come on down and film you. These are enduring assets that will last forever. And you can recycle them over and over and over again. This interview that we're doing right now, guess what? This is an enduring asset that will be up on ODWire.
I don't know that I'm worth enduring, but okay.
But you get what I'm saying, though, right? You can't directly measure the return immediately because these things are enduring assets, and they're all going to become part of your profile and be up there forever.
Yep,
so
absolutely.
And
sometimes
it is so difficult to create. People say to me, "Okay, Panzer, if Adam, you put in, and I know I've said this before, but if you put in the word best optometrist in Houston into your search bar, you tell me who comes up first, and it's me." And so people, my friends, will say, "Well, how did you do that?" And I say, "Well, if you have 5 years, I can show you."
Right. Yep. It just takes.
I mean, seriously, how can you do that? I said, I started 5 years ago. See, I can't build an optometric practice overnight, and I can't build an online presence overnight. Not really. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I can start, but I can't finish. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I mean, everybody has been pretty astonished that for all this time, best optometrist in Houston comes up first. Me, I don't know if I'm the best optometrist in Houston. Hey, I probably doubt it. But to the world of Google, I'm the best. And why am I the best? The people listening might be curious about that. I don't think I'm the best. But anyway, the reason I'm the best is because I've got 75 reviews that have the word best in many of them. He was the best person I went to. He did the best off. See, that word, you can't buy that word. You can't go out and buy a meta tag best, gynecologist or something. It's not for sale.
Right.
Google is not for sale. You can buy Google AdWords. I hate those. Every time I bring up best optometrist, there's a couple little ads that come up first. And they have the metrics to know that those ads actually work. I don't want those ads. I don't want one of those ads. You know what I'm saying? I want my name to come up organically. And how is that going to happen is time. And that is so sad. Again, it's like somebody opening a new practice. How am I going to get busy overnight? Time.
Yep.
Okay? But I would say to you that we live in what I call the best of times, the worst of times. I think we've heard that before somewhere. Anyway, so why is it the best of times and the worst of times in eye care? It's the best of times because you have insurance carriers, VCPs, whatever you want to call them. I don't care. That's the best of times. Why is it the worst of times? Because we have VCPs. So it's the best of times because you can open an office cold and someone will come through your door. It's the worst of times because you might get paid $35 or $40 for it.
All right.
Okay, so that's the best of times and the worst of times, and I think some famous president said that. But you get the idea, right? And a good 25 years ago, a female Korean doctor came to me and said, "I'm going to open my office on this particular street. What do you think?" I go, "What do I think? Well, where's it going to be?" "I'm not going to tell you." I said, "You think I'm going to go out there and steal it?" That street is about 40 or 50 miles long. It's the longest street in all of Houston. I'm going to go find your spot and open there. I said, just don't bother to ask me why I think it's a good or bad idea. I said, I will ask you one question. One question. I'm a simple man. She goes, "What's that?" I said, "Why is anyone going to come through your door?" That's the one question. You know, I narrow things down unbelievably to the most minute question. And she goes, "What's a growing area?" I said, "Didn't answer the question. Why is anyone going to come in your door?" And I answer that question today by saying Vision Service Plan, IMED, Davis Vision, Superior Vision. They're not coming to Alan Panzer. When they say that they own the patient, they own the patient. They truly do. They're just loaning them to us. We, on the other hand, have to do above and beyond when they're there. And when I read all the discussion about pitching all this, that, and the other bad company out, I can only think about going past the firecracker stand that says, buy one, get 5 free. You know? And here we are saying, I'm not going to take that patient. And when VSP bought Marchand, and the Marchand rep came by and said, "Isn't this wonderful?" I said, "Why?" He said, "Well, it's the best vision care provider there is." I said, "May I show you one of my explanations of benefits?" He goes, "What are you going to show me?" I said, "I'm going to show you 20 patients and $2,000. He goes, 20 patients. I said, "That's right, $50 for the frame, $50 for the exam." I said, "Is that the best?" And he literally said to me, well, can all these other doctors be wrong? And I said, yeah, I think they can. I said, I'm not throwing DSP out, but I'm certainly not going to sit and say that they are the best that ever was. I'm really not. I'm not going to say that any of them are the best. You have to be the best at what you do when they set foot in your office. They have brought them in like the 99-cent sale. Now it's up to you to cultivate that patient, to find that they've got dry eye, to find that they want bifocal contacts, to find that they need scleral lenses. And as one of my dear friends, optometrist turned lawyer, said to me once, can you see that with a pen light? And no, you can't see that with a pen light. You have to actually look, you know. Right. And people walk into my office and they say, wow, look at all this stuff. And I go, what's going to separate me from the 5 people across the street?
Right. So,
anyway,
so how do you approach someone or your company if you want to do an infomercial? What do you have to do? What
okay, infomercials are for sale a dime a dozen. Okay, you don't want infomercials on the radio. Have you ever been driving somewhere, Paul, and heard, I don't know, a carpet cleaner on the radio or something that you happen to even need? You need it, but you're driving home, and you say, as soon as I get home, I'm going to call ABC Carpet Cleaning Company. And you walk in the door, and your wife says something to you, and ABC goes completely out of your mind. It's like gone. And you're trying to remember what it was called. And you go back to the radio station's website and you look for ABC Carpet Cleaning. If they paid some more money, maybe you find them. So I feel like it has to be television, okay? And I feel like you have to come up with something that you do that's unique. Now, in Houston, at least 30 years ago, I did dry eye, and I've got this really, 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 really old one on my website. You can see from was News 51, and it showed this lady in cat eye glasses smoking and said she had dry eye. It was the worst thing you've ever seen in your life.
you look much younger.
I said, I'm doing punctal plug.
We're looking at it now.
We're looking at it right now. You have no gray hair.
Wait till you see the lady with the cat eyes and the cigarette, the guy sitting at the big control panel. I mean, you know, you just have to look around. Look, the other day I heard a radio spot for a Best Doctors in Houston or something on Sunday morning on the TV station. I went looking for it. You know, you've got to go look for these things. Okay? As far as the TV stations, yes, it's really helpful if one of those people stumbles in your door as a patient, like Paul and Rune Arledge was his name. Yeah. Yes, that is very helpful. But trust me, if you get something new and you call the medical reporter, and they don't even have medical reporters half the time, but you watch this TV station, you watch the Fox News affiliate, you see who's doing the medical stories, you find out it's Melissa Wilson, this just drop-dead gorgeous woman, and you call her up. And you say, when is she off the air? And they say, well, she's on until 1, and you can call between 1 and 1:30. And you call her. And you say, Melissa, I've got this cool new flash drive that you push on lids with and gunk comes out of them, you know, and I want you to come see this. And she's thinking about next week how she's got to come up with 20 more stories.
Right.
And she comes. Now, your office better look pretty decent. You know, you don't want it to look horrible. You know, you don't want to have the wood paneling on the wall and the scriptures written up there or whatever. I mean, it better look decent, but they can make a sow's ear look like a silk purse on TV. You know, they know what they're doing. And I can't wait for my one to air where the lady cried in my chair the other day. Good God, that was moving. Wait till that one airs. I mean, I put the clip of the lady, but I mean, they shot footage of it. And the cameraman looked at the lady and said, lady, why are you crying? And she goes, I'm just that happy. So, you know, there are things like this that we all encounter. Every one of us encounters something like this. Do we think, wow, I just fit my first scleral lens and took that person from not seeing to seeing? Do we think, wow, I just treated that person with macular degeneration with telescopes and microscopes? I don't know if you saw that one. The lady drove 1,200 miles to see me. 1,265 miles. And I'm like, That's a long ways, lady. And where do they make the low vision aid you need? Oh, I know, North Carolina, where you just came from. Down the street from her. But those are stories. You have to grab those. Now, the difficult one was when I wanted to do the rapid pathogen screening device, for the conjunctivitis. And I had the guy in my office, and I called him up and said, I got a guy here. I got a live one. And they said, we can't come right now. They said, can you have him come back in 3 days? I said, are you kidding? I said, he's got the red eye now. Well, he came back in 3 days. He was from Australia, and he was working here. And he came back, and I had the TV crew sitting there, and lo and behold, there was another guy sitting in the waiting room with horrible bacterial conjunctivitis. And so they made an entire story of it. But that's the hard part. The hard part is, do you have what you need when you need it? I called them up when I did the ProCaro lady, which that one is on my website as well. I called them at 11 o'clock, and I said, I've got a lady here I'm going to put a ProCaro on. And they said, when? And I said, when can you be here? And they said, 2 o'clock. I said, she'll be here. They did a 1 month long story on the ProCaro lady.
Wow.
And people were calling me from Canada wanting to come down and get ProCaro.
Wow.
I mean, I am no different than these other doctors out there in, we'll call it Radio Land. If I were to go to one of their offices and sit in their exam room and watch them examine patients, I would find all the same things I see all day. Really. I don't have a big sign in front of my office, all the unusual patients need to come here. What? Now, some of our, more illustrious guys that I'll speak to at Vision Expo say, oh, Panzer, they just know US. No, they don't. There are people stumbling in the door. You just have to take it and run with it. Hey, Demodex is a great one, except that I called the news reporter before she retired who did my Demodex story that's on my website. That's pretty disgusting, showing the bugs. And I said, can you come do a new story on Demodex? Because I got a new gadget to clean them with. And she goes, Alan, people don't like disgusting things. we need something. We need something nice. And so she came back and did one on orthokeratology.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, I will bet you that there are thousands of OD-wire people who do orthokeratology.
Yep.
And I will bet you that some of them even do it on newspaper or television people's children.
Yep.
So ask that person, can you get a story on about orthokeratology? It's a pretty interesting subject. Or myopia control, a la Jeffrey Cooper. Or. I mean, I could go on for days. It's not hard.
Right.
It's not hard.
So I think, we're almost out of time, but I'd like to make a challenge then to everyone who's listening to this or who is on OD-wire listening to this now, that especially if you're in a smaller market, give it a try, right? Call up somebody. It can't hurt, right? Even here in Portland.
What are they going to do, turn you down?
I mean, even here in Portland where, we have a small population, we all have, 4 or 5 news channels, right, with time that they have to fill. So, give it a shot.
Sure.
As I said, I just feel like it's so unfortunate that I feel like I'm screaming, at a wall. And what I continue to write on OD-wire is, I'm not the only one in the world who can do this.
Yep.
It's not that hard. Yes, it gets easier. Yes, when the lady came and did 6 stories the other day, she went, you sure do this well. And I said, I want you to think about something for a minute. We have to do this well every day.
Right.
I mean, Paul, when you're sitting in practice with a patient, you're basically doing what we're doing with a news reporter, right? Yep. There's nothing to be any more concerned about with that person sitting in your chair than that news reporter. You're simply telling your story to them. That's all.
Exactly.
It's pretty simple, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. You just have to be willing to put yourself out there, I guess, and sit in front of the camera. So.
I mean, we are on at all times. I mean, I went to Costco, and yesterday on the way out, I stopped by the air conditioning little thing as you go out the door. They got an air conditioner sitting there, and the lady said, Dr. Baylor. Oh, damn, I don't remember who you are. And then the lady next to her selling the water came over, and we started talking about dry eyes, and I gave her one of my pens, and we can get a patient out of that. Mm. We're on all the time.
Right.
Yeah, always. And I wish I could tell you that I was so successful, I think a friend of mine and I used to joke we want to put up a billboard that said Dr. Panzer is so successful he doesn't need to advertise. Yeah, but it's just not true. Right. It's just not true. We all have to be on all the time. Or as my friend the dentist says, I'm hired and fired every day.
Sure.
That is very true.
These are all my Panzerisms, which I stole from other people. My students used to write down the Panzerisms. We're hired and fired every day. That's the truth.
Do you keep any information about your TV exploits in your reception area?
No, I do not. People have asked me about that, and I run iMaginations, and my IT guy goes, "Who cares?" And I go, "You would be shocked at the people that walk back into the back and say, 'Do you have those whatever it is I saw out there?'" No, I don't run them because, what can I say? I am perhaps my biggest own promoter, but I feel like that's not a good kind of promotion, just to have your own face running all the time. There's literally a doctor across the street who has a piece that he's produced that runs all the time. And I feel like I may be the most egotistical person I know, but I try not to act like it. And so, I'm not going to put my own image up there, just running, going, look at me, look at me, look at me. You see, at that point, they're already there.
Right.
Right.
I don't need them to look at me. They're there. And when they come in and they say, well, I read your reviews, I say, that's really nice, but the only thing that matters is what I do for you when you're here.
Yep.
That's the only thing that matters. It brought you in, but if I don't perform once you're here, what have I done?
Yeah.
I've done nothing. And so it's not about the show before you get there. It's about the show once you're there. It's about all the stupid things I do for free that everybody else thinks I should be billing for. Now, I don't do tear tests for free. I don't do a lot of things that, I don't do Optimaps for free that cost you money. But I will occasionally grab my topographer and find myself a keratoconus that's going to yield me several $1,000s. And if they didn't have keratoconus, I want to know that too. So I'll do some things. I used to do pachymetry on every single patient. Every single patient. And my friends would say, but why do you do that, Ben? I said, because our tonometers aren't accurate. And so if I want my patient to leave thinking that I am the best optometrist in Houston, I had best give them something additionally for their money.
Right. And not only
if I could just tell the post listening one thing, give them something extra for their money.
Yep. It's called potlatch, an Indian expression where you're getting something that you don't expect. I remember with a restaurant in the Bronx. It was right next door. I think there must be national Stella d'Oro cookies. Stella d'Oro cookie is an Italian cookie, and they had a large Italian restaurant adjacent to their bakery. And at the end of every meal, what you got, because you didn't even ask for it, was a big plate of Stella d'Oro cookies at the end. When you needed it or not, that's what you got. So you got potlatch. So you give patients something that they don't expect, something special.
By the way, when people walk in the door of my office, they are offered drinks. I should take a picture of my refrigerator sometime, because I spend $100 a week at Costco on drinks. I have, and the poor woman that offers
hot dog. Bring the hot dogs in.
I can't bring the hot dogs.
Come on.
So she literally has a list where she literally says, would you like water, Gatorade, tea, Frappuccino, sparkling water, or what else do we have? Cokes, or juice boxes, or chocolate milk. I have all that in the refrigerator.
You have all that?
My haircutting guy has whiskey, actually. When you walk in, he has hard liquor. He's like, so you want a regular drink or something special? I'm like, I drove here.
And then they go into the exam room with a pre-testing person, my 1.5 employees that I have. And it would shock you if you ever came and actually saw my office and saw how understaffed we are for all the money we make. But anyway, so they walk in that room, and that instant, the lady jumps up and grabs this basket. Again, I should take a picture of the basket. It's a rattan basket full of crap I buy at Costco. And she goes in that room and says, "Would you like a snack?" And let me just tell you, they've never experienced such a thing before. Yes, they go to offices where they have the cookies out in the front or whatever, the hot cookies and the coffee. But nobody's ever come into the room and literally served them. And I will walk in the room and I will see this woman's purse sitting over on the chair, the other chair, and there'll be 3 or 4 things in it that she's taken. I mean, she's taken the crackers and the cookies and
Listen,
she took all of it.
We had to stop that because we used to have tea bags in the office. People made their own tea, and they used to steal them. People used to take home the tea bags. God damn these patients!
You have to understand that you cannot give away enough. It is not possible to give away enough. It's a memory, not a thing. Okay, you give them a plastic bag that says Farkas Eye Care, and when they get home, it goes in the trash.
Right.
But give them
they have no memory whatsoever of the plastic bag you gave them.
Yeah,
I've been to hear that the gentleman at Prima that talks about he's got customized everything. Customized bags they leave with and customized. No, that's not a memory. A memory is that somebody walked in that room and served you 42 different kinds of cookies. Served it to you. You see what I'm saying? That's a memory.
You can knock off your diabetic patients in one fell swoop.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because I did have one very fat patient say to me, "Why are you doing this with us fat patients?" And I said, "You have the ability to say the word no."
Oh, boy.
Oh, no, not so easy.
Not so easy.
Not so easy.
At one point, I had a juicer in my office, and I used to make juice. At one point in my crazy diet career, I used to keep 25 pounds of carrots, cases of apples, cases of celery, and I would make people juices and bring them to the room.
Wonderful. It's how to build a practice.
I know.
One question I have. You write.
Yes,
I follow you on ODY. Right? I can't do the whole post because it's too much.
Too long.
I tend to fall asleep easily.
This coming from a man who posts the Washington Post article.
Yeah, my God,
pages long.
Yeah, I cut it out. You only were going to get links to the New York Times. I did it mainly because we had a lot of people that needed to read the New York Times but don't subscribe. So I wanted to be sure they would read the whole thing. But from now on, they're only getting links. And tough on them if they don't read the Times. Anyway, one question I do have: when do you sleep? You post.
Oh, I don't.
You post.
I told your son
hours.
Are magical things. I sleep 5 hours a night. I go to sleep at about 12:30, and I wake up before my alarm clock goes off at
12:30 Central Time.
So you have no idea, Dad. Alan and I trade emails at like 3 in the morning all the time because neither of us are asleep. It's ridiculous.
Well, but see, I sleep. With my machine, I sleep very well the few hours I sleep.
Right.
That's right. You have sleep apnea, right?
Yes. Oh, I've had sleep apnea since 1998. Well, probably since I was born.
Right.
And my sleep machine, my tester died the other day. I was really crushed because I used to actually do sleep studies for people. And the problem was you had to take the batteries out when you got it back. And we accidentally left the batteries in my $2,900 home sleep tester, and we opened it up, and they were corroded. And it was really surprising because they hadn't been in very long. But, I had a thing called an apnea link that I would literally send home with patients. And the reason was open-angle glaucoma.
Right.
People not knowing that they had sleep apnea. So I would tell them I will do this screening test for you, and I did charge them $100. And they would take it home, and I would tell them it was $100 per day, because otherwise they would take it home if I did it for free, and 2 weeks later I'd call them and they'd say, still haven't done it. And so I literally would say $100 a day. How many days would you like to keep it? Do you want to keep it 2 weeks? No problem.
So you have these heavyweight diabetics. You give them cookies. You give them the machine because they have sleep apnea. You're full service.
Well, the apnea thing is legit, though. I mean, I think it is a useful service, I think, for a lot of ODs who aren't thinking about it in that way.
Sure.
But there are eye care implications to it, so that is kind of interesting. And the tests have become so cheap, as Alan mentioned. The testers are a few $1,000s, but you can reuse them over and over again. And you'd be surprised the number of people that actually have this that don't really realize it.
It's horrible. And the problem with doing the test for them is that they still may not go in and procure the treatment. Right. I call it a screening, just as you might go to a grocery store and some pharmacy there would stick you for your blood sugar test or what have you. So I never claimed that this was a full-blown sleep study. This was just so that they would be inspired to go and get a full study and get it done. That said, I don't think the sleep studies are actually very valuable. Because I think that once you know you have it, you can simply use an auto set and it will do the rest for you.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, Alan, these days people are using the home kits, even legitimate board-certified sleep doctors. They're not sending people to the facilities a lot of the time these days. They're just giving the home tests because it's cheaper for the insurance companies. So it's,
that is correct. The doctor I refer to sold her sleep lab because she said they were anxious for her simply to send the apnea link home with them. Yeah. It's a little thing, looks about the size of a pack of cigarettes, goes around your waist, get a little Levine tube, goes underneath your nose, pulse oximeter goes on your finger, and it gives you a 3-channel sleep study. Yep. In one night, 5-6 hours, and it's amazing the amount of information that stupid little thing will pump out. But as I said, I'm looking at my ocular response analyzer now as a fishing pole. Now, this fishing pole is fishing for glaucoma patients. The truth is that people often say, I saw somebody post on ODWire the other day that they just purchased an air puff tonometer. Well, why purchase an air puff tonometer that just gives you a pressure when you could purchase one that tells you whether their cornea has low or high hysteresis? And again, that's not supposed to be a plug for Reichert. That's just why buy a single-use instrument when it could be a dual-use instrument? And so if I do that and I see that their hysteresis is low, I can say to them reasonably, you have a greater risk of glaucoma than the other person, and therefore we need to follow you more closely. To me, it's all about what is going to maintain that patient in my office.
Right.
And again, that goes along with the marketing, right?
Yep. Absolutely. Speaking of
what
marketing,
are you going to do that's for you to go sell some commercials?
Yeah,
so actually we have another interview lined up for just a few minutes, right?
Yep.
With Stuart Reicher coming up, so we gotta take a break and get out of here. But Alan, thank you so much for this. This was fun.
Wonderful hour.
We should do this more often. We should have you on and just and let you let you go because you have so many different things to talk about.
I have lots to say, unfortunately. Yeah. I'll try to shorter, Paul, so you can actually read them. Okay.
All right, Alan. Well, thank you so much.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, we'll catch up with you online.
All right.
See you then.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so let me...
Gotta get my ears closed.
So that was great. It was very wide-ranging. Yes. But the sleep apnea thing is really interesting, and perhaps we'll come back to that some other time because there are ocular implications for it. And I guess it's a technology issue now where the technology to diagnose it has become so small and so portable that really you don't need to go in.
Yeah, and if it's related to eye care,
sure,
you can start. But how do you sterilize that? I'm not so sure I want to bring somebody else's sleep apnea machine to my house.
It's a little thing. It's like goes around your waist, and then you put it on your finger.
Yeah, but who knows what's going on the waist of that other person? From
It's like a belt with a little thing on it.
So you can put it on.
It's like it goes. Piece of it goes around.
You put it on the skin or on your clothes?
You can put it on your clothes.
You can.
Yeah. So it measures your chest rising and falling and.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I want somebody else's clothes. I don't know.
When you enough of your OCD tendencies. So let's.
Okay.
All right. So, yes. Okay. So Stuart, I guess, is the next person.
Yes. Our world famous.
We are
Stuart Richer, an OD, a PhD, a researcher, and he has made nutritional supplements a scientific project. Not snake oil, but stuff that really works.
Yes, indeed. So let's, I think we're on time, right?
We have 2 minutes for Stuart.
2 minutes to go. All righty. That was fun actually looking at Alan's website because you can actually look behind it as you saw I was doing here to see some of the source code of it to see where they're optimizing
he goes
it.
way back.
Yeah.
You know, way back.
Well, the thing is, the more content you have on the site, the better index it's going to be. So he pulls out all the stops. He gets involved in media, and he's got a lot to share.
It must make the other optometrists crazy in Houston. They get so much publicity, and they can't figure out why.
Well,
but now he shared it with us.
But
so now
I think there's
anyone can do it.
There's a certain amount of bravery I think that you need to actually get in front of the cameras like that. But I think a lot of people, they don't want to do
Look,
it. They don't want to put
we're
themselves
in
out.
front of the cameras. You know, how much does it take, right? What bravery?
I don't know.
What's going to happen?
You make a fool of yourself, right? We're doing it all day today.
There we go.
Okay, so let's... Oh my gosh, let's get Stuart on here. See if we can find him. Do you have his number?
Yep. I had his number.
See, this is again the problem, folks, with the paper-based approach to handling this as opposed to digital.
Do you want
to? Maybe I have it here. I don't know if you ever sent it to me though. So
maybe on my rough.
I'll go get it for you. I'll go get it for you. Where is your stuff?
It's on my second bag there.
Hang on, folks.
Don't go away.
Don't go away. We'll be right back.
You make it. It's in the bag. And see if we have big fat folder. Yeah.
Professionalism. Okay. Whew.
There you go.
Good job. Let's strap myself in here again. Okay. Let's go and see if we can find this thing. Cell number, I guess, is the good one to use. So.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. No problem. Okay. All right, everybody out there ready for this? We'll see if we can find him or not. Okay. We're running out of people to interview. This is getting to the very end. Let's see.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 847409.
Well, that's his cell number.
Okay, let's try his office number.
Okay, and it says, sorry, I can't talk right now. So he's auto-responding, unfortunately, his phone number. I'll drop him an email right now. I doubt he's at his office. It is Sunday.
Well, we'll see. He gave me both of them.
Okay, I'll give it a shot. Let's see.
Thank you for calling the James A. Lovell Federal Healthcare Center, North Chicago.
Oh, dear.
You've reached us outside our normal...
Okay, so I'll drop them an email, and we'll see if we can catch up with them. And in the meantime, we can talk about our sponsors and what's going on. So let me just send Stuart a quick email. Okay, so this is actually a good time for us to talk about other stuff. Since, you know, the conference is wearing on and it's getting towards the end of the live portion. So what we need to do is talk to people about what's going on in the exhibit hall. You ready to talk? I'm ready to talk about this because this is important stuff, because some of these discounts are going to be going away soon. So why don't we run down just what's going on in the exhibit hall again for people who haven't made it yet. The exhibit hall is open, and it will actually remain open until May 1st, which is kind of unusual, right? An exhibit hall that runs for all those months. But ours will, and some of the discounts, though, from the vendors are going to go away after today. So we'll let you know which discounts are going away and which won't, and we'll talk about it right now. So let's kick things off with sponsor number 1 on our list here, which is Diopsis. And I'll bring up their site as well. And we will let you know what's going on. So, sponsor number 1, let's talk about is Diopsis. So, Diopsis, as you know, is a device manufacturer. They make ERG and VEP testing devices. So, these devices give you objective information about eye disease or emerging eye disease, and allows you to track patients in an objective way over time. So you might want to check out some of their instruments, because when you can detect problems early, obviously it's you know, can lead to better outcomes. And in fact, we used to use this technology in the neurology lab outside of eye care way back when to test nerve conduction in people who have neuropathies. So the technology's sound, and it's something definitely worthwhile checking out. And next sponsor on the list, iCare Pro, and we had a discussion with Daniel Rosten this morning all about the company and what they can do for you to help you market your practice. And what I didn't realize till we had that interview is what a custom-tailored approach they had to practice, is really figuring out what phase of practice you're in to try to really tailor what it is they can give you. So they can set up things like websites, help you with your social presence, and so forth. Daniel, who stopped by, he said they're having 2 different discounts for CEwire members today. The first is if you go to their booth today and go ahead with stuff, you can get videos of Dr. Larry Alexander that you can use on your own site, where he discusses certain eye care issues and why your patient should go ahead and make an appointment with you. So that's one thing. The other thing is, if you, again, decide to go ahead with them, February is free. So you'll get a free month.
So if you sign up today, you're going to get 2 things.
So yeah, so you get those 2 things if you sign up today.
But if you don't sign up today, you're only going to get the 1 thing. You're going to get a free month.
Exactly.
But you have to do it by the end of January to take advantage of either one.
Yep. Okay, next sponsor, AccuView. Again, we've been telling you all throughout the show, AccuView is a sponsor both of this show and the last one. You know, and they've been very important for us as a sponsor. We couldn't do the show without them. AccuView, again, has had a flurry of new products in the past year. Just a shocking number, actually, from the Oasis One Day to the One Day Moist Multifocal, which is actually the lens that I'm wearing. So it's kind of fascinating. After many years of sort of stasis where there weren't too many new products coming out in the mainstream contact lens market, all of a sudden you're seeing a whole bunch released at once, and the technology is quite good. So thank you to AccuView for coming ahead. Marco, you know, you look up there, you can see the Marco meatball up there. Marco is actually sponsoring our live stream today, so we could not do this without them. So all the splendor that you see around our great facility here, Paul and his unbelievable pile of papers. This was all
getting away from me here.
All because of Marco. So thank you so much, Marco, for sponsoring our live stream today. We really couldn't do it without you. this just wouldn't have happened. So, and in fact, I will mention something here that Marco gave us the inspiration for this conference. When we were thinking of putting it together, I was actually down in Jacksonville, and I visited Marco. And I told them what we were planning to do, and they just said, go for it. You should do this. This is something interesting, and I think it would be great to do. So they gave us the confidence to go ahead and say, you know what? We're going to do this.
Confidence, he was calling money. They guaranteed us money.
Well, they didn't guarantee us anything at that point, actually. They said, you know, if you do this, we'd be willing to help out. They didn't say how much. They didn't really say what they would be.
That was the inspiration.
That was the inspiration. They said, you know what? This is a good idea. We believe in it. You should do it.
Okay.
All right. And that was the genesis of all this. So yeah, Marco. So thank you again to them. Oculus, another longtime sponsor on ODWire. So as you know, Oculus makes many instruments. They're a German company. So if you go to their website, you'll see their big German headquarters, very fancy. But what's cool about them is that they have a U.S. division, and the U.S. headquarters is just right out here in Seattle. And it's small. So when you deal with Oculus, you do not feel like you're dealing with a big company. If you go to a trade show, you'll actually deal with the CEO himself. A lot of the time, Michael Wolber is usually there at the booth. You can walk right up to him and say hi. He wants to hear from you. They're a great company to deal with, very friendly. And they have a bunch of specials going on today. Would you like to share a little bit of what's going on here? It looks like they're offering, so it looks like up to 25% on their open box and demo units that they have. So for the Pentacam, Keratograph 5M, Easy Field, Park One, auto-refractor image cams, and so forth, they're having a sale up to 25%. Now these are open box and demos, meaning that they may have a couple hundred scans on them. They might have used them at trade shows, but they're just like new. And there's a limited supply, because obviously there are only so many of them to go around.
And they're going to go international with the offer starting tomorrow morning.
Correct, because as you know, there's a big ophthalmology conference starting in Hawaii. So they're going to know, everyone's going to know all about this tomorrow. So if you want or are interested in any of their units, pounce on it now. Go to their booth, send them a message, and see what they can do for you. So you can save a lot of money. Optos. So Optos, as you know, they make retinal imaging devices, including the very fancy new Daytona. And if you've been listening to the show all day today, you know that several people on ODWire and in this chat room have actually purchased the Daytona, and they're talking about the economics of it. We did a great interview with Steve Silberberg all about it. He purchased the Daytona a few months ago, and he was able to tell us all about his experience and how much money he's clearing with it.
It's cost effective.
It is cost effective. I mean, people look at these things and they're like, well, they're expensive. Can I make money at it? The answer is yes. Steve shared his experience with us, and it's kind of impressive. So definitely check them out. OptiView. So again, OptiView makes a full line of OCTs, and what's really cool about them, again, is that it is a full line. You don't have to buy the $80,000 OCT. They make products that match your needs. So if you just need a basic OCT, you can get one of those from them. And in fact, their basic OCT is cool because it's simple to use. It's one of these one-button jobs. You press it, and then it starts talking to you and the patient. And it tells the patient exactly what to do, so you can train your staff very easily, and it's cost-effective as well. So I would check that out if I were you. At the very least, if you go to a real live trade show after this, go press the button so you can hear what it sounds like when the machine talks to people. It's pretty cool. Physician recommended nutraceuticals. So this is a supplement company. They focus in eye care on omega-3s, and we learned a lot about them this morning with an interview that there are no fish burps. So you might recommend an omega-3 supplement to your patients, but if you don't do it specifically and tell them exactly what to get, the odds are you're going to have a failure. Whether it's because they stop taking it or because they get a product that makes them burp fish, which is nasty, or they just don't do it long enough. So what PRN does is they have a 60-day program. And what you do is you tell the patient that you're prescribing this for 60 days. They can only get the supplement in office from you. And very much like a real pharmaceutical. You say, I want you to try this for 60 days and then come back and see how you're doing. What's neat about it is there's real science behind this one.
Yeah, and Art Epstein gave a testimonial on it.
He did, that's right. Yes, we just spoke to Art a while ago.
The thing really works.
He did it unsolicited, too. We didn't even mention PRN to him. He brought it up.
In his dry eye center.
Yep.
And again, you're going to get a 20% discount if you go over to PRN right now.
Yep.
If it's usually it's $43 for 60 days, it's down to $35.
Yep.
And the retail is close to $100.
Yeah, so you can make a fair amount of money on this, and you know that your patient's going to be getting a high quality product that they didn't just grab off the shelf at Walmart, which will make them smell like sardines. So
Yeah.
again, I'm making light of it, but it's a big deal. Most people will not continue taking omega-3s if they're burping up fish all day. They just won't do it.
No, well, why would you?
Yeah. So that's PRN. Signet Armorlight, so they're the exclusive distributor of Kodak and have been for decades, Kodak lenses. And again, they're the only lens manufacturer that is the sponsor of our conference today. So we thank them for this,
Yes.
for coming on. Thank you very much. And we urge all of the people who are watching this to take a look at their lenses if you need an alternative and you've never tried Kodak before. Give them a shot. Go into their booth. You'll see they have all the technical information about their lenses sitting there. Hopefully, I mean, in my world, having alternate sources for different things is always a good thing.
Yep.
I don't know about you.
Yeah.
But the more choice you can get, the better. So I always think it's great for people to research alternatives. So, Smart Vision Lab. So they make a handheld aberrometer so it's about the size of an iPhone. It's like this. My fist, the iPhone, it sits on an iPhone just like this. And what happens is they give you the iPhone with the aberrometer because they don't want you using your own personal one. And one of the great things about it, and many folks who are here today at the live chat were talking about it as well, is the portability aspect. So you can take this device to nursing homes. You can do 40 or 50 shots before you have to recharge it, so 40 or 50 exams. So it's the kind of product where, in a way, it's revolutionary because before, if you needed an aberrometer, you weren't going to get one that was this small. So it allows you to use the device in places where you otherwise couldn't. Or if you have no space in your office for whatever reason and you want an aberrometer, it's an alternative as well.
And it's a $4,000 product.
Yep.
You'll get 10% or $400 savings if you go over to the booth right now.
Yep.
Afterwards, while the booth is open, that's through May, it'll be a 5% discount.
Yep.
So you can save a quick $200 by just going over there.
Yep.
From the comfort of your seat.
Yep,
So,
and it's an interesting device. It's, again, iPhone-based, so they are constantly updating the product, pushing updates via software to make it work even better. As more ODs are in the field having this device, learning what works and what doesn't, they're constantly modifying it. So young company, interesting company, definitely check them out. Specialty promos. So this is a company that makes things like this, these little specialty pens that you have with your logo on it. But they also do more interesting items than just pens. And if you visit their website, you'll see they have a broad range of things specifically for eye care. So go to their website, type in optometry, and you'll see all kinds of things that you can use for your office. One of the, and Stuart just, sorry everyone.
time out.
Okay, so Stuart we're going to be having our interview with Stuart in about 15 minutes. But getting back to specialty promos, so they have all kinds of promotional gifts that you can get with your office, slap your logo on it. They have some interesting novelties, like what did I see, an eyeball stress ball.
Gee, I think Alan Panzer would like some of this stuff. To add to his fruit basket.
There you go, Alan.
His drinks from Costco.
We have more stuff for you. But what's interesting is, we had the president of the company on before, and he was saying that some of the most basic things are the most effective for marketing. So, for instance, a calendar with your logo on it, a little desk calendar. This apparently is one of the most effective novelties that he sells, that businesses use, giving out these little calendars as gifts. And people see it, for the entire year. Versus something like a pen, which may or may not get thrown in the trash quickly. So check out their booth. They're offering 10% off on any order that you're doing, and they're going to waive the setup fee.
That's very important.
Yes, because whether you buy 1 or 1,000 of a tchotchke with a logo on it, you have to pay a setup fee usually. Okay, who's next? Vision Instrument Sales and Service. We had Bob Goldbacher, the president, on before. This is an equipment vendor. interesting stuff. They're certified, authorized sellers of new equipment. They have used equipment, and most importantly, they come on site as well.
Yeah, they know how to make house calls.
They know how to make house calls. They know how to fix this stuff. So we had testimonial before from folks who've had them swoop down on the office when something has gone horribly wrong. They keep loaners in stock for a lot of different items as well, so you're not going to be out of commission.
And they have a big inventory of things for sale, but they won't tell us what the discounts are. So you've got to go to their to their booth, tell them what you want, and they'll give you a price.
Absolutely. So check them out as well. VSI Vision Systems Inc., I think everyone knows them by now. So they're the largest seller of refurbished equipment in the world. They have this gigantic warehouse in Florida where they have, I think Leo told me, 30 full-time employees, many of them technicians, who get this equipment in, tear it down to the studs, rebuild it, repaint it even to make it look brand new, and resell it. So they have everything, all kinds of equipment from edgers on up. And so Leo, unfortunately, I guess we never got his number.
No,
I
guess
he's probably in Hawaii setting up their booth for the Hawaiian Eye Show. But they have deep discounts for ODWire and CEwire folks because, as Leo explained to me, his back doesn't hurt when he comes and does our conference because he doesn't have to set anything up. He can pass the savings on to you guys because he doesn't have to schlep equipment anywhere. He told us that it costs over $50,000 to transport equipment to these trade shows. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
I mean, just nuts. So for him, doing something like this is so much more worthwhile.
So go to VSI and see what they have.
Yep. And who else? Aha. Uprise by VisionWeb. So Uprise is a new EHR. I put new in air quotes because VisionWeb has been working on this product now for a couple of years. And they did the right thing with it. Instead of rushing it to market, because it's a brand new product built from the ground up with the latest web technologies, they watched what everyone else did. Step back, watch what everyone else did, took the best technology possible, and built it into a new product. And instead of just shoving it out there and trying to market to everyone, they've been very slow and methodical, waiting until the product was right before they've decided to broadly market it. And in fact, I did an interview with them. They're going to kill me when I talk about this. I did an interview with them at Expo West. This was last fall. This is months ago, thinking that this would be it and we'd be able to talk about it right then and there. And they said no. They said just hold on to it. It's okay. Don't feel like you have to rush. We're not going to rush. I don't want you talking about this until we're all ready. And I'm like, okay. That's very interesting for a startup because most startups, as you know, will shove whatever it is out there because they have to, because they don't have the resources to survive. VisionWeb is the opposite. They put resources into this, they're taking their time, and they're doing it properly. And only now are they ready to show this thing off to the world.
And it's not a problem transferring if you're unhappy with your present vendor.
Yes, and so one of the big things that they worked on was migrating your current platform over to Uprise because they know most people aren't going to be coming from paper, right? They're coming from an existing EHR. So they have specialists there as well who are willing to work with you to move it. And the other cool part about it is their support is good. If you send them a trouble ticket, it's not going to Timbuktu and then you never hear from the person. They get back to you fast. So,
but the most important part, go over to their booth now and you'll save $2,000.
Yes.
From their setup.
$2,000 off for CEwire participants, which is crazy. So
okay, so it's worth the trip.
So give it a shot.
Since you don't have to walk there.
That's true. And our final sponsor on the list, I don't have their logo up here right now, but it's Wells Fargo. And as you all know, Wells Fargo is a bank, and they do a lot of practice financing. The great part about them is if you work with them, they sort of, if you come to them with a plan, they can give you like the thumbs up and sort of tell you if what you're doing is right or wrong, because they have done this literally for hundreds upon hundreds of practices. So if you present them with a plan and they see that something's not so right, they'll tell you about it. They'll say, hey, that's probably not going to work. And they have every incentive to tell you if what you're doing is right because obviously they're loaning you money. They want to.
And they're not lending it on inventory. They're lending it on cash flow.
Right. So they're different from a local bank. So if you go to a local bank, they might look at your criteria a little bit differently. What Wells Fargo does is they look totally at cash flow. So let's say that you just got out of school, you have $100,000 in debt. Don't worry about not being able to get a loan because they don't care about the absolute amount of your debt. they care about the amount of cash flow that practice that they're funding is going to be throwing off each month.
And that you can have enough left over to pay off your debt, but more important, pay off them.
Exactly. So they try to work with you on your finances, not just your office finances, but your personal ones as well, to make sure that you'll have enough money to cover those loans, your student loans as well as the office.
So if you want to go over there, they'll set you up today.
Even if you're not ready yet to open your own practice or buy into one, talk to them. Be on their radar and explain what you're planning to do, because the more advance warning you can give them, the better. They're also great folks just to talk to you about these things because they have so much experience.
And also if you buy equipment.
Yes.
Many of you big spenders might be spending $100K today.
Yep.
So they're there to help you fund the loan for the equipment.
So these are good people to know regardless. And again, you think Wells Fargo, big, impersonal, bank, couldn't be further from the truth. The practice financing division is small. It's a small unit within the company, and there's just 5 or 6 of them as far as I know.
And they're pretty independent.
They're very independent. You can reach them on the phone. They're great to work with, so definitely give them a shout.
Okay, it's time.
And that's it for the sponsor. So Stuart said give him 15 minutes. That was 7 minutes ago.
Okay.
And Alan is saying, oh, wait. Alan has a picture of his pens that he sent me, because I said that you said he should look at specialty promos.
I'm sure he has.
Oh, very nice.
That's a nice pen.
Well, yeah, look at that. See, his are upscale.
Give them away.
But Alan, the calendar idea I thought was an interesting one, just because people look at it constantly. And in fact, Stephen at Specialty was saying that the company that does the calendars, once they missed having the calendars, and their clients got really crazy. They're like, why didn't you give us the calendars again as a year-end gift?
Right.
So, hey, buddy, you want to come on in?
Hi, Reed.
You want to come on in and say hi to everybody?
Hey, what'd you have for lunch?
Hey, come on in,
You don't have to whisper. Come on in.
You don't even need to whisper. My son Reed is here. He might want to say hi while we...
Yeah, he recovered. He looks good.
Hey, come on. You want to come over to
hi.
Papa?
Come on over here.
Hey, buddy.
You can go on camera.
Hey, pal.
Okay, there he is.
Yeah, you have color back in your cheeks again. Thank goodness.
Oh, yeah, you got color. Yesterday, you didn't look so good.
Yeah, you were green yesterday, man.
Oh.
Hey, you're interviewing, remember?
What's that?
We're not interviewing anyone right now, pal. We're okay.
We're just stalling here.
Yeah, we're just stalling. You're waiting.
That's a great... When did you get this great jacket? Wow, it's a beautiful jacket.
Yeah, he looks like a cool guy.
What'd you have for lunch? Your appetite back?
Yes.
Reed's a big eater.
Oh, yeah.
Why did I wake you up for food in the morning?
I know. I was so happy. You came down, you woke me up for food because you were starving, which was so different from yesterday.
If I would have known, I would have stopped off at McDonald's and got you pancakes today. But you weren't ready for pancakes and sausages, were you?
Me and you, pancakes tomorrow? What do you think?
I'm ready for pancakes and sausages.
You're ready tomorrow.
Me and you.
Wait, when you leave them, can you come back to get it? Can you go to McDonald's and get us pancakes?
You want me to go back back and forth in the rain? I'm not your daddy. I'm your pop-up.
Buddy, I'll make you this promise. You want pancakes tomorrow morning, we will go get pancakes together.
No, today.
Breakfast all day? Is that... Oh, wait, that's a thing now, isn't it? We can't even escape.
There you go.
You forgot. You totally forgot it was breakfast all day because you're not used to it.
Yeah, I know.
That's correct.
My whole life, it's never been available.
Because when you were a kid, it still had McDonald's, but it wasn't breakfast all day.
That's true.
Yeah, that's great.
Hey, come here, pal. I haven't seen you all day. Come over here. Come over and say hi.
Can you get by me?
Hey, Daddy.
Hey, pal. Come on over. Oh, man. Good to see you again.
Oh, with color.
And with color. Buddy boy.
Okay. I ate a bagel.
You ate a bagel? And you didn't throw up, so.
Toasted, open-faced bagel.
Toasted? Where'd you guys go?
Einstein's.
Oh, you went right down the hill.
We went Einstein's near Whole Foods.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, you went to the other Einstein's.
Whoa.
Whoa. Exotic.
We're not going to tell you what we got at Whole Foods.
Oh, yeah?
We'll only tell you the stuff that we're able to tell you.
All right, buddy. Well.
I'll go. Do you need to interview anybody now?
Well, we're going to be interviewing somebody in a minute.
And then we're going to be almost finished.
And then we're going to be just about finished. We only have 2 more people to talk to.
Yes.
And then can play with Daddy, because I have to go home.
That's true.
Move your head around. Why is the
The camera's right there, dude.
On the background over there. Dad, read on the background over there.
Camera's right there, man.
Yeah, I know.
You know what? You know, this is your face is going as far as Australia and New Zealand, where you were.
That's crazy.
Can you imagine? Okay.
Wow.
So I think we're ready to start.
All right, buddy. So
we've taken up enough time.
I think Pop Up and
I could just sit at the very bottom, right?
You want to sit here?
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna be bored to death.
This is pretty boring.
I don't know, pal. Well, are you sure you want to stay there? All
okay.
Right. Whatever. It's like there's a monster under the desk. Oh wait, still an event. 10 more minutes possible. Sorry.
What's up? Okay, you can come up, Reed.
Well, actually, what time is it? We have Millie coming up.
We have Millie. Yeah, I think we're going to have to postpone him. I bet you Millie's available now. She wanted 4:30. So tell him later.
Okay.
Okay, I bet you Millie's available. Let's see if we got the right number for her.
Okay. Okay, so Stuart we're going to interview in about 40 minutes, guys. So because we have Millicent Knight from Johnson & Johnson coming on very soon. So
that's a sell.
Great. What time is it? We're 10 minutes early. I don't want to be too early for Millie. So,
but I'm sure she's there because she wanted 4:30.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hang on. Before we do that, let me just make sure I got this right. Okay. And speaking of which, everybody's still here.
He likes it here. You can't get him off the stage. You got to get the hook.
Hey, pal. Okay, well, why don't we try to call up Millie and see how it goes? Okay.
Hey, Freedom, can we see Star Wars? Can I see Star Wars with you? You know, your daddy took you, but if I don't have a kid to go with, I won't be able to go.
Yeah, it looked kind of weird just having an old dude going to Star Wars by himself, but, you know, what are you going to do?
What's the music for the new one?
Okay, ready? Put the headphones on. Yes. Put the headphones on. Is he weird? He's a weirdo. Okay, so let's call up Millie. Alrighty. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is.
Okay. When you get bored, I'll slither out.
Okay, yeah. If you get bored, you can slither away.
Yeah, you can sneak out. But if you see me falling asleep, just poke me.
No falling asleep. Fix that.
Hey, the way to wake him up is just talk, okay?
Okay.
That's the way to wake him up.
Here we go.
Wait, no, I'm slipping out.
Okay, you're getting up. Be careful. Good job, man. Here we go. So, everybody, we're calling Dr. Knight.
Hello.
Hi, Millie. Paul Farkas here.
Hi, Paul. How are you?
Oh, terrific. Adam's right at my side.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Adam. How are you?
Good. Wow, it's been quite a day today.
Yes. I'm sure it's been pretty busy and pretty robust.
Yeah. You know, the conference, you know, we can't thank you guys enough for helping sponsor it because we actually have about 2,200 docs show up. So it's been just a remarkable turnout.
Wow, that's pretty good. I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Especially considering that it's something that really hadn't been done before.
Yeah, and considering also that it's football season, we completely forgot.
Exactly.
we totally forgot who we were competing against, but yes, no, it's been great. So, have you had any time to step into any of the classes?
I haven't. I was going to my classes. I'm going to sit right after we finish. I'm going to close out because I thought I was going to get a chance to do some classes earlier today, and that didn't work out.
Okay. Well, we hope you.
This is the day that I kind of have to be mom.
Oh, right. Yeah, I know. In fact, right before we called you missed my son Reed just ran in here as we were broadcasting and interrupted the whole show. So it happens.
Well, that's why I'm getting ready to escape to a different room, so that doesn't happen.
Well, no worries, no worries. Yeah, if there's an interruption, no worries. Everyone will understand. But thank you so much for coming today. Paul and I just wanted to just sort of touch base with you and see what's been going on. We've been talking a lot on our live broadcast over the last 14 hours, just talking about the kinds of things that you've been doing. And I haven't revealed too much because God only knows, right? If I can reveal anything. But I'm always worried, right? Because I don't know. I was there with you in Jacksonville, and I'm like, am I allowed to talk about this? I don't know. But everyone's really curious as to what's been going on because you guys have been doing such a great job over the past year or 18 months with this flurry of new products. It just seems like there's an incredible energy there, and I think everyone kind of wants to learn the inside story.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that we've been involved in is, I think you remember us talking about the enterprise strategy. And when I came in, this was something that our whole U.S. board was invested in. And that was really striking a stronger relationship with the profession, followed by, and not in any particular order, but followed by really getting some very valuable innovation out that doctors could use to really basically address the demanding needs that patients have right now. As we all know, patients are in front of computers all day. They have their handheld digital devices. It's nonstop movement with the eyes. They're going in and out of different environments, some humid, some, maybe very dry. So we, as professionals, have to, as a manufacturer, because I forget sometimes because I haven't just recently stopped practicing. So as a manufacturer, we have to come up with products that help the doctors best meet their patients' needs. You have to bring value to patients when you ask them to come back year after year. They want to know what's new. They want to know what kind of innovation is out there, and they want their needs addressed. And we have the responsibility, both as a manufacturer and also as a doctor, to provide that for the consumer.
Right. And so I guess one other question that Paul and I had for you, off the top of our head, just kind of shifting gears, because I think everyone's been asking us the issues with the FTC and what's been going on politically. One thing that we've tried to relate to everybody out there is how much work you guys are doing behind the scenes. And I'm just going to say something, so I may get in trouble right now, okay? So this is on a 20-second delay, right? 20-second delay, right? So I was down in Jacksonville. Yeah, so I was down in Jacksonville, I guess it was a few months ago, right? It was right before Oasis One Day was launched. And when I was there, you guys were actually, as I was there, I remember, was it you and a couple of other people ran out of the room and you were actually talking to politicians. I was surprised, some very high-level politicians, about what's been going on in the contact lens space. And I thought to myself, wow, these are the kinds of things that you're doing that are completely invisible to everybody else out there. And I wish more people could know. So, with that said, what's been going on with the FTC and what you guys have been doing?
Well, I'm glad to tell you that, but first I just want to back up and say thank you so much for all that you did to help really get out the importance of us showing up as a profession and really defending and making sure that the FTC understands the seriousness of non-compliance with the Fairness to Contact Lens Consumer Act. That particular day, that was Senator Crenshaw, we were giving a tour and really wanted to give him some background because he works a lot with the FTC. And we wanted to make sure that he was aware, and actually all of our Florida legislators, and we were able to get him to come for a personal tour of the facility. And then Laura Angelini, our president, and I flew to D.C., and we spoke to every single Florida legislator to make sure that they were aware as well also. And now the real issue there, as you probably know, is that we put together a coalition, and the coalition is for patient vision care safety, and it really is comprised of all the four major manufacturers, Consumer Group, the AOA, and the National Optometric Association also, which, if you don't know, is minority optometrists in this country. Mm. And what we did was we pulled together this coalition so that, first of all, the FTC could see that this is not a personal issue for manufacturers. It's not a personal issue for the American Optometric Association. It's an issue that's centered around making sure that patients have choice, but patients want safe choice. And so we all have a vested interest. And from a manufacturer's vantage point, if you have patients who are purchasing products and not able to get a safe product, that ultimately doesn't do well for growing our business, and it certainly doesn't do well for growing the category. I don't know what age you were when you started contacts, but I had my first pair of contacts at age 16, and it was just an absolutely thrilling experience for me. It just transformed my world as I saw it. And so we want to see more people have that experience at a younger age. And those of us who are getting to be more seasoned in our contact lens wear, we want to be able to stay in contact.
Right.
So one of the main issues I think that fired up the profession, and thanks to your help again with that, is that we really had to impress upon the FTC the importance of making sure that they enforce. They're not enforcing the Fairness to Contact Lens Consumer Act. You know, it needs some help, and it needs some adjustments, and we certainly gave comments to that effect. But if it were just being enforced, it would be a much better situation than it is currently.
Right.
You also need to make sure that we have quantity limits. Patients can take a prescription that's written for an annual supply of lenses in November. And in October of the following year, they will get a call from certain online manufacturers who might ask them, would you like to purchase another annual supply of lenses?
Right.
Now, that circumvents the intention of the FTC in making sure that patients received an adequate supply of lenses for a year, but then they did the right thing by going back in and making sure that, A, the prescription is still correct, the material is still relevant for their personal situation. You know, their job could have changed, their environment could have changed, it could have moved. A number of factors could have changed, and so it's important to go in for those things. But the third thing is that when you go in to see your optometrist or ophthalmologist, for that matter, that's your frontline defense on what's going on with your eyes from a health standpoint, but also systemically. We all know that there are many situations where the patient goes in to the optometrist and discovers for the first time that they have diabetes, that they have high blood pressure, that they have an autoimmune disease. A myriad of other conditions show up during that time period. So patients are not always educated as to how that can take place, and it's our responsibility to make sure that they don't forego that perfect opportunity to make sure that they stay healthy.
Right. Yep. Yeah.
Lastly,
I'm sorry, I just wanted to say, and for anyone who's out there listening, you know, Millie's absolutely right. We had Jeff Sonsino on here yesterday telling us about horror stories about, you know, patients who circumvented at least the spirit of the law and were really harmed, you know, and he was telling us just some gory, horrible things that could have been caught had the clinician been more in the loop earlier. But instead they were pushed away because this law was sort of circumvented, or the spirit of it was. And, you know, there were some things that were actually very vision-threatening that these patients have had.
You know, it's funny, I saw that case, and the patient actually was told by, I think, the online provider that their prescription expired. But the prescription was filled anyway.
God.
Yeah.
And when things like that happen, that's a perfect example. You know, it may not happen very often, but when it happens, it's bad.
Yeah.
Who are the opponents, Millie? Is it just one provider, or is it several providers and some consumer groups that are fighting?
Yeah, so this is, I have to tell you, so this is the one time that Rick Weisbart from Alcon, Michelle Andrews from Cooper Vision, and myself. We didn't have a representative from Bausch & Lomb at this particular meeting on Tuesday. But you would be proud of us. We all worked together and tag team and told the story about how important it is to enforce this law, and these are the reasons from a clinician standpoint, and these are the reasons from a manufacturer standpoint, and this should be the reason from the consumer standpoint. They trust us to give them safe, effective laws.
And who were the opponents? Who were the opponents? Was it just the online companies, or were the consumer groups?
The online companies unfortunately had already had their say. They got to come in first.
Right.
So I really felt that there were some who had pretty much made up their minds, probably not in our favor necessarily. But I think the fact that they gave us the courtesy of a pretty rigorous debate of question and answer for a full hour and a half, that they really want to do the right thing, and they really wanted to get information. And what they continue to stress is that they really have to have quantitative information, because these are attorneys, they're not clinicians, so they need quantitative information, as well as they need optometrists and ophthalmologists and those who are able to write prescriptions for contact lenses to be compliant as well.
Right.
So the Fairness of Contact Lens Consumer Act states that you have to release the contact lens prescription as soon as the contact lens fitting process is complete. I can't emphasize that enough. You cannot ask the FTC to reprimand someone else if the doctors are not following the law.
Right. Absolutely. So I guess my question would be, what is it that you were looking for from the FTC if they're going to revise the law just to make it more realistic and work properly in the real world? Is there anything that you recommended to them, how you'd like to see it evolve?
Yeah, we asked them to simplify the complaint process just to make it easier. So when doctors have patients that come in and say, oh, I haven't been in 5 years. Oh, I've been getting my prescription filled on a regular basis. That there's a mechanism in place by which they can very quickly report that case to the FTC so that information is collected. Also want to make sure that they reinforce the illegality of advertising sales of contact lenses without a prescription. We've had multiple cases through our company, through our research. We found multiple websites that are advertising that they can purchase contact lenses without a prescription. Also, quantity limits. Who would? And see, Adam, you're a physician. Can you imagine ever writing a prescription for a patient for a major antibiotic, and that patient that has no refills on it, and you give the patient the supply that they need, and then you give the prescription back to the patient so they can go and shop around and get multiple other.
Right.
I mean, that's unheard of, but that's essentially what the patient does with the contact lens prescription.
Right.
So, they technically could buy as much as they want. So we asked them to reinforce that and regulate it the same way you would any other medical prescription. Put quantity limits on them and make sure sellers respect it.
Right.
Great. It's very encouraging.
Yeah.
And it looks like with all the contact lens companies cooperating, maybe something will happen.
Knock wood.
Yes.
And the AOA is on the job as well. Well, just one other question, Millie. Why did Vistacon agree to support CEwire2016?
Why would anyone agree to support this nonsense?
I mean, after our 14 hours, I'm not sure anyone will.
I know.
After this.
But, our background is a conservative company, so this whole process has been a stretch. But, this is so innovative. And, I give you guys big kudos for this. And we've been on this journey of really bringing innovation to the forefront. So, we launched 4 products last year, and this year, hint, we have some other things coming down the pike. So we look at innovation in a lot of ways, though. Innovation is not just the products, but it's the manufacturing process. Because, it really doesn't help us if we come up with all these great products for the doctors, and then we have an antiquated manufacturing process that doesn't allow us to get the product where it needs to go. So we've had to spend an awful lot of money with updating that process, and it is amazing. Now, you had a chance to have a tour, I think, when you were there. We also look at innovation when it comes to the way in which we teach and train and educate doctors on our materials.
Right.
And we're really looking at some advanced ways of being able to do that. So innovation comes in a lot of different ways, and so I was really excited with this new CE avenue because it's really innovative. It's fresh, and it meets the needs of a lot of individuals who may not have the ability to always attend a face-to-face meeting.
Right.
We need to have other options available.
Yep.
And if I will digress for just a second on the when I look at the profile of optometrists now, we have, as you know, a lot more women coming out of practice, and many of them have small families and may want to get to some of the national and regional and local state association meetings, but they may not be able to. So this provides another mechanism by which they can do that, and I really love the idea that the profits or proceeds go to charity. So thank you again for that. I mean, it's just a wonderful addition.
Well, thanks. And I have to mention something about manufacturing because it made me laugh when you said it. When I visited you guys, you know what it was like? I have to just tell everyone out here. It was almost like the Willy Wonka's factory, because you go in and you're in the regular part of VistaCon that you're used to, that's been there for a long time, and you're walking around in the usual corridor, and then you go through a different door, and then all of a sudden you're in a facility that wasn't there before. Like literally this brand new, gigantic place that is just churning out millions of Oasis one-day lenses. And you just look at it and you're like, where did this come from? So yeah, it was kind of a surreal experience being there and seeing it.
Well, you know, we've got a huge range of lenses to produce, all the way through the high minus to the high plus, and then 2 different base curves. So, you know, we just have to make sure that our production is stellar and on top of things.
Oh, great.
Sure. Okay, so I think we got a tremendous amount of backstory.
Yeah, this is great. I had no idea that you guys were cooperating so well together, all the major manufacturers.
That's this week.
That's this week, right?
You know what? I think we all have a vested interest in. Again, we have to be careful because there is no collusion going on in any sense.
Right.
What is happening is that we both the manufacturers and both the profession, have one vested interest, and that's to make sure that patients have a safe and healthy contact lens experience.
Right.
Right.
And you know, when Jeff Sonsino was here yesterday, he actually laid out a nightmare scenario that I'm sure everyone has thought about, where there are folks lobbying for laws where they could substitute materials, which to me just sounds crazy, where you could have any generic material substituted in for what you've written. And I sort of wonder, is that the end of the contact lens industry? I mean, why would anyone ever create a new material after that?
Well, our studies have actually shown that that's actually being done currently about a third of the time.
Really?
And it's such a disservice to the consumer because, say, for instance, you come to me as a practitioner, and I had a very strong preventative practice, and you wanted protection for UV because you spent a lot of time outdoors, or you had macular degeneration in your family, and you wanted to, do things in a smart way and preventive way. And I prescribed Oasis. I'm just making it up, for you, that has that UV blocking in it. And then you took the prescription, and the patient took the prescription, and for whatever reason decided to go someplace else, and which is their right, and purchase it elsewhere. And I didn't see that patient back for maybe 2 or 3 years because, unfortunately, whoever they were purchasing their lenses from were not respecting the expiration dates, and so they were continually refilling the prescription. And when that patient came back, we discovered that there were actually some changes to the macula. And the patients, maybe I'm making it up, upset because, Dr. Knight, you told me that you were going to give me a lens that protects me from UV damage and free radical damage from the sun. And instead, we discovered that that lens was actually substituted out for something that doesn't have any type of UV protection in it. And so who's liable for that?
Yeah, I mean, that's
probably still me.
Sure.
That's a great question. I'm just amazed that this can be done. I mean, literally, you're substituting one chemical for another. in medicine, if you even tried to do that, I don't even know. It's just beyond the realm of imagining that someone would do that. So, yeah.
Well, the opposition is saying that contact lenses are just plastic and that there's been no innovation in the last 10 years.
I beg to differ just based on what I'm wearing right now, that I can actually see things, right? Since I have the multifocal in my eye, so yeah.
Absolutely. And I think the industry has to protect itself against bad news, because media loves to play up bad news. And it's been the bane of the contact lens area that any little thing that happens seems to make the headlines, where you rarely get the good and positive news from the media. So you don't want bad news to happen. So there's one way to avoid it, is to make certain that everyone obeys the law.
Yep.
Paul, you are absolutely correct. I mean, and we all know that bad news sells probably better than the myriad of great stories that you can tell about how successful people are with contact lenses.
Yeah, so we have to do it.
Yep. All right. Well, Millie, thanks so much for being here today. It's been great speaking with you, and I guess we're going to catch up on the road, right? I hope I see you at CECO.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, guys, for making this fun and painless, as you said.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Somewhat painless. Well, enjoy the lectures. I hope you have a great fun with them. Remember, you have until May 1st to watch them, so
That's right.
Take your time.
You still need credits, Millie, right? You may be a VP, but you still have a license.
That's a lot of needs.
There you go. All right. Well,
great. Thanks. I'm going to jump on now.
All right. Thanks again.
Bye now.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yep. Yeah, so everyone out there can see there's really been a sea change at VistaCon over the past couple of years. Millie came on, and basically a whole new crew.
Right.
The next generation. So yeah, it's been.
As long as that president stays, they don't push her up, because VistaCon is a hit again,
right.
And there's a tendency to take a president that has been so successful and move him up the ladder, and somebody else takes over.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
So we shall see.
Okay, are we ready for?
So let's see. Let's see what Stuart told us. Text him back, and I'll find out.
Okay, it's now 6 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
Oh, it's only 5 o'clock. Okay. Yeah. my rear end feels like it's 6 o'clock.
Yeah,
you've got hard seats here. I don't know.
Yeah, we've been at this a while, haven't we?
Oh, yeah.
So let me take down Millie's little graphic here. Put ourselves back up. This is the problem, of course, of not having a producer, is when I have to actually hit these things myself. All
right, next time we'll have a producer.
Reed's got to get older quickly so he can produce these things, because things like these graphics, I can't see them, in front of me. So as I'm talking, I have to turn, and oops, now I noticed that they're there. So yeah, so hopefully everyone's having a great time at the show today. It looks like we're going to be winding down soon. I know that Steve is here. Art is still in the room. We have a bunch of people chatting back and forth. But I'd really love to know how things are going out there in the lectures. I know Steve has been sticking his face in and out of the different lectures, and I hope things are going well. I haven't gotten too many emails saying that disasters are happening. Steve reported back before that Chris is happy with the way things are going.
Not too many complaints. That's good.
So that's good. And we will see. Is
there a way of measuring traffic in the booths?
Yeah, there is. We can't do it right now, though, since we're trapped here, but later we can take a look and see.
I'm sure our listeners would like to know what's going on.
Yep. So, yeah, this is the only problem with this, is us being stuck here. I feel a little bit distant from the rest of the conference since we're talking so much. We don't know really what's happening, but yeah, I'm glad that there hasn't been too much in the way of trouble.
Oh, wait. And here was one. There's a great glaucoma lecture by Ben Gotti.
Great. All right. And I'm actually curious as to what Ben's experience was doing this conference. I'll probably shoot him a line later, because this is the first time he's done it with us.
Right.
And he chose to do multiple hours, so good for his bravery.
He's very active with Vision Expo?
Yeah, so he does a lot of speaking. I think everyone's probably seen one of Ben's lectures before. But this is the first time he's done this with us, so I'm really curious as to his experience.
Right. Okay.
And we're just waiting to hear back from Stuart to see if he's going to want to speak to us or.
We're going to put on a show and call it a night.
Yeah, so we'll see. So yeah, it's been fun. I think hopefully we'll be able to repeat this performance again next year. Hopefully we won't be put out of business.
We'll see. That's always the issue.
We're always
isn't it?
worried. We're always worried about people.
Yeah, we walk a very fine line.
We do. But the states all have their own agendas and they all have their own issues, and we'll see what happens.
Well, we'll see what happens with Florida. That will be the important one. But the problem with Florida is every county has a winter program.
Sure.
To attract people from other parts of the country.
Sure.
So we are definite competition.
Yep.
So when we have a lineup of really star speakers, they can't afford to bring them down.
Right.
So they use local talent. So that's their issue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just more concerned, the whole thing about COPE and people protesting and wanting it to go away, and I don't know. I mean, I felt like after now dealing with Arbo and COPE, they're pretty good. They made our experience pretty painless.
Yeah, but I think there's vested interest. When an organization is also in the education business, there's conflict of interest.
Sure. Sure.
So,
but I COPE, I liked. They were run by volunteers, right? They were easy to work with. They rejected a few of our lectures, by the way, and we just had to go make changes. So they are looking, which is important.
Right.
Because we sure wouldn't look.
And we wouldn't know.
We wouldn't know. I mean, we have 50 hours to deal with. I looked at these things and I'm like, hey, everything looks great to me. But then when you put it in front of them under their watchful eye, they know when people are, when there are commercial interests. Like they know where changes need to be made. So.
And we didn't have anyone pay the speakers other than us.
Right.
So there's no close contact with vendors and speakers.
Yeah.
So that's important.
Yep. So
we'll see.
But we'll see. I mean, I'm gratified that the response to this conference has been overwhelming, though. 2,200 people, so that's larger than the AOA conference. If you take our numbers from this one and the one we did last April, combine the two together, we're just about the size of Vision Expo. So in terms of the number,
I guess the Academy probably draws the largest number.
I think the Academy's about the size of one of the expos. I think it's like 4,000 or 5,000.
But they feel the least threatened.
Sure.
They were the most cooperative as far as giving mailing lists and everything else.
Yeah. The Academy was great to work with, and in fact, because we're doing this for the AOF, right? That's part of the Academy.
Sure.
There. So yeah, no, they were fine. I think I don't know. I feel like they view their mission more as a scientific organization than anything else, right?
Yeah. But they're really in the business of continuing education.
Sure.
I remember years ago with the Academy, they didn't even have vendors. There was no exhibits.
Really?
The Drake Hotel. How big is that place?
Yeah.
It's a 2-by-0 hotel.
Yeah, that's
and they
true.
met always the first week in December. And I don't think there's anything colder than the wind blowing off Lake Michigan the first week in December.
Well, you'd have to be very serious if you wanted to go, right? So.
Well, yeah, and there was no spouse. It wasn't the social stuff.
Right.
There were no spouses. It was mainly men, as a matter of fact, because there were very few women in optometry.
It sounds like the worst conference in the world. Chicago, the middle of winter, no vendors, no fun.
The only fun was drinking a lot. You had to stay warm, so you didn't leave the hotel.
Oh my God!
And you hung out at the bar.
Sounds terrible.
That was it. That was it with the Academy.
I'm glad they've evolved their format.
And of course, what happened, there was so much ego involved. With the speakers, it was like the Wild West show, and they would have questions at the end. Always the big guns come out to try to shoot down the speakers. So let's see who was king of the hill.
Wow. I like the kindler, gentler Academy meetings now.
Yeah.
Actually, what I appreciate about the Academy meetings more than all the other ones is that they're in a different place every year.
Yeah. Next year, at least, we're only one flight away.
Yeah. But it's fascinating to me because, it's going to CECO or going to the expos, it has become so routine.
Yep.
I don't know, it almost feels like there's no excitement in going anymore.
Absolutely.
You just do it because you do it, but yeah, it's the same thing over and over again.
Sure. So is he going to answer us? Is that
I don't know.
On the road? What?
He's in a class.
He's taking a class.
Yeah. So who knows? I'm not going to begrudge him taking a class. So
no.
Yeah. So Yeah, we may have to skip this final one, unfortunately, if he doesn't get back to us. That's okay.
Well, when's class over?
I have no idea.
What's left for classes?
I have no idea.
Let's
take a look. We've been so busy here. And it was good to see Reed up and around.
Yeah, he looks healthy. Kids recover.
They do.
They fall down. They bruised within a couple of days. You get older, you fall down, you stay down.
Okay, so 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
So we just went into the 5 o'clock hour, right?
Yeah.
So what do we have?
So he should have. What was overlap? He said he was in a class.
That's what he said, but I don't know. I just texted him, and if he doesn't get back to us, then
yes, that's it.
It is what it is. So let's see. So using an amniotic membrane contact lens, so that's actually a really important topic, so I hope people sit in on that. Yeah. The role of VEP and
I don't know what it means.
So this is diopsis. So the diopsis machine, among others, handles the VEP.
Oh, there's an ophthalmologist talking about it.
Yep, Dr. Gonzalez Garcia is going to be talking, so that should be an interesting one. Applications of OCT technology for anterior segment and contact lens management, another interesting one. And then there's two after that, right?
Yeah, then there's, two.
So one about scleral lenses, the late show, one about sclerals and one about pitfalls of ICD-10, and that's it. And the show is over.
Okay. Now, why don't we put something on? And we can cut it in the event he shows.
Yeah, so let's just we're going to take a little break here, and I'm going to hopefully Stuart will get back to me and we can talk with him, and then we'll do a wrap up at the end. So maybe I'll continue putting on that thing behind me, which is it's like an endless lecture from
how many hours
about the OCT. It was like it was 2 hours.
2 hours, okay.
Yeah. So I can put that on for us. So why don't I do that? And we'll be back here in a minute, guys. Okay. Because I think we both need a drink.
Yeah, we need a break.
I could really use something cold, so I'll be right back.
Macular degeneration. Okay, now we're showing you the clinical slide here, and you can see there's blood. And now we're going to take a look at this OCT scan here. And by the way, if we look at the clinical slide, you could see the blood vessels, the retinal blood vessels, are riding over this blood, and they are not getting interfered with. So I can see the extent of that blood vessel as it comes over the blood. So I know that this is subretinal blood. I don't know if it's beneath the pigment epithelium, but it's subretinal. It could be subretinal pigment epithelium. It's not on top of the retina. It's not on top of the retina. It's deep to the retina, this blood. When we look at the OCT scan, again, our pathology is over here, and you can see this is subretinal fluid. Again, this is a retinal pigment epithelial detachment. Only notice it's not all black in here, so it's not all hyporeflective. We also have these colored echoes, and this is the blood. So we've got blood here beneath the retinal pigment. So we have a retinal pigment epithelial detachment, and we have subretinal pigment epithelial blood. This is a hemorrhagic retinal pigment epithelial detachment. And this here is a little bit of subretinal fluid. Again, this is our outer segment, and this is our outer nuclear layer and internuclear layer. Here is our juncture. This is the three brilliant lines, the ellipsoid zone, the interdigitation zone, and the retinal pigment epithelium all kind of merged together. And as we come along here, this hyporeflectivity is on top of those layers, so this is subretinal fluid. So subretinal fluid, outer segment layer, inner segment layer, or outer nuclear layer, internuclear layer, and this is sub-RPE, so blood and fluid beneath the retinal pigment epithelium. Again, this is a very common feature of wet macular degeneration. Okay, now we have a retina that has pathology that's a little different. Again, here's the normal retina. Let's go to the side here on the left. On your left, we have our normal layers. You can make them out. Again, I go right to the outer nuclear layer and the inner nuclear layer to help guide me. And then I know that there's the external limiting membrane, this is the ellipsoid zone, this is the retinal pigment epithelium Bruch's membrane junction. We got our choroid down here. We're going to come along. It's nice to follow. I tend to follow the ellipsoid zone because you want to know if it's disrupted, and it is. It's gone here. All right, so we've got some damage over here. There's no ellipsoid zone. This is just the retinal pigment epithelium, and you see these little lumps here in the pigment epithelium. These are drusen. So drusen often manifest as little small elevations of the retinal pigment epithelium right over there. But the more of the pathology is coming in over here. As we come in this way, you could see all of this. Now, I guess one of the most marked things is, see this area of hyporeflectivity, you might automatically say this is fluid, but you notice it has a nice circular hyperreflective area around this. And so you've got this hyporeflectivity surrounded by hyperreflectivity. We have like 3 of these. And these are called retinal tubules. And the important point in the reason we have even mentioned retinal tubules is because it looks like fluid. And in a patient with macular degeneration, wet macular degeneration, who's been treated, if we see these findings, we won't retreat based on them. The retinal tubules are just found in wet macular degeneration. They're not an indication that more treatment is needed. Whereas fluid, whether it's in the retina or under the retina, is an indication usually that wet macular degeneration needs more treatment. So if this was a patient with wet macular degeneration in whom I was giving injections to, and I wanted to see if they had fluid, and I saw these areas, I would not give more treatment based on that, whereas I would give more treatment if there was fluid under the retina or within the retina. And again, I would not give more treatment if I saw the retinal pigment epithelium was elevated. That's not an indication to treat. Only fluid within or under the retina itself, not under the pigment epithelium. And this could be considered a small retinal pigment epithelial detachment over here, or you can consider it a very large drusen. And you could see this hyperreflective, this is like an extra hyperreflective layer here that's generally not present. This is probably part of the choroidal neovascular membrane complex that was treated. You know, patients with wet macular degeneration grow a blood vessel under their eye, and this is probably a combination of that blood vessel with scar tissue, maybe even blood present there. You might say, is that an area of fluid? Does that need treatment? I'm going to tell you that's probably a retinal tubule as well. I can kind of make out a hyperreflective line around it. So I think there's 4 tubules, or maybe even 5. 1, there might be a second there, 2, 3, 4, 5. This might even be 1. It's hard to know for sure. And this is, well, it might be a little fluid, maybe a little cyst. And so the bottom line is there's a lot of disorganization here, but I'm not sure I would retreat this patient if I was treating him for wet macular degeneration. So important to distinguish retinal tubules from fluid. Okay, now here's a retina that's clearly pathologic as well, and I'm keeping to my promise by showing a diversity of different types of OCT scans, because a lot of your OCT scans will look like this as opposed to some of the ones I showed you before, and this is obviously in color. So the red arrows here, this arrow shows you these linear lines. Let's get our normal anatomy, if we can, as close as possible. Unfortunately, when I look to the sides, I'm not able to find normal anatomy in this slide. So we have to try to figure out where we are. We know that the vitreous cavity is up above, and we know that this is our inner limiting membrane. Maybe there's a nerve fiber layer there, but that's about it. Then you have these hyporeflective spaces which look a little different from fluid. You know, I get the feeling there is fluid in there, but you notice these columns, and you know, basically what this is fluid within the inner retina, but this is an appearance you see with retinoschisis. So what we're looking at here is a split in the retina. We have some of our retina up here, some of our retina over here, and so we're going to ignore this. This is for another lecture. I don't want to get into that right now. But you could see, when you see this split in the inner retina, you know it's X-linked retinoschisis opposed to acquired retinoschisis. So this is actually a young child who has retinoschisis, and these are schisis cavities, and the way you distinguish retinoschisis is they have these columns, these vertical linear lines separating what looks like fluid. And again, this is retinoschisis, a split in the retina, and more retinas just split all over the place, basically. Again, this is another case of retinoschisis, and you could see these columns, these linear vertical lines splitting up the fluid. That's retinoschisis, not just fluid. And that slide's out of focus. Now, here's another condition affecting the macula, and when we look at the clinical slide, we see this yellowish, roundish area with foveal involvement in the central macula. And when we look at the OCT scan, well, maybe we should just tell you what this is. This is this is a case of Best disease. Best disease is an inherited condition. There's two types. There's regular old Best disease.
Right? I mean, I have
and this
been
is it,
until now.
That occurs in young kids, and you can tell this is the fundus of a young kid.
It's coiled, so it doesn't really move as much.
It's an inherited condition that can cause some loss of vision. The vision's often not terrible when we have this, and this is called a vitelliform lesion. As years go by, this can...
There we go. Here we are again. All right, everybody. So Stuart is on the way. Dad, you can do the introduction right now while I try to find him, if we can find him.
Okay. For people who do not know Stuart Richer, he's an OD, he's a PhD, he's FAAO. He's graduated from I don't know where.
That's some bio. Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, he got a he got a VA residency and a PhD in human physiology and biophysics from Chicago Medical School, an associate professor of family and preventive medicine, Department of Ophthalmology. Oh my goodness. He's very, very well qualified, so that's enough.
Yes, thank you. But anyway, he gave a bunch of talks today, right?
Right.
And that's the important thing.
He gave 3 hours, and yeah, he really knows his stuff.
Oops, let me get my dial pad here. Okay. Okay. Let's see if we can get him this time. I hope.
Hello?
Hi, Stuart. Paul Farkas here. How you doing?
Hey, great, blessed. How are you? I didn't know if it would be Adam or yourself.
It's both of us.
It's both of us. Adam is here too. How you doing?
How was class, by the way?
Terrific.
You took a course?
Terrific. Yeah, I mean, I have to. I took a neuro course, so I know you have online also. So I support everybody.
Well, that's great. So, I know that you had a bunch of hours here, right? So, how's everything been going? Has this online experience been an okay one?
It's wonderful. I recorded in a more professional environment this time, and it worked very, very well. I'm very, very pleased with this distributed learning situation because I think everybody has competing priorities today, and this works into a more modern lifestyle. So I'm pleased that I'm involved with it. I like doing it.
Great.
Well, we hope that the state boards feel the same way in the future.
I hope so. I don't know how you're doing this, but congratulations, because I think it needs to be done. So.
Well, thank you. So, I thought that it would be fun to just talk about a few different things right here. You got such broad expertise, and looking at all of your classes. One thing that I don't know that I thought was interesting, the issue of blue light protection. Because this is something that's actually becoming very popular for people to talk about. And I was wondering if you could just enlighten us a little bit about that, since Paul and I have been trapped here in this room, and we haven't gotten to hear anything academic today.
Is this blue light or white light?
So we're under these incredibly
we're under lots of lights here.
Yeah, we're going blind as we speak. So yeah.
Yeah, just managing my schedule is enough for both of you. But blue light is really important today because we are inundated with all these blue light emitting electronic devices such as iPhones and iPads, and also the LED lights that are becoming ubiquitous in our houses. So we're becoming, this blue light is transmitted from the cornea through the lens to the back of the retina. And the key point there is that children and young adults have less protection. So we're going to sustain more blue light damage in years to come, and it's going to have a cumulative effect on this part of the population, and we really won't see the results of this damage till later generations who will be more susceptible to degenerative eye disease. So we have the biologic substantiation that this blue light can actually damage the retina. We have in vitro work that shows us that, theoretical work, animal studies, and so forth show us that this is a real effect in terms of retinal deterioration, these blue light devices.
So my first question upon hearing this is, why are the device manufacturers doing this, and are they doing anything to their tech to try to make it, emit in a different spectrum?
Yeah, not really. I mean, with the higher pixelated screens, we require that short wavelength energetic light, the blue light. And most of the larger corporations who are running our media don't want us really. I mean, they want us to be on 24/7 using these devices because there's more profit involved with using these screen devices, all day long, virtually. So optometrists presently can have a great impact on not only blue light protection, but on counseling patients as far as ways in which to entrain their circadian rhythm so that it's not disrupted by modernity, by these devices. So I see this, whether you're looking at spectacle tints for blue light protection, and also in terms of not damaging the circadian rhythm, not altering it, or you're talking about carotenoids, or you're talking about hardware that can go over phones or screens, filters and so forth. Optometrists are in a key position to be expert conveyors of this information to the public.
Right. And so you're saying not to use the iPad in bed.
Right. Well, in the morning, yes.
Right.
To wake up, we need the blue light, right?
Yep.
So it's good to read your email in the morning, okay, to get that light into your eyes, but not later in the evening. I mean, we should be dimming down our screens in the yellow portion of the spectrum and just getting them outside of our bedrooms and so forth at night. And optometrists can do a great public service by letting people know this.
Absolutely. It's good to know. So anyway, the next question we have is this the inflammation status. It's important in retinal disease.
Right. So, inflammation is key to medicine right now in terms of cancer, in terms of cardiovascular disease, and also in terms of the eye. And what we're learning is that when we shift away from sugar, which is the newest 2016 guidelines are shifting us away from sugar, which tends to be pro-inflammatory, and more toward a plant-based, complex carbohydrate diet, plant-based foods, such as a Mediterranean or Mediterro-Asian diet, or more ethnic diet, we're going to have less inflammation. Mm-hmm. And in fact, the recent studies show that just shifting to a more logical way of eating based on science, a Mediterranean type diet, is going to have an equal effect to taking, say, the AREDS supplements. So we know that's really important. We've known about smoking and inflammation for a long time. Now we can appreciate just basic dietary changes. And then, of course, fish and fish oil are very anti-inflammatory as well. And then we have an epidemic of vitamin D deficiency also. And so, getting more sunlight on us, and also, including measuring for the OD to actually measure the vitamin D status of the patient and then supplement the patient to achieve a healthy level of vitamin D status is going to be very important for modulating all grades of macular degeneration, from early disease to the amount of fibrosis one gets if one actually has a bleed is determined by how much one's vitamin D status. So how bad the low vision patient will be can be determined by, what I'm saying is vitamin D can impact all stages of macular degeneration, as well as diabetic retinopathy. So, this is very, very important knowledge. Now, some of the things that have come out recently are really interesting. If you sleep too much, for two reasons, basically, when I'm saying an older person sleeping too much past, say, 8 hours per day, dramatically increases their risk of macular degeneration. And one of the reasons is that your photoreceptors are going to be in a constant state of repair and readaptation. And so as your photoreceptors are recycling, they're going to use up oxygen. You're going to be in more of a hypoxic state, which is going to drive a stimulus for new blood vessel growth. The other part of sleeping too much is that when you're not active and moving around, you throw off a lot of inflammatory cytokines from your gut, from the visceral fat. So if you're heavy and you're sleeping many, many hours, it dramatically raises the risk of developing macular degeneration. That's kind of new.
Whoa.
I mentioned that in the lecture.
Whoa, boy.
Yeah.
Oh. But, of course, nature takes care of that, because you got to get up to go to the bathroom every so often. So that's
true. Yeah, you're getting, you get your exercise by running to the bathroom. Works for me.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway, so speaking of, what about the dry AMD and choroidal sclerosis?
Choroidal sclerosis, this is something that I have a special interest in, finishing a book chapter on this topic, because what's disappointing is that with the AREDS2 data, it wasn't as robust as AREDS1 data in terms of the supplements protecting against choroidal sclerosis, or an accelerated dry macular degeneration. In my view, it's probably because the patients were older and sicker in the AREDS2 study as opposed to the AREDS1 study. So I think this presents a lot of opportunity for ODs to do a lot of preventative eye care and do it early. So at any stage of AMD that's seen, to recommend some of the things I've been talking about, which is a lot more plant food and checking vitamin D status, getting sugar out of the diet, sunlight protection, blue light protection, and so forth. But it's frustrating that we really don't have good ways to assess or good ways to treat, choroidal sclerosis, which is actually more common than you think when people get into later ages, well, the latter part of their life. So I think we need to fix the roof when the sun is shining, basically.
Right.
We can't wait till we're in the middle of a snowstorm and expect to fix macula generation. So this works very, very well for ODs today in terms of having a prevention type practice and counseling patients.
Sure. What great information. See?
I'm doomed. This is the worst interview ever. I'm completely doomed.
What do you mean? You're still having sugar?
Between the iPads at night, which I do all the time, between being vitamin D deficient, which I totally am.
Do you floss?
Yeah.
Do you dental floss?
I'm done for.
There's no time for anything.
Right.
Anyway. The story was such a great amount of information.
Yeah, this was great.
Later in the
actually,
day.
I have a question for
you.
Well,
I appreciate both of you guys. I mean, I really appreciate you taking on this task of trying to distribute information logically, that's confluent, with people's lifestyles. I mean, we're all kind of running around, and we need to be able to gather information when we want to, and not on organizational schedules so much. So we need to have, people need to be presented with options of how they acquire the information. The most important thing is to acquire the information, to do it in a way that helps yourself professionally, but helps our patients.
Yeah. And of course, we can't minimize the quality of your lectures that make it all happen.
Yep.
We're nothing without you guys.
Yep.
So.
Thank you for that.
Okay, well, thanks, and have a good rest of the afternoon. And I don't know if there's football game. I don't follow football, so something is going on this afternoon.
I'm going to try and relax.
Yeah. All right.
Have a glass of red wine.
There you
got
go.
it. That's the answer.
I answered everything. All right. Well, thanks so much, Stuart.
Talk to you soon.
Okay.
Right. Bye now.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. All righty.
Wow, was that good information?
I'm doomed. I'm completely done for.
Oh, it's information and just no. You got good genes. You'll live forever.
We'll find out. All right. So it looks like we're just about at the end, huh?
Yep. We can wrap it up.
I think what we should do is talk to Steve. And,
okay, one more. Give him a call.
And yeah, because his number's right there, and we can wrap things up because I think we're just about getting to the end. I mean, I don't know if you have any closing statements that you want to make when we speak to him, but
no, nothing really.
You said everything that you want to say.
Yeah, we'll say it on ODWire tomorrow.
Right.
Well, I'm sure we're going to get the critics.
I'm not worried about us. I'm worried about Panzer.
I have visions of like the Muppets. I used to keep criticizing from the balcony.
All right, so let me call Steve here. One thing that I do differently next time is get us earpieces so we wouldn't need to keep putting headphones on.
I'm not so sure for me.
Yeah, that would be challenging for you, huh? Okay. Skype. There you are. Alrighty.
Hello.
Hey, Steve.
Okay.
Well, I have one suggestion for the next show. We have to have another booth, another live stream, and just give Alan the microphone for 7 hours and say,
"Oh
go."
Man!
I think
Man,
you that
non-stop.
time, and then you say, "Alan, you have to stop now after 7 hours."
The
you don't need guests, you don't need pictures, you don't need slides. You just need him talking.
I mean, the thing is, he could have gone on forever. He has so many stories and interesting things that he was doing. I want to have him back just to talk about other stuff. So yeah.
Yeah. It was really amazing. It was a lot of fun. Between that and Millie from Johnson & Johnson and Sonsino, I think you could put those clips together, especially the piercing things they said. It's really great information.
Yeah, it's breaking news.
Yeah.
I don't think many people saw a live feed. You can see who's here, but I think if you put it on ODWire and we put it on some other places, it'll be really interesting. I don't know if people want that, actually, though.
Too bad. We own it. No, I mean, I think I think it's fine. They knew that this was going out over ODWire anyway, right? So you didn't need to be registered for CEwire to see this. So yeah.
Does this go out on the internet?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
put it on Facebook or whatever. There's no reason why.
Yeah, I mean,
LinkedIn.
you can see that, we could put, what I have to do actually, each one of these days is each one is a 7-hour-long movie. So what I have to do is edit them to take out the excerpts of each interview. So that will be my job tomorrow.
Yep. But just yeoman work, guys. I did my little job patrolling to make sure everything ran smoothly. But that I don't know if I could talk for a half hour, and you took 7 hours, 2 days in a row. But and not one bit of downtime. Entertaining. I saw Reed for the first time. Adorable. He really looks. What is he? 5 or 6 years old?
Yeah, he's 6. Yep.
Yeah, because he talks really well.
Yeah.
Speaks really well.
So yeah, it was great, and thank you for helping out and making sure everything's going okay. Because really, we're trapped in here. Like, we have no idea what was going on, outside.
Yep. I had just like they said, I had a look at every single lecture. 5-10 minutes I could stay and make sure it was running smoothly. And I think Tammy had a good point when I was listening to her that people are shy and they have to. We have to make a more robust instructions to the attendees of what they can, what they can't do. Yeah. Things like talking to the speaker anonymously or talking to the speaker privately, so they're not shy to ask a question. That would make a lot more interaction. I think the speakers wanted that, and they got some, but not as much as they could have had.
Right.
I just can't say enough for how great this went, and every single lecture, there was not one that was weak, not one that was not informational, not one I think that I didn't learn something from, and I was only in there for about 10 minutes. Just marvelous.
And anyone
you pulled it off again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was any run over? They were all timed?
Everyone was timed perfectly. In fact,
they did a wonderful job. Everybody knew the rules. They know about COPE because these are all very veteran doctors, and they all, let's say for a 2-hour lecture, they all left about 15 minutes at the end, knowing they satisfied the COPE schedule, and they still had 15 minutes to ask questions. People generally ask questions at that point in time. Like I think it was Tammy again who said that people don't realize that one of the benefits of this is that you can ask questions during a lecture and you're not interrupting the guy. And nobody is worse for it if you do it privately. So, but most of those questions came at the end because they thought that they forget that the person's not there live. My question: did Jerry Sherman do it live, or did he do it taped?
He did it taped. I think he was making noises about doing it live, but he was dissuaded from doing it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would have been a disaster. I thought it was taped, just the way it came out. It just seemed like a little bit too perfect the first time through.
Yep.
But he did a great job. I mean, he's a wonderful speaker, and his information is beyond reproach. But what Stuart was saying, I really take exception to ophthalmology. I speak to ophthalmologists, and you speak to them about blue light, and they poo-poo it like, what are you guys talking about? You want to sell more glasses? And it's a real problem. It's going to be a problem going forward, and people don't realize it, but will realize it 5, 10, 15 years down the road when all these things start to happen. And the doc was right on with what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's something we'll get
next time. It was good information, though.
Yep. So you're finishing up about 6 o'clock or even sooner.
No, this is it.
This is it. I think this is going to be it for us. So so we're wrapping it up now.
I think it was wonderful. As you know, the turnout was fantastic. There was, as I said, the diversity was great. Also, people left with a lot more pathology. We had a lot of great contact lens lectures. A lot of great. Even we got some. Binocular vision and pediatrics in there, and we'll just keep on adding the diversity as time goes on, unless somebody closes us down because you're doing too good a job.
Right, and again, well, the thing, and I hope that everyone's checked out the booths and has gone into our sponsors, because really this would not have happened without them. We really needed their support to get it off the ground. So, the booths are going to be open through May, so I think I'm just going to keep pushing and hope the people support them, because we really do need them.
Yeah, but there's still 2 hours for the booth to stay open.
Well, I think they also get the leads, so getting the leads, I think, will be invaluable to some of them. They'll like people like Steve and Bob. They'll contact people in their own states or whatever. Sure. So I think that'll help a great deal. And some booths, Johnson just wanted to help us out. Marco just wants to help us out. They'll do well in their own right, no matter what. So hopefully, if they have a great experience, look, they'll be back also, and that's more positive to the whole field.
Yep.
I had a great time, and I can't wait to wake up tomorrow and not have to put something on Facebook.
Yeah, you were all over the place. That was funny. Yeah, it's hard to believe that it's over, but of course it's not over, right? Because it's going to last through May, so we still have some work to do. So,
in fact, the usage is when I'm going down the list. Typically, each lecture had about 50 to 60 people. So, with the amount of people that signed up, most people are planning to take it as a DVR in not real time, which is fine.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, 3/4 of the classes, even if you were here live, you would have missed them, right? Because we had 4 tracks going. So most people are going to be doing this on demand anyway. So,
but each and every speaker, if they didn't, I encouraged them to type it in, gave the email address, so people who are watching it not live and on demand could take their email and ask them a question if they wanted to, even a month or two from now.
Great.
So
well, what we're also doing, Steve, and I haven't done it yet, is make a discussion thread for every single lecture on ODWire itself and instructing the speakers to go to that thread and introduce themselves. So if there's a post on that thread, they'll get an email notification automatically. So we can keep the conversation going on the site and keep it interactive. So that's my homework.
Okay.
I would say, so guys, you're only at 2:30, so you have to get lunch. Did you guys eat?
It feels like midnight. We ran out of here for a minute and shoved a bagel in our face, but that was it. Yeah.
So, I almost didn't make it till 11 o'clock, and I needed to be here at 11 for a couple of things to make sure that Chris did his job. But last night we went to a wedding, as you know, and our car wouldn't start. I have a year-old Lexus, and wouldn't start.
Wow.
It was a dead battery, so we got a cab home. It was about 45 minutes away. And luckily, AAA started it for me. The head of it was at a temple. The head of the temple kept my keys, and we rushed back there and back again. And I made it at 10:59.
Woof!
So
what
not really
caused
a big
the battery?
deal, but I just want to make sure that he had the quiz thing correct and things like that. But Chris had nothing to do today, so he doesn't get paid.
Yeah. Actually, it's funny, and I will mention also, by the way, that speaking of time shifting, and Chris, people are still registering for the conference. Just in the past 15 minutes, we still have 2 or 3 more registrations. So people are still coming in and still doing this. So time shifting is a real thing. It's fascinating.
I expect when the word gets out, when people do comment, I don't think you'll have any negative comments at all. If you did, I'd be surprised, because the lectures were beyond reproach, except for a little glitch at the beginning, which was satisfied right away, so people understood it. There was nothing that was it was as seamless as it could be. Next time, I'm asking either Bits and Wire, or we might go someplace else. But whoever, to have avatars and rooms where people can click and talk to each other. But that's not going to happen in this generation.
Sure.
Great.
Imagine if you could walk around the conference virtually and talk to a friend, like look them up, and see where they are, and then put some sort of face on, be a pirate, be a dinosaur, whatever.
You never go to a real conference again. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, have a good evening.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll talk tomorrow.
Get some sleep. Now it's downtime and relax, and onward and upward. And now we'll hear our kudos on Monday on ODWire and various other places.
All right. Well,
thanks a lot, guys, for all the hard work. I really appreciate it, and enjoy your success.
Well, you too, Steve. Thank you so much for helping out, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Good night.
Great. Have a good evening, guys. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, I guess, everyone,
this is it.
This is it. I guess we're all done. So thank you for attending the conference and watching the live stream. If you're watching this on ODWire, this is all going to be chopped up into small pieces and then reposted. All the separate interviews, all the nonsense, all the fun.
I mean, somebody can't watch this 14 hours straight?
The only person who's watched this 14 hours straight are me and you, I have a feeling. So maybe there's a couple of diehards in there. Maybe Panzer surprised us and sat here the whole time. But yeah, so everyone, thanks for showing up. And, hopefully we'll see you online, and you can give us your feedback and let us know what you think. So everyone,
absolutely,
have a great night.
Right. Good night.